Chapter 3875. Whoa. After the malicious ghost finished speaking, it opened its mouth and a dragon-shaped hurricane rushed into the river from the sky. Woo woo. A burst of heart-wrenching cries came from the river. Countless wandering souls with broken limbs were sucked out of the river and struggled to fall into the malicious ghost's mouth. Umph. The malicious ghost seemed to be still angry. It coldly snorted and a huge fist appeared in front of its chest. With a boom, it hit the mountain next to the river. A mountain several hundred li in size was destroyed. Layers of underworld fruits fell from the mountain and crystal-clear soul beads were shattered. The soul strands and the soul beads rushed into the air and turned into shapeless wandering souls that floated in all directions. Some sank into the river, some flew into the air, and some disappeared. After venting his anger, the magistrate's figure gradually shrank. The malicious ghost image turned into a black fog and roared as it flew towards a place in the palace. Poor Xiaohua, he thought that by pretending to be Duanmu Liangsheng, he would be able to frame the magistrate of hell for killing his clone. But what he didn't expect was that the magistrate of hell was still a magistrate of hell after all. There were many ways to find him. He still didn't know when the magistrate of hell would make a move on Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua didn't have time to care about what would happen in the future. He was now very interested in doing Yu Lao's shady business. After coming out of Wuyuan County's Yujia village, Xiaohua immediately came across the Shuzhou cauldron. After collecting the Shuzhou cauldron, he immediately turned invisible and flew towards the North Sea. While flying, he frowned and thought about Zhu Cheng's words. But after flying for half a day, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. He immediately took out the heavenly horse and the flying carriage. He also took Fujiwen out. Sure enough, the direction was a bit off. Xiaohua was really helpless. He angrily let Fujiwen drive the flying carriage and threw a Qingkuan pouch to Fujiwen, telling him to sprinkle some seeds down there. He took out the Kunlun mirror and pretended to release Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan from the space. As soon as the two appeared on the flying car, Xiaohua smiled. The two of them didn't notice that they had been moved out of the space by Xiaohua. Yu Zhongquan was still lying there with his eyes closed and a look of indifference on his face. Even his head was tilted to one side and his fingers were slowly moving like a tiny ant. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't move, he would have already flown away. As for Chang Yuan, she lowered her head and carefully helped Yu Zhongquan wipe off the sweat on his forehead with a piece of silk. Xiaohua could tell at a glance that this piece of silk was torn from Chang Yuan's clothes. At this moment, Yu Zhongquan could not help but groan. Clearly, the netherworld energy in his body had begun to act up. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Yu Lang." Chang Yuan's heart ached as she whispered, You have to bear with it." "I know. I don't need you to tell me that," Yu Zhongquan said. His eyes were still closed, but his teeth had already bitten his lips. His lips were ashen. Immediately, Yu Zhongquan's body involuntarily twitched. The netherworld energy and the true energy in Yu Zhongquan's body were entangled. Waves of noble qi were like small snakes scuttling around the surface of his body. Seeing the blue veins on Yu Zhongquan's forehead bulging and the blood on the surface of his skin gradually disappearing, Xiaohua raised his finger a bit. Just as he was about to move, he heard Yu Zhongquan shout, "Chang Yuan, you are shameless. Why aren't you leaving? You and I are just engaged, we haven't married yet. How can we have skin contact? Do you know what it means to see no evil, to hear no evil, to speak no evil, and to move no evil?" What Yu Lang said, this concubine doesn't understand. Who would have thought that Chang Yuan was not moved at all and whispered, "This concubine only knows that a woman's virtue is to have no talent. If Yu Lang is alive, this concubine is Yu Lang's wife. If Yu Lang is gone, this concubine is Yu Lang's widow." "Your grandmother, are you crazy? I haven't died yet and you want to curse me?" Yu Zhongquan angrily cursed it, but before he could finish, he screamed. His body suddenly stopped moving and another wave of sweat fell down. Chang Yuan bit her lips and wiped the sweat off Yu Zhongquan's face with a silk handkerchief. Then she wiped the sweat off Yu Zhongquan's body along his neck. Yu Zhongquan's lips moved and he said in a hoarse voice, Don't touch me. Damn Chang Yuan, don't you know?" However, no matter what he said, Chang Yuan's face still turned red. She closed her eyes and stretched her arm into Yu Zhongquan's clothes, trying her best to wipe. Perhaps it was an accident. She didn't know where she touched, but Yu Zhongquan suddenly moved. His face revealed an awkward expression as if he wanted to laugh but couldn't. His weak arm trembled slightly. Although the attentive Chang Yuan closed her eyes, she immediately felt it. She hurriedly opened her eyes and asked, "Yu Lang?" At this moment, the Pegasus flapped its wings and passed through a cloud. The sound of the wind stirring could be heard. Chang Yuan was slightly startled. She hurriedly raised her head and saw Xiao Hua's smiling face. Master. Chang Yuan felt a burst of shyness. She hurriedly tried to pull her arm out of Yu Zhongquan's clothes, but the more she was busy, the more she made mistakes. She didn't know where her arm was hanging, so she couldn't pull it out no matter what. Chang Yuan's face was as red as blood. The thick-skinned face she had when facing Yu Zhongquan earlier had long disappeared. Hearing Chang Yuan call him master, Yu Zhongquan slightly opened his eyes. Chang Yuan didn't tell Yu Zhongquan Xiao Hua's name, nor did she tell him about her situation in the Yu clan. She only said that her master saved Yu Zhongquan, and she was here to serve him under her master's orders. Moreover, Yu Zhongquan was saved by Xiao Hua after he fainted in the ghost cave, so he didn't know that Chang Yuan's master was Xiao Hua. When Yu Zhongquan saw the familiar face, he was stunned at first, but then he said in surprise, You are immortal Xiao? Xiao Hua stood with his hands behind his back and replied with a smile, Other than this Xiao, is there anyone else in this world who is so handsome? Not to mention Yu Zhongquan's reaction, Chang Yuan was first stupefied. She looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. She didn't understand why this master of hers, whose magical power reached the heavens, would say such frivolous words. Of course, such a handsome person like master is rarely seen in the world. Only the princess of the immortal palace is worthy of you. Fu Jiwen, who was driving the carriage at the front, chuckled and said, Of course, master's disciple is also as handsome as Jade, peerless in his generation. If others are blind, then there's no way. Senior martial brother. At this time, Chang Yuan noticed that in addition to her master, that cheap senior martial brother was also driving the carriage at the front, so her face became even redder. Xiao Hua unhappily rolled his eyes at Fu Jiwen and said, You found yourself a female official of the immortal palace and wanted master to help you, so you wanted to find master a princess, right? That's not it. Didn't disciple see junior martial sister so infatuated, so I thought of my wife in the immortal palace far away? Disciple is separated from immortal my humble wife, and it's not easy for us to even see each other. But when this guy looks at junior sister, he's not moved at all. Fu Jiwen said again, but unfortunately before he could finish, Xiao Hua waved the Kunlun mirror and said, This is a matter between the two of them. It has nothing to do with you. Go back and rest first. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen knew that Xiao Hua had something to say to Yu Zhongquan alone, so he smiled and entered the Kunlun wonderland. Yu Zhongquan, we meet again. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the lying Yu Zhongquan. He didn't help him up and said with a smile. Yes, immortal Xiao. Yu Zhongquan sighed and said, The last time we met, immortal Xiao saved my life, and this time you saved my life again. I don't know how to thank immortal Xiao. Speaking of this, Yu Zhongquan thought of something and hurriedly asked, By the way, immortal Xiao, how are Zhu Xiang and my other friends? Seeing that Yu Zhongquan had woken up and didn't ask about anything else but Zhu Xiang, Xiao Hua knew that the current Yu Zhongquan was the same as the previous Yu Zhongquan. His temperament hadn't changed, so he replied with some regret. When this old man arrived, it was too late. Yu Song Zixiong and the others were all saved by this old man, but Zhu Xiang died in the ghost cave. However, you don't need to be sad for him, he got what he wanted. That's why he left, but he lived in the hearts of the Zhu family. At the same time, he changed Zhu Cheng's view of him and he achieved his goal. Yes. Yu Zhongquan sighed. Uncle Zhu was indeed too harsh on him, even this you felt indignant for him. Being harsh has its benefits and being relaxed has its drawbacks. Xiao Hua said with a double meaning, Some people are so relaxed that they don't even go home, and they only cause trouble for their family. Who caused trouble? Yu Zhongquan stiffened his neck and said, This Yu upholds justice on behalf of the heavens and gets rid of all the evildoers in the world. Your wish is good, your action is also good, but the consequences are not good. Xiao Hua ruthlessly interrupted his words and said indifferently, Don't forget that you are a descendant of the Yu family, and your actions represent the Yu family. You may not think that you are causing trouble, but the trouble has already come to the Yu family. Master. Chang Yuan worriedly said, Can you first treat Yu Lang's injuries? Good disciple, don't worry. Xiao Hua said with a smile, With this master here, the ghost energy of the underworld won't dare to come out. Yes, master. Chang Yuan didn't dare to question Xiao Hua, and nervously looked at Yu Zhongquan. She wanted to help him up, but Yu Zhongquan didn't pay attention to her. My Yu family is a scholarly family. Although it is only from the 7th class, this Yu is no longer an ignorant youth, and will act appropriately. Yu Zhongquan didn't care. Xiao Hua looked at Chang Yuan with a smile and said, Disciple, tell Yu Zhongquan what you encountered. Yes, master. Chang Yuan worriedly looked at Yu Zhongquan and told him what happened. Yu Zhongquan's pale face became more and more bloodless. After all, if Xiaohua didn't appear, not to mention Chang Yuan being taken away, even the Yu family would have suffered a disaster. To Yu Zhongquan, Xiaohua was not just a life-saving grace. Even when Yu Zhongquan glanced at Chang Yuan, the disdain in his eyes seemed to have changed. Chapter 3876. Tell me the truth, Yu Zhongquan. After Chang Yuan finished speaking, Xiaohua spoke again. This old man saved you entirely because of Chang Yuan. You must still remember what this old man said to you when we first met, right? Even this old man's purpose of going to Yifeng country was also because of Chang Yuan. Now this old man knows that Chang Yuan is the person this old man was looking for, and this old man has already accepted her as a disciple. As for you, although this old man said in front of others that he wanted to accept you as a disciple, it was to block the disaster for your Yu family. This old man doesn't care whether you accept me as a disciple or not. If you are willing, this old man will remove the yin qi from your body and you can go by yourself. Master. Chang Yuan was shocked. She was originally a pure person, but when she heard that Xiaohua wasn't going to accept a disciple, she couldn't help but hurriedly speak. Xiaohua ignored Chang Yuan and shook the Kunlun mirror in his hand. Yuanya and Lu Yi also flew out of the Kunlun paradise and ordered, "Go, you two go and help this blind thing up." Yuanya and Lu Yi were Yu Zhongquan's old friends. Yuanya had heard about Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan from Fujiwen in the Kunlun Wonderland. At this time, seeing the two of them like this, Yuanya immediately understood something. In fact, Lu Yi didn't need to do anything. Yuanya gently lifted Yu Zhongquan up. "Hee brother Yu, we meet again?" Lu Yi smiled and cupped his hands. "Hello brother Lu." Yu Zhongquan was a little embarrassed and also a little happy. He said in a low voice, "Hello brother Ya." "And good." Yuanya nodded in agreement and stood at the side. Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He released his consciousness and swept it around Yu Zhongquan's body. Yu Zhongquan felt his body lighten. The netherworld qi that was like maggots in the bones immediately turned into yin qi and rushed out of Yu Zhongquan's body. Xiaohua once again reached out and grabbed. Several crystal threads flashed and the netherworld qi was caught by Xiaohua. He slightly urged his magic power and a bead smaller than a finger appeared out of thin air. Since the yin qi was gone, although Yu Zhongquan's divine power was a little weak, he could still move. He bowed and said, "Junior, thanks Immortal Senior for saving my life." "And no need to thank me." Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the pearl to Yu Zhongquan, saying, "Zhu Xiang has already passed away. Take this as a souvenir." "Yes, Junior understands." Zhongquan received it and carefully hid it. Then Xiaohua took some medicinal pills and handed them to Yu Zhongquan, waved his hand and said, "Yu Zhongquan, our karma should have ended here. The favor that this old man should have repaid to others has now been repaid. If you want to leave, no one will stop you." "Master." Although Chang Yuan knew that Xiaohua was definitely stalling for time, her heart was still uneasy. She pleaded, "Even if Yu Lang is unwilling to stay, what about the matter that Master previously promised this disciple? No matter what, you have to do it, right?" Hearing Chang Yuan's words, Yu Zhongquan's heart was greatly alarmed. This fellow originally had the temperament of someone who would not leave even if he said he would. At this moment he hurriedly wanted to leave, but Xiaohua sighed and took out an item. As soon as this item appeared, Yu Zhongquan's soul was immediately sucked away. Even though he took 2 steps forward, he was still unwilling to leave. Because in Xiaohua's hand was the Mandarin duck sword. The flying sword flashed with a cold light, and a surge of sharpness seemed to be able to split the void. In particular, the sword's splendor within the flying sword roamed, as if there was a sword spirit that could understand human nature. It firmly attracted Yu Zhongquan's eyes, and in his heart, he couldn't help admiring it. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the flying sword landed in front of Yu Zhongquan. The sword qi pierced Yu Zhongquan's skin, giving rise to a tearing feeling. Xiaohua sighed and said, "Forget it. Since this old man promised my disciple, I can't go back on my words. Yu Zhongquan, this is a flying sword that this old man obtained in his early years. Take it. Perhaps at this time, you still don't know how powerful this sword is. After you refine it, you will know. This old man isn't bragging, but even the spiritual weapons of the Dao sect may not be comparable to this sword." Xiaohua boasted twice, but it didn't break the 2 bulls' skin. Instead, it aroused Yu Zhongquan's curiosity. He wanted to take this flying sword, but he really couldn't bring himself to do it. If he didn't take it, his heart would feel like it was being scratched by a cat. It was very uncomfortable. Brother Quan, are you still a man? If you want it, then take it. Master is very generous. How could Louis not know what Yu Zhongquan was thinking? He laughed and said, besides, Master didn't force you to marry Junior's sister. Yu Zhongquan's face suddenly turned red. He grabbed the flying sword in his hand and shouted, I'm taking it, so what? Even if you force me, I won't get married. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and said, you can marry whoever you want. What does it have to do with this old man? Hee, Brother Quan, even if you take it, Master can't do anything to you. Louis laughed again and said, however, you have the flying sword. Do you have the sword art to use it? If you want to learn the sword art from Master, then take him as your disciple. Master is very generous. Master won't force you to marry Junior's sister just because you want to take him as your disciple. Yu Zhongquan's neck stiffened and said, even if I take him as my disciple, I won't get married if Master forces me. Then take him as your disciple. Of course, Louis knew that Yu Zhongquan had wanted to become his disciple a long time ago. However, back then, 7th Uncle Yu had stopped him and Yu Zhongquan couldn't become his disciple. Today, if it wasn't for Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan would have already become his disciple. Therefore, Louis wanted to fulfill Yu Zhongquan's wish. Yu Zhongquan was not a fool. Louis gave him a way out. How could he not know how to step down? Humph, so be it. Saying this, Yu Zhongquan knelt down and kowtowed. This disciple wants to take Senior Immortal as his master. I wonder if Senior Immortal can teach this disciple the flying sword art? Humph, if it weren't for Chang Yuan's face, this old man wouldn't care about you. Xiaohua lifted his foot and kicked Yu Zhongquan, saying, get up and take out a drop of blood essence. What does Master want to do? Yu Zhongquan hadn't gotten up yet. He had heard a lot of legends about blood essence. His face slightly changed and he hurriedly asked. Lu Yi was very anxious and hurriedly transmitted his voice. You idiot, haven't you heard of the blood essence of a spirit weapon? Ah yes. Yu Zhongquan, as if awakened from a dream, hurriedly urged a drop of blood essence and respectfully handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua faintly glanced at Yu Zhongquan, then he raised his hand and grabbed. The essence blood rushed into the air. As he cast several seals, the essence blood surged like boiling water. When the essence blood produced layers of blood vessels, Xiaohua raised his hand again, and a faint tiger shape flew out from his fingertips. This tiger shape shook twice in the air and turned into a deer shape. This deer shape fell into the essence blood at the same time as when it fell into Chang Yuan's flying sword. When the deer shape let out a clear cry, it fell into the essence blood. Quick! Xiaohua waved his hands and several crystal lights fell. The blood essence rapidly rotated, and obscure textures and talismans gradually appeared on the surface of the blood essence. A blood-colored deer was gradually born. Go! Xiaohua made a grabbing motion, and the deer-shaped sword intent fell into the flying sword. Clang! A sword cry soared into the sky, and the flying sword almost slipped out of Yu Zhongquan's hand. Yu Zhongquan, you have already practiced the flying sword technique. Master will seal this sword intent into the flying sword. In the process of refining the flying sword, comprehend this sword intent well, and it will make you twice the result with half the effort. Xiaohua said earnestly, take out your previous flying sword. Yes, Master. Yu Zhongquan opened his mouth and the previous flying sword flew out. Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed, and the flying sword immediately melted into a mass of juice and floated in the air. Xiaohua swept it with his divine sense and said coldly, your flying sword technique has already deviated. If you practice it for more than 30 years, you will definitely die from the backlash of sword qi. Yu Zhongquan's mind hurt. He knew that Xiaohua had erased the spirit imprint he left in the flying sword. Hearing Xiaohua's words, his face became even paler. Your divine sense technique has not reached the Deshang level, and you still want to plant a sword heart. You are really eager for quick success. This is definitely not the flying sword technique of your Confucian cultivation. Xiaohua raised his hand and pressed it between Yu Zhongquan's eyebrows and said, this is the technique of strengthening the divine sense and this old man's flying sword technique. You can slowly practice it. Thank you, Master. Yu Zhongquan kowtowed a few more times and then sincerely got up. Chang Yuan was beaming with joy as she watched from the side. She could almost feel the aura of the sword intent on Yu Zhongquan's flying sword. Since Yu Zhongquan wanted to comprehend the sword intent, then he must have the same heart as her. Wasn't that what she wanted? When Yu Zhongquan opened his mouth and sucked the flying sword into his middle dantian, The corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up, and he was secretly proud. No matter how rebellious Yu Zhongquan was in the end, didn't he still fall into Xiao Hua's trap? No need to thank Master. Xiao Hua looked at Yu Zhongquan's appearance and he was both angry and amused. He thought for a moment and said, Master will first let you read a story. With that, Xiao Hua raised his hand slightly, and a finger pointed between Yu Zhongquan's eyebrows. This finger looked very similar to the finger on Chang Yuan's forehead before, but it was completely different from before. Now that Xiao Hua's soul cultivation was almost complete, and he could control the origin power of the underworld, this soul technique was really easy to use. There was no need to use any soul silk and there was no need to consume too much soul power. Yu Zhongquan saw that everything in the world fell into Xiao Hua's finger, and all of this turned into a stream of light and rushed into his mind. Tianmen Mountain, Little Cabbage, Yu Zhongquan, Wanderer, Indecent Assault, and so on appeared scene after scene. Sure enough, in a moment, 2 streams of tears flowed from Yu Zhongquan's eyes and slowly fell. Before the tears dripped to his chin, Yu Zhongquan opened his eyes. His eyes were full of regret, attachment, and expectation. However, when Yu Zhongquan looked at Chang Yuan, he found that Chang Yuan didn't move as if she didn't see him. Even Lu Yi and Yuan Ye were the same. Do you understand? Xiao Hua looked at Yu Zhongquan and asked softly. Disciple understands? Yu Zhongquan looked at Chang Yuan and said warmly, if Chang Yuan is Little Cabbage and disciple is Yu Zhongquan, then disciple owes her too much. Disciple also thanks Master for his painstaking efforts. Chapter 3877. Unfortunately, the previous life is the previous life, and this life is this life. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Yu Zhongquan, since you understand, then Master will make you forget. Can you bear to? Yu Zhongquan closed his eyes and raised his head slightly. Some tears flowed from his eyes again. Then Yu Zhongquan nodded and said, Disciple understands Master's words. Disciple is too naughty and has made Master worry. Since this is the current life, disciple should forget everything from the previous life. Disciple is willing to start from this life, willing to start from this moment. Good. Xiao Hua reached out and touched Yu Zhongquan's forehead again. Yu Zhongquan closed his eyes and opened them again. He touched his face in surprise and said, "Oh Master, what happened to disciple? You feel honored to be the disciple of a handsome Taoist cultivator like Master. You can't help but be moved to tears." Xiao Hua replied indifferently, "Lu Yi, ride the flying carriage to Gun Province. Master is tired and wants to rest for a while." "Yes, Master." Lu Yi didn't dare to delay and hurriedly rode the Pegasus to Gun Province. Yuan Ye also sat beside the Pegasus and accompanied Lu Yi. Chang Yuan looked at the two's back and thought for a while. Then she smiled and said, "Junior brother Yu, the heart has a sword and the sword soul is born. What does this mean?" "What? Junior brother?" Yu Zhongquan jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "How did I become a junior brother?" "Not only are you a junior brother, but you are also the youngest." Lu Yi replied with a smile. Yu Zhongquan was dumbfounded. No one forced you to get married. Your senior sister from the same sect is asking you a question. Can you not answer?" Yuan Ye looked at the ambiguous relationship between the two and said with envy in his heart. This. Yu Zhongquan hesitated for a moment. Then, like a defeated rooster, he lowered his head and answered Chang Yuan's question. "Yes, the previous life is the previous life and the current life is the current life. Why bother with it?" Xiao Hua sat cross-legged in the flying carriage with his eyes closed in meditation. Although there were no fluctuations around him, his Tao heart and Tao realm were improving rapidly. The karma technique was also gradually becoming clearer. It wasn't just a single day. Dark clouds covered the sky in front of him, lightning flashed, and rain poured down like a heavenly river. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment. At this moment, two telepathic thoughts scanned the area from the left. Once they discovered the flying car, they immediately retracted it. "Oh." Xiao Hua opened his eyes and instructed, "Lu Yi, stop for a moment. How far is this place from the Fiend God blood pool?" "All right, Father understands." Lu Yi stopped the flying chariot and said respectfully, "We are already in Gun Province. According to the information I gathered, we are about 5,000 kilometers away from the God Fiend blood pool. And it looks like someone is coming over. You should return to the Kunlun immortal realm to cultivate. Master will call Fujiwen out." Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at the place where the dark clouds were gradually spreading and said with narrowed eyes, "Yes, Master." Lu Yi bowed respectfully. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and put Lui away before letting Fujiwen out. Master, you've decided to go to the Godfiend blood pool? Fujiwen looked around and asked when he saw the flying carriage stopped in midair. Xiaohua nodded, that's right. These days, Master has carefully pondered over Zhu Cheng's words. They do make some sense. Previously, Master didn't know that there were so many conflicts within the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators, so Master blindly hid my strength, afraid of being noticed by them. But after hiding for a long time, I was still attacked by the Immortal Palace. Instead of that, it's better to take advantage of the conflicts between the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators and the gap between the Immortals and Buddhas to form some alliances. Although the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate does not need to be known by others, the forces Master obtained in the Jade Pavilion banquet must be used. AI, Master's ability to judge the situation is still inferior to the Zhu family's patriarch. Master is thinking too much. Fujiwen comforted, Zhu Cheng is the Zhu family's patriarch. He has received training in this area since he was young. Master is benevolent and focused on cultivation, so Master is naturally weak in this area. Didn't Master often say that? There's no need to be envious of others. That's true, Master is somewhat undervaluing himself. Oh, that's right, disciple, how do you feel after the heavenly book was sealed? Xiaohua nodded slightly and asked. Fujiwen smiled apologetically. Ever since Disciple's heavenly book was sealed by Master, Disciple suddenly felt empty in Disciple's heart. Other than reciting some books, Disciple refined his true qi. Disciple seemed to have understood a little, but also seemed to not understand much. However, this kind of dull cultivation was what Disciple liked in the early years. As the saying goes, dull is real. Perhaps this kind of cultivation method without desires is the right way. In the early years, you condensed the heavenly book in your body because you were dull and followed fate. If you were so eager for quick success in the early years, heavenly book probably wouldn't have been fated with you. Xiaohua sighed, let's not talk about you. Even today's Confucian cultivators seem to have made mistakes in their pursuit and have long deviated from their previous principles. Of course, this kind of mistake might be an improvement or it might be correct. However, without the cultivation of one's heart, how can one achieve the great Tao? Yes, Disciple understands. Fujiwen said sincerely, if Disciple didn't meet Master, Disciple would have already fallen. The problem is, if Disciple didn't meet Master, Disciple wouldn't be so eager for quick success. Xiaohua said with a smile. He raised his hand and a three-colored flame appeared between his middle finger. Inside the flame there were 4 colors flowing. Xiaohua looked at the fire spot and his eyes lit up. These are some wonderful things that Master has just obtained. Although they are not complete, they are enough for you to comprehend. If you can comprehend 30% of them, you will be able to control the heavenly book. Fujiwen hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, Thank you, Master, for your help. Xiaohua waved his hand and the flame fell from the top of Fujiwen's head and entered his middle dantian. The true qi in Fujiwen's chest immediately became lively as if it had a life of its own. Get up. Xiaohua helped Fujiwen up and said, whether it's cultivation or doing things, remember that haste makes waste. Don't be too radical in the future. Yes, Master. Disciple doesn't dare anymore. Fujiwen replied respectfully. At this point, Fujiwen raised his head in surprise and asked, Master, someone is coming? Yes, it should be Dao sect cultivators. I wonder if they're heading to the Fiend God blood pool? Or do they have ulterior motives? Xiaohua replied indifferently, We'll wait here. Not long after, 2 cultivators in Taoist robes flew over together. The 2 of them were only in the gold core stage. When they flew close, their gazes fell on Xiaohua and they were both stunned. Then the 2 of them sped up and arrived in front of the flying car. They respectfully saluted and said, Juniors Su Chuanping and Chenjua greet Senior Xiao. Xiaohua was surprised to see the 2 of them recognize him, but there was nothing unusual on his face. He raised his hand and said, Get up, let's talk on the flying car. Thank you, Senior. As the 2 of them spoke, they did not dare to be negligent and boarded the flying car. They smiled and nodded at Fujiwen, who was driving the car, and sat cross-legged in front of Xiaohua. Su Chuanping glanced at Chenjua and said, Senior Xiao, Junior heard that in front of the Black Wind Ridge, Senior displayed his divine might and defeated the immortal general of the Immortal Palace. This has greatly increased the prestige of our Dao sect cultivators. After Junior heard this, I really wanted to fly to the Black Wind Ridge to witness Senior's might. How could it be as exaggerated as the legends say? Xiaohua waved his hand and laughed, The real situation is far from what you think. Although I was able to escape unscathed, the Black Wind Ridge and the Jiang country were both destroyed by the Immortal Palace. I have been on tenterhooks for the past few days, afraid that the Immortal Palace will attack again. Senior is too modest. Qianzhua laughed and said, since Senior has defeated that true Lord Qingyuan, how could the Immortal Palace send any other immortal generals over? Wouldn't bullying the weak be laughed at by others? They flattened the Jiang country and the Black Wind Ridge, and barely had a fig leaf to cover their shame, so they could explain it to the Confucian cultivators. Yes, perhaps. Xiaohua nodded, but I am indeed. Sai, forget it, let's not talk about the Black Wind Ridge anymore. Where are the two of you heading to? Su Chuanping blinked his eyes and laughed. Is there even a need to say? Naturally, we have the same goal as Senior Xiao. Xiaohua asked with interest, could it be that the two of you know where I am going? Su Chuanping laughed. We heard that the Chu family of the Jing state had sent out a hero's invitation, wanting to find a demon god's chest in the blood god's pool of gods and devils. Our cultivation realms are still shallow, so we cannot enter the eyes of the Chu family. However, the blood god's pool is a place of opportunity, so we came to take a look. As for Senior, if Junior's guess is correct, you must have received a hero's invitation to head to the blood god's pool. Or perhaps Senior did not receive the hero's invitation, and is heading to the blood god's pool this time to come into contact with the Jing state's Chu family? Of course, this is all just our wild guesses. If it's wrong, Senior, please don't be angry. Yes, your thoughts are more or less the same. Xiaohua nodded. I have offended the Immortal Palace. Although the Immortal Palace might not have the time to take care of me right now, once they have the opportunity, they will definitely use thunderous methods to deal with me. I have no choice but to make preparations in advance. Senior is right. Since Senior was able to defeat true monarch Qingyuan, your cultivation has already surpassed the Immortal Palace's bottom line. Aristocratic families of the 3rd class and above might look down on Senior's strength, and aristocratic families of the 5th class and below would not dare to go against the Immortal Palace's orders. Since Senior does not want to be arrested by the Immortal Palace, it is appropriate for you to come into contact with the 4th class Chu family, Qianzhua said with a smile. Xiaohua smiled. He understood that Su Chuanping and Qianzhua had misunderstood that he wanted to rely on the Chu family. However, he did not explain and asked again, during this time I have been hiding from the Immortal Palace's pursuit, so information is somewhat blocked. I have a question to ask the two of you. Senior, please speak. Qianzhua hurriedly said. Actually, I'm a bit curious. Although Xiaohua already had a plan in mind and knew that the matter of the blood god's pool was not as simple as Song Zixiong had said, he still wanted to hear Su Chuanping and Qianzhua's opinions. Only then did he ask, the Divine Devil's Chess is only one of the 10 great imperial artifacts, and it is only ranked 5th. Why is the Chu family searching for it with such great fanfare? Especially since the Chu family is in Jing state. Isn't it a bit excessive for them to reach out to Gun state? Chapter 3878. This. Su Chuanping and Qianzhua's faces were slightly awkward, but they immediately smiled and said, to tell you the truth, we also feel that it's a bit strange. However, this is a matter of a scholarly family. We don't have much information, so it's hard to guess. Anyway, we only want to look for opportunities. If possible, it's best to form a good relationship with the Chu family. If we have any difficulties in the future, we can ask them for help. As for the strangeness of the matter, we really didn't think much about it. That's true. Xiaohua smiled. This has nothing to do with us Taoism cultivators. Why should we care about it? Even if the Chu family occupies the Immortal Palace, it has nothing to do with us. Yes. Su Chuanping and Qianzhua hurriedly nodded. If that's the case, we Taoism cultivators might even be able to benefit from it. Fu Jiwen, who was waiting in front of the carriage, heard Xiaohua's words and was moved. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. Master, disciple faintly heard that the 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent are respectively controlled by 100 scholarly families. Jing province and Gun province. Could it be that they're controlled by a scholarly family? That's right. Fu Jiwen's reminder immediately woke Xiaohua up, and he transmitted his voice. There are vague records in scholarly books. However, Jing province and Gun province aren't controlled by a scholarly family. Jing province belongs to the school of legalism, while Gun province belongs to the school of military. If I'm not mistaken, the Chu family belongs to the school of legalism, while Gun province should be controlled by the school of military of the Immortal Palace. For the Chu family to extend their hands to the god-fiend blood pool of military, I'm afraid, there's something fishy that others don't know about. Could it be? Fu Jiwen was shocked. The school of legalism wants to take advantage of the war between immortals and Buddhas to invade the Immortal Palace's power on the hidden immortal continent? How can a fourth-rate family be so daring? Xiao Hua sneered. There must be other scholarly families behind the Chu family. For great families. Fu Jiwen blurted out, Dongfang, Shimin, Nangong and Baiming. It seems that Zhu Qing was right. Xiao Hua nodded. Maybe Zhu Qing already saw through the secret, but he was afraid that I wouldn't be able to put my face down, so he sent me to the god-fiend blood pool. If I can make contact with the 4 great families, they'll definitely protect me. I won't have to be afraid of the Immortal Palace. But from another perspective, I've also become a pawn of the 4 great clans. The 4 great clans? Are you planning to use the Confucian cultivators and Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent as chess pieces? Seeing that Xiao Hua had his head lowered in thought, Qinzhua thought for a moment and hurriedly said, Junior received a piece of news before. I don't know if it has anything to do with the Chu family's actions in the blood pool of gods and devils. Fellow Taoist, please speak. Xiao Hua raised his head and asked. Actually, this isn't the first time the Chu clan has done something like this. When I was still a Foundation Establishment cultivator, I saw a nascent soul cultivator receive a command talisman from the Chu clan. The command talisman said that the Chu clan wanted this senior to go to a certain place to help. At that time it wasn't as grand as it is now, but many Taoist cultivators knew about it. But for some reason there was no news from that time. I don't know if this is related to the last time. Command talisman? Xiao Hua calmed down and smiled. Have you seen that command talisman before? I have. Qinzhua nodded and replied, it's somewhat similar to the tiger talisman used by the secular world. Is it this? Xiao Hua took out the token Chu Muhuan gave him back then and asked. Qinzhua glanced at it and smiled. Senior Xiao really received an invitation from the Jing province's Chu clan. This item is exactly the same as the one I saw. And? Xiao Hua replied thoughtfully. This token wasn't obtained by this old man recently. It was given to me by a Chu clan disciple a long time ago. Speaking of which, this old man owes him a favor. Actually, if fellow Taoist hadn't mentioned it, this old man wouldn't have thought that the token from that time had anything to do with this. With this token we can meet the Chu clan's patriarch. This trip won't be in vain. Qinzhua and Su Chuanping glanced at each other and hurriedly stood up and cupped their hands. Senior Xiao, please, introduce us to you. Xiao Hua waved his hand and gestured for the two to sit down. It's fate that brought us together. Follow this old man to the fiend god blood pool. As for whether you can get anything good, it'll depend on your luck. Master, the thunderstorm ahead has stopped. Should we continue? At this moment, Fu Jiwen asked from the front. Xiao Hua smiled. Of course we should. Although I don't know what the Chu clan has planned, the earlier we go, the more benefits we can get. He, senior is right. Qinzhua and Su Chuanping smiled. Fu Jiwen urged the flying carriage to fly into the thunderstorm. However, Qinzhua suddenly realized something. He looked at Fu Jiwen and asked in a low voice, Senior Xiao, is this your disciple? Xiao Hua understood Qinzhua's misgivings and smiled. This old man has been conquered by the Immortal Palace. Who cares about their bullshit rules? Yes. Qinzhua smiled and said. This junior knows. Actually, what this junior wants to ask is, why did senior accept a Confucian disciple? Oh, so fellow Taoist is asking about this. Xiao Hua suddenly realized something and replied. This old man also knows a little about the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators. This old man taught this disciple the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators. Ah? Senior Xiao. Qinzhua was surprised and his eyes flashed with envy. Su Chuanping said with a bit of jealousy, no wonder Senior was able to get the Chu clan's token. With Senior's identity as a dual Confucian cultivator, not to mention a fourth-rank aristocratic family, even a second-rank aristocratic family would welcome you. That's Senior Xiao. Qinzhua said flatteringly. This one has been cultivating for so long, but I have never heard of a Taoist cultivator on the hidden immortal continent who is proficient in both Confucian and Taoist cultivation. After saying this, Qinzhua and Su Chuanping saw that Xiao Hua was really amiable and approachable, so they hurriedly took this opportunity to ask him about the difficulties they faced in their cultivation. Xiao Hua just listened for a bit and knew that they had made mistakes in their cultivation. He then gave them pointers in their cultivation according to what the two said. Just as the two were immersed in listening, A few days passed in the blink of an eye. They saw a red haze in the distance like a huge steamer, with red steam rising from the ground all the way to the sky. The area it covered was so large that even Xiaohua's soul sense couldn't see the end of it. Master. Fu Jiwen stopped the flying carriage. He frowned and said in a low voice, "The demonic god blood pool is in front of us. However, it seems a bit different from when this disciple first came here." Xiaohua heard the explanation and withdrew his soul sense. He asked in a low voice, "What's the difference?" When this disciple first came to the Gun province, his cultivation wasn't very high, so he could only watch from afar. The demonic god blood pool didn't have so much blood mist above it. Even birds can't fly over it. The main reason is that there is no place to rest in the blood pool. Ordinary birds can't fly over it without rest. But now, the blood mist has covered an area of 10,000 miles. Even birds can't enter. Fu Jiwen looked into the distance and said carefully, "Also, this place is still some distance away from the blood pool, but the air is filled with a kind of evil aura. It smells like a sharp sword that can hurt people. Not only is it very sharp, but it also gives people the urge to kill." Young friend Fu is right. Qinzhua and Su Chuanping had stood up long ago. Qinzhua said, "This demonic god blood pool has changed greatly. The area of the blood pool seems to have increased a bit. When I came here earlier, the edge of the blood pool seemed to still be inside." Su Chuanping nodded. "It's probably the changes in the demonic god blood pool that attracted the attention of the Jing province's Chu clan. That's why they came here from so far away." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the steam-like blood mist. His soul sense couldn't see the entirety of the demonic god blood pool, nor could it penetrate into the blood mist. There seemed to be a strange restriction in the blood mist. This restriction seemed to have a life of its own. As it slowly changed, it also devoured Xiaohua's soul sense. Xiaohua didn't dare act rashly. Moreover, after arriving here, Xiaohua had the same feeling as when he heard about the blood pool of gods and devils from Fu Jiwen. Xiaohua's heart really did give birth to a faint feeling. This feeling was very familiar to Xiaohua, but when he thought about it carefully, it was also unfamiliar. It seemed to be a kind of summoning but also a kind of vigilance. It was really difficult to grasp. In particular, Xiaohua was still some distance away from the fiend god blood pool. He could smell the scent of the netherworld blood sea. Things are getting more and more interesting. Xiaohua couldn't help but think to himself. Who is it? Who dares to come to my Chu clan's forbidden area? Just when Xiaohua wanted to order Fu Jiwen to fly down, a divine sense swept over. Then, several clear eyes techniques swept over at the same time. An arrogant voice immediately sounded in everyone's ears. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the source of the voice. Several sword lights streaked across the sky. Several third-grade essence energy Confucian scholars wearing tight clothes flew over from the distance. The one in front had a long and narrow face like a red date. He was standing on a fiery red flying sword. Fellow immortal. Qinzhua and Su Chuanping naturally couldn't let Xiaohua go out to answer. The two flew out of the flying car and bowed. "I am Qinzhua of Yangzhou's Sipping Mountain, Su Chuanping of Huiyu Villa. Behind I is Xiaohua Daoist Xiao and his disciple. The four of us heard that the Chu clan was spreading the hero's invitation in the hidden immortal continent. We came here to help the Chu clan." The person in front stopped. The several Confucian scholars behind him also stopped their sword lights. The red-faced Confucian scholar coldly snorted and said, "My Chu clan is spreading the hero's invitation in the hidden immortal continent. We naturally welcome capable heroes. However, we may not welcome crooked melons and split dates who want to take advantage of the situation." Qinzhua and Su Chuanping's faces instantly turned red. The two of them only had a cultivation of gold core. They weren't much stronger than these people. However, looking at these third-grade essence energy Confucian scholars patrolling back and forth, even if the two of them could enter the god-devil blood pool, what kind of advantage could they take? This Confucian scholar's words couldn't be considered wrong. Chapter 3879. Just when Qinzhua and Su Chuanping didn't know how to answer, "You're looking for a beating." Xiaohua snorted coldly and then, "Woo." A gust of wind suddenly swept between the two. "You dare." The leading scholar suddenly cried out and then, "Pa!" A loud slap was heard. Qinzhua and Su Chuanping stared blankly as a blood-red palm print appeared on the scholar's face. "How dare you!" Behind the leading Confucian scholar, several other Confucian scholars shouted as they surrounded Xiaohua's flying carriage with their sword lights. The other scholars thought that the red-faced scholar had been careless and had been ambushed, but the red-faced scholar understood very well. When he heard the other side's cold snort, he immediately urged his sword light to dodge, but a palm suddenly arrived in the gust of wind. That palm seemed to have blocked the entire world in front of him. Even if he wanted to dodge, he simply couldn't. The red-faced scholar stretched out his finger in surprise and cried out, You? He never thought that there would be such a powerful Taoist cultivator in the hidden immortal continent, who actually dared to slap him as soon as they met. But suddenly the red-faced scholar thought of something and said in surprise, You're Xiao Hua? Blackwind Mountain Xiao Hua? Taoist Master Xiao? The several Chu family disciples naturally weren't as short-sighted as Chen Zhua and Su Chuanping. Previously they just didn't think that Xiao Hua would appear so magnanimously. Now that they heard the red-faced scholar's cry and carefully looked at Xiao Hua's appearance, how could they not know that this was the legendary Taoist Xiao Hua who swallowed 100,000 immortal soldiers in one gulp? After each of them cried out in surprise and attacked, they were at a loss. Fortunately, the red-faced scholar's reaction was quite sharp. He hurriedly turned his head and sternly swept a glance at the few people, then promptly bowed and said, Junior Chu Jing greets Taoist Master Xiao. Junior Chu Feng. How could the scholars surrounding Xiao Hua's flying carriage not know the pros and cons? They already understood Chu Jing's meaning and didn't dare to be negligent. They simultaneously bowed and said, Greetings Taoist Master Xiao. Xiao Hua faintly nodded and asked, This old man can't be considered a hero. Now that this old man has come to the blood pool of gods and devils, can your Chu family welcome me? Of course. Hearing this, the fear in his heart unconsciously gradually disappeared. He hurriedly said with a smile, If Taoist Master Xiao can't be considered a hero, then no Taoist cultivator in the hidden immortal continent is a hero. My Chu family naturally welcomes Senior to participate in this event. Previously, this junior didn't recognize Taoist Master Xiao. To welcome Taoist Master, Taoist to wait a moment, Taoist for a moment, this junior to ask my to, personally to welcome the guest to welcome for you to. For he didn't, to send to send Taoist. To send send. Xiao Hua knew that his current identity was special, so he thought for a moment and nodded. Feel free to send a message. However, let me remind you that you shouldn't have any other thoughts. I'm not even afraid of 100,000 immortal soldiers, so a mere pool of fiend gods might not be able to stop me. Yes, this junior understands. Chu Jing bit his lips. He was helpless against Xiao Hua's threat. Taoist Master Qing Su and the others had already spread Xiao Hua's name to the extreme. Moreover, in these tens of thousands of years, apart from the Grand Mist Ancestor who dared to face the Immortal Palace and the Lane Temple, the other Taoist cultivators were not as powerful as Xiao Hua. 100,000 immortal soldiers and Taoist Master Qing Yuan were actually defeated by Xiao Hua. If he wasn't a Taoist cultivator, everyone would think he was a great demon of the demon race. One had to admit, rumors and barbarian words were sometimes really scary. Chu Jing turned to look at the disciple who was about to send a message and said solemnly, Chu Feng, go back in person and report to Ancestor Master Chu. Ask him to come in person. Chu Feng was stunned. Seeing Chu Jing's expression, he immediately understood. He hurriedly saluted Xiao Hua respectfully and said, Taoist Master Xiao, please wait a moment. This junior will ask Ancestor Master to come and welcome me. Xiao Hua unhappily nodded in agreement. These words sounded nice, but in fact he was asking the Chu family's Ancestor Master to decide whether or not he dared to let him enter the God-fiend blood pool. This Ancestor Master Chu Jianjun was presumably a decisive figure in the God-fiend blood pool. Chu Feng hurriedly flew away. The Chu family disciples surrounding the flying car felt somewhat uneasy. Previously they were prepared to besiege the flying car, but now they were scattered around Xiao Hua, this fiend. How could they not feel afraid? Chu Jing's eyes turned. He endured the cold sweat that involuntarily appeared on his back and said in a low voice, Senior, Chu Ming and the others still have to patrol. There's no harm in letting this junior accompany Senior here. Go. Xiao Hua secretly laughed and waved his hand. The several people hurriedly bowed and saluted as if relieved of a heavy burden. Xiao Hua looked at their slightly panicked appearance and asked Chu Jing, The Chu family has sent out invitations to find the God-fiend chest in the God-fiend blood pool. I wonder when it will start. How many immortal friends have come here? Senior. When Chu Jing heard this, the sweat from before immediately appeared again. He said with a smile, This junior is only a low-level disciple of the Chu family. I came to the God-fiend blood pool to patrol. This junior really doesn't know what senior is talking about. When Chu Jing said this, Xiaohua didn't feel anything, but Qin Zhua and Su Chuanping blushed with shame. They still wanted to come to the God-Fiend blood pool to take advantage of it, but they didn't expect that the Chu family's third-level origin energy disciples could only be reduced to patrol. What could they do here? Xiaohua nodded and said, since you don't know these things, you should know how big the God-Fiend blood pool is now and what changes there are in the periphery, right? Yes, this junior naturally knows this. Chu Jing was originally a patrol. If he said that he didn't know this, it would be an excuse. Chu Jing naturally didn't dare and hurriedly replied, the God-Fiend blood pool originally had a circumference of 10,000 li. Now that it has changed, it has expanded to 13,000 li. As for what the change is, this junior isn't too clear. However, this junior knows that the God-Fiend blood pool's surroundings were originally sparsely populated, but now that it has expanded another 3,000 li, hundreds of thousands of people were included. These people, all turned into white bones overnight. See? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, so many living things? Yes, Chu Jing also lamented, not only were so many commoners killed in one night, even my Chu family's disciples were caught off guard and lost many. Hearing this, Xiaohua smiled and said meaningfully, so your Chu family has been paying attention to the God-Fiend blood pool for a long time. Oh, senior misunderstood. Chu Jing was slightly stunned and immediately understood. He said with a smile, the God-Fiend blood pool's change was only a matter of a month ago. At that time, my Chu family had already sent out invitations. A month ago. Xiaohua frowned and seemed to have understood something in his heart. He then asked, could it be the night of 100 ghosts? How did senior know? Chu Jing was shocked, but his shock wasn't because Xiaohua accurately told him the time of the God-Fiend blood pool's change, but because of a lingering fear. What's so difficult about that? Xiaohua said with a faint smile, a month ago wasn't it around the 15th of the 7th month? Do you think it's possible that it was the night of 100 ghosts? Alas, it is indeed as senior said. Chu Jing sighed and said, when my Chu family came to the God-Fiend blood pool, the God-Fiend blood pool had indeed changed a bit, but it was definitely not as terrifying as we had expected. That night the blood pool suddenly surged. Not to mention the martial uncles who were exploring the blood pool, even the disciples who were patrolling around the God-Fiend blood pool suffered. Although this junior doesn't know exactly how many people of the Chu family died in the God-Fiend blood pool, among the disciples who were patrolling with this junior that night, 10 of them were swallowed by the blood mist. This junior watched as they turned into white bones. Even you Chu family disciples couldn't escape, let alone those pitiful commoners. Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the distant mountains and fields. Although there were still some beautiful outlines, there was an inexplicable dusk inside and it was gradually becoming barren. That's right. Chu Jing nodded, those commoners probably didn't even wake up from their sleep before. Speaking of this, a coughing sound came from afar. Chu Jing hurriedly stopped and turned his head to look, only to see a burly middle-aged man in a tight suit. There was an indescribable melancholy between his eyebrows as he flew over absent-mindedly. Martial Ancestor Chu. Chu Jing didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed, you've come. That middle-aged man flew over, indifferently swept a glance at Xiaohua and the others and coldly asked, you're Xiaohua? Xiaohua looked at this man from head to toe, and a strange feeling emerged in his heart. The melancholy on this man's face was very obvious, and there was no need to say anything. Although the man's gaze was cold, Xiaohua could still read a kind of dissociation, a kind of sorrow and a kind of despair from this gaze. Yes, I'm Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded, looked at this fourth-grade upper-rank Confucian cultivator and replied, immortal friend, are you Chu Jianjin? Oh. Chu Jing hurriedly explained, Taoist Xiao, this is martial ancestor Chu Yang, my Chu family's great deacon. Martial ancestor Chu Jianjin is my Chu family's steward. Presumably there are many seniors in the God-Fiend blood pool now, he doesn't have time to come over. Actually, there was no need for Chu Jing to explain, Xiaohua already understood Chu Jianjin's arrangement. It wasn't that the Chu family was deliberately being disrespectful, if they were, the Chu family wouldn't have needed Chu Yang to come over to welcome him. The Chu family was still willing to let Xiaohua come to the God-Fiend blood pool, and even had the intention to further contact him, which was why they sent Chu Yang, a great deacon second only to Chu Jianjin, to welcome him. If the Immortal Palace wanted to pursue this matter in the future, the Chu family would also have room to maneuver. Of course, if there was really the worst outcome, this Chu Yang would naturally be the scapegoat that the Chu family needed to sacrifice. Chapter 3880. Xiao Hua would never make things difficult for a scapegoat like Chu Yang. He smiled and cupped his hands. Xiao Hua greets Deacon Chu. Although Xiao Hua's etiquette was thorough, Chu Yang was not moved. He raised his hand slightly and said, "Come with me." Seeing Chu Yang like this, Xiao Hua frowned and said indifferently, "Where is Deacon Chu taking me?" Chu Yang glanced at Xiao Hua. His expression was still indifferent. He turned to Chu Jing and said, "Chu Jing, tell Daoist Xiao about my Chu clan's arrangements." "Yes, Grandmaster." Chu Jing agreed and explained to Xiao Hua. "Daoist Xiao, you should know that during this period of time, many cultivators have come to the blood pool of gods and devils. My Chu clan doesn't have many disciples to receive them. My Chu clan has a special place to receive the seniors who have been personally invited by my Chu clan's disciples. And for the seniors who don't have a token, my Chu clan also has a place to receive them. But the conditions may be a bit poor." Seeing that Chu Jing didn't dare to say anything, Chu Yang glared at him and said, "There are many cultivators who have come to the blood pool of gods and devils. There are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist disciples and Taoist cultivators. In order to not cause any disputes, my Chu clan has also arranged for Buddhist disciples and Taoist cultivators who don't have tokens to other places." Hearing this, Xiao Hua was a bit displeased. Although his temperament was tranquil and he didn't like fame, he also didn't want to be evaded like this. He originally didn't want to come to the blood pool of gods and devils to join in the fun. But after hearing Song Zixiong and Zhu Cheng's words, he felt that it was reasonable and came over. But he didn't expect that even the patrolling disciples of the Chu clan had a cultivation of third-grade essence energy. This great deacon in front of him was actually an upper fourth-grade essence energy. If a fourth-grade Confucian clan was already like this, then what about second-grade and third-grade clans? The strength of a fifth-grade elemental force that he had displayed was probably not even worthy of their attention. Why would he stick his warm face to their cold butts for no reason? "Never mind." Xiao Hua waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, ding ding dong dong, a burst of musical instruments rang out. Everyone looked up and saw that on the left side of the sky, a white cloud with a faint pink color was surging over like a tide. On the cloud, there were several rocks that were nearly 100 zhang in size pulling a large boat over. The sound of the musical instruments came from the large boat. The large boat was flying very fast, but in a moment, it was already close. Xiao Hua and the others could clearly see that there was a beautiful lily engraved on the large boat. This lily was shining with a pink brilliance. Countless noble qi came from all directions and rushed into this lily. A majestic and quiet atmosphere was born from this lily, making people feel respect in their hearts. "Lilies?" Xiao Hua frowned slightly as if he had thought of something. Sure enough, Chu Yang, who was still somewhat absent-minded, looked at the large boat with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He whispered, "Murong clan? Why would they come to the demon god blood pool?" Hearing the words Murong clan, Xiao Hua naturally thought of Murong Tsongyun, the mysterious woman that he had only heard of in Star-Picking Pavilion. Actually, until now, Xiao Hua still didn't understand Murong Tsongyun's cultivation. He also didn't understand why Murong Tsongyun withdrew from the bidding for the Pegasus. When the large boat of the Murong clan appeared, the originally quiet surroundings of the demon god blood pool suddenly became lively. Many patrolling disciples who were dressed like Chu Jing flew over from afar. Some cultivators also flew out from the restriction on the ground. On the other side of the demon god blood pool, several sword lights whistled and rushed to the front of the crowd. When the sword lights appeared, 3 middle-aged Confucian cultivators with 6th-level cultivation appeared. The one in front had a slightly bulging forehead and bright eyes. He stood in midair like a flying sword. Xiao Hua originally wanted to leave, but at this moment, a few Chu clan disciples were standing in the air. Although they weren't densely packed, they were clearly a kind of support. Seeing Chu Yang and Chu Jing standing with their hands behind their backs and faces full of respect, Xiao Hua knew that it wasn't a good time to leave, so he simply landed on the flying carriage and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He would wait for the Murong clan's large boat to land. The Murong clan's flying boat approached, and the surging aura became increasingly dense. This aura was like a mountain that covered the entire side of the demon god blood pool. Even Xiao Hua, who was sitting on the flying carriage, felt as if a large stone was pressing down on his heart. He couldn't breathe, not to mention the Chu clan disciples who were only 3rd-level cultivators. Each and every one of them trembled in midair, trying their best not to fall from the sky. Sigh, Xiaohua frowned slightly and sighed in his heart. He knew that this was a kind of honor for the Murong clan, a first-grade aristocratic family, and a kind of top-down view for the Chu clan, a fourth-grade aristocratic family. I really don't know what the situation will be like when a first-grade aristocratic family's flying boat appears. Seeing that the flying boat had stopped, rosy clouds gushed out from both sides of the boat. The entire front of the flying boat began to turn transparent, and a few women dressed in palace attire holding musical instruments such as zither, chimes, and pipa flew out on colorful clouds. The three Confucian cultivators hurriedly went forward and bowed. Juniors Chu Jianjun, Chu Hong and Chu Pingjing greet Senior Murong. Juniors didn't know that Senior was coming, so we didn't greet you. We were really negligent. And get up. A very lazy voice came from the flying boat. This old man didn't greet Brother Yoji and came uninvited, so I can't blame you all. Senior, please know that our clan head didn't come to the demon god blood pool. The one in charge today is Martial Uncle Zhongyu. Chu Jianjun respectfully replied. So it's Brother Zhongyu. That person still didn't show himself. This old man hasn't seen him for 40 years. As he spoke, two eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything fell from the flying boat. They swept through every part of the demon god blood pool faster than divine sense. Senior. Seeing this, Chu Jianjun hurriedly smiled and said, Martial Uncle Zhongyu isn't here right now. According to the message, he will come in 10 days. If Senior is in a hurry, this junior will send a message to Martial Uncle. No need. Following this voice, a young man with a face as white as jade wearing a brocade robe and a jade crown appeared from the flying boat. This young man's face was covered in a layer of light purple divine light, making him look very luxurious. Following the young man was a tall woman. This woman wore a pink robe, and her face was also as white as jade with a faint red halo. Her bright eyes and white teeth made her look like a peach blossom from afar. This old man just happened to pass by and heard that the Chu clan was doing something in the demon god blood pool, so I came to take a look. I have no intention of disturbing the Chu clan, so there's no need to inform them. The young man's figure flew and landed in front of the flying boat. His eyes flashed with multicolored light as he looked at the demon god blood pool with interest. Yes, this junior understands. Chu Jianjun replied in a low voice. He didn't dare say anything else and stood there respectfully. After a while, the young man raised his head and the light in his eyes disappeared. He looked at Chu Jianjun and smiled. Your Chu clan is really generous. It seems, you've been paying attention to the demon god blood pool for a long time, right? This is just a small trick. Senior, please don't laugh at us. Chu Jianjun smiled apologetically. Compared to the Murong clan, my Chu clan is really insignificant. Speaking of the demon god chess. The corner of the young man's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This old man has long heard of it. Now that I have the chance to see its true appearance, this old man can't help but want to stay and take a look. Chu Jianjun's expression slightly changed, then he smiled and said, if Senior wants to take a look, we'll find the demon god chess in the demon god blood pool and report to the clan head. We'll definitely send the chest to Senior's residence. What? You don't want me to stay? The young man's expression became cold as if he was a bit angry. Chu Jianjun hurriedly said, of course not. Senior misunderstood. Senior is a void refinement and heavenly fusion grandmaster. The demon god blood pool is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den in our eyes, but in your eyes, it's only a blood field. My Chu clan can't wait to welcome Senior's help. How could we not want Senior to stay? Actually, if we knew Senior would come, why would our Chu clan spend so much effort to send out invitations on the hidden immortal continent? Haha. The young man laughed and pointed at Chu Jianjun. You little child, what kind of person do you think this old man is? How could I compete with you juniors for the demon god chess? If I make a move, won't Chu Yun scold me to death in the future? Fine. Since the demon god blood pool is so heavily guarded, I can't even see what's going on. Why would I stay here? Seventh granduncle? Just as the young man waved his sleeves and was about to turn around, the woman beside him said in a low voice, Yun'er wants to stay here and watch the show. The woman's voice wasn't loud, but no one in the sky dared to make a ruckus. Although Xiaohua wasn't close, he could still hear everything clearly. Isn't this Murong Tsongyun that he saw in Star Picking Tower a long time ago? What's there to see here? The young man was a bit shocked and asked curiously, it's just some blood and devil chi. Now there's also some underworldine chi. It's true that there are ghosts in this place, but how could there be a demon god chess? Moreover, if there was a demon god chess, how could it be our Chu clan's turn? Granduncle. Murong Tsongyun pulled the young man's sleeve and said coquettishly, Yun cultivated to the master realm with great difficulty. If I go back this time, Father will definitely make Yun go into seclusion to break through the bottleneck of chi refinement and spirit return. In the future, I won't be able to go out so easily. Just agree to Yun. No. The young man decisively refused and said indifferently, if it was somewhere else, this old man would agree. But this place is a place where 10,000 years of Yin spirits have settled down. The Yin chi and evil chi are very heavy. It's not appropriate for a little girl like you to stay here. Not only will it affect your newly cultivated realm, it will also be detrimental to your future cultivation. Granduncle. Murong Tsongyun still didn't give up and begged, if you're worried, can't you leave 2 martial uncles to accompany Yun'er? Moreover, Yun'er has old friends here. Chapter 3881. Oh. A trace of surprise appeared on the young man's face. He looked at Murong Tsongyun in confusion and asked curiously, which old friend of yours is here? Is he a disciple of the Chu clan? Murong Tsongyun blushed slightly and said with a smile, Granduncle, what are you thinking about? This old friend of mine was just a few decades ago when Yun'er hadn't broken through yet. I made friends with him during my travels. He has never seen Yun'er's true appearance. The young man seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Xiaohua's Pegasus in the distance and said with a smile, this old man remembers. Back then you said that you wanted to give this old man a Pegasus. Presumably this is it? As he spoke, the young man raised his hand. A wave of awe-inspiring chi suddenly gushed out from Xiaohua's surroundings. It was as if a large hand was grabbing the Pegasus. Although there was a lot of awe-inspiring chi, it accurately separated the flying carriage from the Pegasus. It only pulled the Pegasus towards the young man. The flying carriage didn't move at all. The Pegasus was wrapped in the awe-inspiring chi. It hurriedly flapped its wings, but unfortunately, it couldn't make any waves. The Pegasus panicked. The horn on its forehead began to spin with brilliance. Senior, what are you doing? Xiaohua's indifferent voice came from the flying carriage. Are you bullying the weak and forcefully taking my Pegasus? Following Xiaohua's words, 9 sword lights shot out from the flying chariot and rushed into the awe-inspiring aura like 9 fish. In the blink of an eye, the 9 sword lights flashed and protected the Pegasus. Clang. A loud sword cry came from the awe-inspiring aura. The dazzling sword lights actually made a big hole in the awe-inspiring aura that was holding the Pegasus. Harumph. The Pegasus was overjoyed. It neighed and flapped its light feathers. It turned into a stream of light and flew out of the big hole. The young man's move was naturally more casual, but he didn't expect Xiaohua to break the restriction. He couldn't help but snort. However, when he saw Xiaohua, who was wearing a Taoist robe, he was even more surprised. Xiaohua. Suddenly the young man seemed to think of something and whispered, He's Xiaohua from Black Wind Mountain? Is this the old friend you were talking about? Hee, that's right, 7th granduncle. Murong Tsongyun smiled and said, he's the Xiaohua that Yun'er met in Yu Province's Bronze Pillar Nation star-picking tower. Yun'er didn't expect that the unknown Xiaohua would become the famous Xiaohua of the Tao sect. If Yun'er hadn't seen the image in the jade eyes, Yun'er wouldn't have believed it. I see. I didn't expect you to have some sort of relationship with him. The young man looked at Murong Tsongyun meaningfully, as if he finally understood why she wanted to stay here. You come here. The young man raised his head to look at Xiaohua and called out without any trace of politeness. Xiaohua stood on top of the flying carriage and saw that the young man's gaze was like a sharp sword that could pierce through him. He knew that this young man was just as Chu Jianjun said. Although he was a great grandmaster, this great grandmaster was a void fusion stage great grandmaster. He was only half a step away from stepping into the realm of Sage of Literature. In terms of strength, he should be above the 7th level of origin energy, far from what Xiaohua could compare to. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then moved his body and slowly flew in front of the young man. He bowed and said, Junior Xiaohua greets Senior Murong. You're that Xiaohua of the Tao sect? The young man asked. His eyes flashed with a 5-colored brilliance as he looked at Xiaohua. He was slightly surprised in his heart. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart moved. He knew that this was an opportunity. He nodded and said, Yes, Junior is that Xiaohua. The young man didn't say anything. Suddenly he raised his right hand and bent his 5 fingers. The awe-inspiring chi in the vicinity of several li was suddenly sucked out. Even in Xiaohua's eyes, all the brilliance and scenery within a dozen li were grasped by the young man's hand. Whoa! Following a muffled sound that sounded like a water buffalo mooing, the young man's fist instantly streaked across the air and hit Xiao Hua's chest. Not good. Xiao Hua felt an indescribable suffocation. He even felt a flash of light and shadow. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. The Zhen Yuan in his body instantly surged and his entire body rapidly retreated. Xiao Hua was originally an expert in escape techniques. Even if he encountered an opponent of a higher level, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Xiao Hua's wind escape technique could also be considered to have reached the middle level. However, the young man's fist was really too fast. Xiao Hua's body had just moved when the fist had already hit Xiao Hua's body. A huge force was transmitted from the fist. A seemingly endless awe-inspiring qi also violently rushed into Xiao Hua's body. The protective Jin qi around Xiao Hua's body was shattered. Xiao Hua's figure fell to the ground like a meteorite. However, although the awe-inspiring qi was powerful and the awe-inspiring crystal threads were sharp, they only rushed into Xiao Hua's body for a few inches. They were immediately blocked by Xiao Hua's powerful body. What was special was that when Xiao Hua activated the sword qi around his body, the sword qi rushed out from the surface of his body. The awe-inspiring qi that could destroy a mountain peak was also blocked by Xiao Hua's sword qi. Damn it, too fast. Xiao Hua's body flashed with intense brilliance. His figure fell rapidly, but he was still amazed in his heart. Not to mention this distance of several zhang, even if it was a few li, his fist would still arrive in a flash. The literary sage is really the literary sage. Xiao Hua was like a meteorite. Not only was there a brilliance around his body, but there was also a strange whistling sound. There was even some mist faintly coming out from the brilliance. Boom. With a loud sound, Xiao Hua's figure crashed into the ground. The entire ground shook violently, and a deep pit of several zhang in size appeared on the ground. Seeing that Xiao Hua was hit by him without any power to fight back and crashed into the ground as he expected, the young man's expression didn't change. However, after a moment, the sword qi on Xiao Hua's body was like a hedgehog, dissolving his power. Even under the clear eyes technique, he didn't see Xiao Hua injured. The young man couldn't help but be surprised. He whispered, "Huh? This little kid is a bit strange." 7th Granduncle. Murong Tsongyun saw the young man make a move and was slightly startled. She hurriedly whispered, "Xiao Hua is just," before she could finish speaking, "Shua?" Like a gust of wind, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly flew out from the ground and landed in front of her. Although he looked a bit embarrassed, it was enough to shock Murong Tsongyun. "You're actually fine?" Murong Tsongyun asked in surprise. He hurriedly checked Xiao Hua's injuries. "Many thanks for Senior's mercy." Xiao Hua bowed to the young man and then nodded to Murong Tsongyun with a smile. "Many thanks for Miss Murong's concern. Senior Murong only wanted to test my strength. If he really wanted to make a move, how could I be here talking to Miss?" The young man saw that Xiao Hua was so relaxed and narrowed his eyes. He thoughtfully nodded and said, "Black Wind Mountain's Xiao Hua actually knows the sword qi of us Confucian cultivators. This is not only beyond this old man's expectations, but also beyond the Immortal Palace's expectations." Xiao Hua smiled and took advantage of the situation to respectfully say, "It's not that Junior didn't want to reveal my Confucian cultivation, it's just that the Immortal Palace is too overbearing. They didn't give Junior a chance to speak at all. Not only did they set up an inescapable net, they even clamored for Junior to cripple his own cultivation and accept his punishment with the Immortal Palace. If it was a powerful expert like Senior, Junior naturally wouldn't dare to resist. But facing the immortal generals of the Immortal Palace, how could Junior just stand there and wait to be captured? Before Junior could use the sword qi of Confucian cultivators, they collapsed. Even if Junior wanted to let the Immortal Palace know that Junior has the sword qi of Confucian cultivators, I'm afraid Junior doesn't have the chance." "Ah, little child, you're right." The young man laughed. "The Immortal Palace is used to being bossy and domineering, how could they talk to you nicely? Since you can take a punch from this old man and come out unscathed, that bullshit true monarch Qingyuan is nothing more than a loyal lackey of the immortal emperor. Speaking of strength, how could he be your opponent?" Xiao Hua modestly said, "Junior is just a lonely duckweed in the hidden immortal continent. How could Junior dare to compare with the great general of the Sun Palace?" "Forget it. This old man is Murong Jiang, remember this." The young man waved his hand and said with a smile, "Nowadays, it's rare to have a cultivator like you who's proficient in both Taoism and Confucianism on the hidden immortal continent. Today I have something to do, so I won't stay here for long. When Yun returns to the Murong family, you can come with him." This old man is very optimistic about you. Is that so? Xiao Hua's face lit up. He bowed and said, Junior thanks Senior Morong. Haha. While Morong Jiang was laughing, his figure flashed in the air. While his voice and smiling face were still in the air, Morong Jiang's figure had already landed on the big boat. Looking at the palace maid and the boy who flew out earlier, they once again played their musical instruments and flew towards the big boat. Seeing that everyone from the Morong family had boarded the big boat, leaving only Morong Tsongyun behind, Xiao Hua understood that this was Morong Jiang's real test for him. If he could protect Morong Tsongyun in the blood pool of gods and devils, he would be able to obtain the protection of the Morong family. However, what surprised Xiao Hua was that Morong Tsongyun's face slightly changed. When he saluted the big boat, his lips actually moved slightly, as if he was sending a sound transmission. If Xiao Hua wasn't very close to Morong Tsongyun, he might not have noticed this change in expression. Sure enough, after Morong Tsongyun saluted, another figure flew down from the big boat. It was an old man. 14th uncle. Morong Tsongyun greeted with a smile, thank you for accompanying Yun here. If you only know how to cause trouble. The old man glared at Morong Tsongyun as if he was scolding him. However, his expression didn't seem like one. Xiao Hua helplessly saluted again and said, Junior Xiao Hua greets Senior. Get up. This old man is Morong Junpeng. I am Yun uncle. After the old man finished scolding Morong Tsongyun, he turned to Xiao Hua and said, this old man has also heard of nephew Zhao's fame of killing the immortal soldiers of the immortal palace. It is indeed satisfying. Chapter 3882. Morong Junpeng looked around and activated the paperweight to open the door. He looked at Xiao Hua and smiled, if nephew Xiao doesn't mind, why don't you come with us? This old man may have some matters to discuss with you. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, although Senior Morong asked me to protect Miss Morong with Senior here, there is no need for me to do anything. I will ask the Chu family to set up a small pavilion. If Senior needs anything, feel free to inform me. Morong Junpeng didn't force him. He glanced at Morong Tsongyun and flew into the pavilion. Morong Tsongyun smiled sweetly at Xiao Hua and also flew in. Soon after, Xiao Hua called over 2 Chu clan disciples and also set up a small pavilion. Then he also flew inside. This was a very exquisite pavilion, no different from the usual ones. However, there were faint flashes of dark clouds everywhere in this pavilion, and inscriptions were faintly discernible. Xiao Hua sat in the main hall and looked around. He didn't find anything strange, but he still cautiously took out a jade talisman and set up a simple formation. He then sat on a chair and frowned. Master. After a while, Fujiwen said in a low voice, do you really want the Morong family's protection? If not, you must tell them as soon as possible, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Fujiwen knew that his master's cultivation was unfathomable, but sometimes he didn't understand the rules of the hidden immortal continent, so he reminded him in a low voice. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, do you think I want to rely on the Morong family? Do I need to rely on the Morong family? That's true. Fujiwen nodded, but master, if you don't plan to do so, you must tell Morong Tsongyun as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the Morong family misunderstands, it will be difficult for master. The immortal palace is in charge of Confucian affairs, so they might not put master in their eyes, but the Morong family won't. If they get angry, they will definitely keep an eye on master. Not only will it be difficult for master to continue cultivating, the Fortune Gates matters will also be leaked. At that time, it will be a disaster. AI, do you think master is willing? Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. This Morong family suddenly appeared, and Morong Tsongyun also recognized master's Pegasus. Who knows what she was thinking, insisting on master staying behind. Especially that Morong Jiang. The moment they met, he immediately tried to probe. He was a 7th level Origin Energy Grandmaster, half a step away from becoming a sage of literature. Since master wanted to form alliances, he naturally had to make friends with such an expert. But who would have thought that he would actually want me to follow Morong Tsongyun back to the Morong family? This kind of obvious solicitation. I don't dare to reject him in front of his face. Looks like we can only take one step at a time. Of course, Fujiwen also knew Xiao Hua's awkwardness, so he smiled and said, maybe Marshal Uncle Morong has a good impression of master. Tisk, would you even believe what you just said? Xiao Hua sneered, you're just a little son of the Fu family, yet you have to think for the Fu family. Morong Tsongyun's marriage is something she can decide on her own? That's true. Fu Jiwen smiled cheekily. Why don't we elope? Since Master has already offended the Immortal Palace, there's no need to be afraid of offending the Murong family. Wouldn't it be easy to leave the hidden Immortal Continent and fly away together? Pa! Xiaohua angrily hit Fu Jiwen's head and scolded, why don't you elope with Bien? It's not that Disciple doesn't want to, but Disciple doesn't have the ability to attract bees and butterflies. Just seeing Disciple once is enough to make people think of Disciple. Fu Jiwen replied in a serious manner, but his words were not serious at all. Xiaohua angrily said, how can there be such a shameless disciple who dares to talk to Master like that? Do you still want to cultivate or not? Yes, Disciple was wrong. Fu Jiwen hurriedly pulled a long face. If you still know that you were wrong? Xiaohua was even more annoyed. He coldly snorted and said, do you think that Murong Tsongyan calling me Master is a good thing? Why do I feel that there's something strange about it? Yes, Disciple also thinks so. Fu Jiwen obviously didn't see the change in Murong Tsongyan's expression. He was just being perfunctory. No, how can Master allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? It's better to take the initiative. Xiaohua promptly stood up from his seat and said, Master is going out for a walk. Are you coming with Master? Or do you want to return to the Kunlun Mirror to cultivate? Disciple is naturally willing to return to the Kunlun Mirror to cultivate. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, although Disciple's cultivation is higher than Lu Yi and the others, these junior brothers are all abnormal. Disciple also wants to make the best use of his time. Xiaohua knew that his disciples were all gifted. Not to mention that Wu Tian was stronger than Fu Jiwen, even Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan's cultivation wasn't too far off from Fu Jiwen's. Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei and Yuan Ye couldn't compare to Fu Jiwen, but the three of them had endless potential. Now they were like dragons trapped in the sea. Their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. As long as Fu Jiwen slacked off in less than 100 years, the three of them would surpass Fu Jiwen. Forget it, go back and cultivate. Xiaohua said with a smile, this place is indeed dangerous. Wait for Master to go out and call you out. After sending Fu Jiwen back to the space, Xiaohua walked out of the pavilion and called the disciples of the Chu family to ask them. After confirming that there were no obstructions within the restriction, he slowly flew towards the demonic god's blood pool. After flying for a while, Xiaohua stopped in midair. The closer he got to the demonic god's blood pool, the more powerful the pressure on his mind became. The feeling that originally attracted Xiaohua gradually weakened. The blood sea that was only 10,000 li away seemed to be endless under this pressure. A feeling of being an ant involuntarily emerged in his heart. What is this blood sea? Looking at the engraved blood traces that were constantly changing, Xiaohua knew that the raging waves in the blood sea were far from what he had imagined. Xiaohua couldn't help but ponder, if it's the Netherworld's blood sea, then it doesn't have the Netherworld's qi. If it's something from the demon realm, then it also doesn't have the demon realm's qi. However, whether it's the Netherworld's qi or the demon realm's qi, this Xiao should be able to sense it. In particular, according to the disciples of the Chu family, the demonic god's blood pool had a strange change a month ago because of the 100 Ghosts parade. If I say that it has nothing to do with the Netherworld's qi, who would believe me? Thinking, Xiaohua urged his figure to fly along the edge of the demonic god's blood pool, then continued to fly forward. Within the Chu family's barrier there were many pavilions, but the demonic god's blood pool's aura was very strong, so there weren't many cultivators moving around within the barrier. Even if there were some Confucian cultivators who came out to explore like Xiaohua, when these people saw Xiaohua, they all avoided him and were unwilling to meet face to face with him. After flying for a while, Xiaohua saw that there really wasn't anything special. The barrier of the demonic god's blood pool was very firm and he couldn't see any flaws. Just as he was about to return on a protruding cliff, Xiaohua saw an unfamiliar person sitting there blankly, staring at the demonic god's blood pool in front of him. He didn't know what he was thinking. Wasn't this person the head deacon Chu Yang who had greeted Xiaohua before? Xiaohua looked around and didn't see any disciples of the Chu family. There weren't even any pavilions in the surroundings. Xiaohua followed Chu Yang's gaze and stared at the demonic god's blood pool for a long time, but he still didn't see any clues. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua flew up the cliff and stood on the left side. He cupped his hands and said, "Immortal friend Chu, this Xiao greets you." Who would have thought that Chu Yang didn't seem to hear him and only looked at the demonic god's blood pool without replying? Xiaohua also felt strange, so he simply stood there and looked at the demonic god's blood pool. The waves of blood in the demonic god's blood pool were still the same as before, wantonly fluttering and swaying at will, without any rules or direction. Strands of black flames that suddenly appeared also didn't have any fixed trajectory. They suddenly appeared along with the waves of blood, then were extinguished by the waves of blood. One after another they seemed to be endless. Perhaps after half an hour, Chu Yang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Do you think this demonic god's blood pool is living happily?" What? Xiao Hua was stunned. He almost doubted his own ears and blurted out this question. This black chi wave is obviously different from the demonic god's blood pool, so why did it desperately appear and mix with the demonic god's blood pool? In just a few breaths, the demonic god's blood pool was extinguished and disappeared. You say, in this short period of time, what do you think it wants? Xiao Hua touched his nose and asked very strangely, "This Xiao isn't a demonic god's blood pool, nor is it black chi. I'm afraid it's not easy to guess what they're thinking. If you want to know, you can go in and ask." You're right. Guessing outside, in the end it's just guessing and not the truth. The most important thing is to go in and ask. Chu Yang muttered almost to himself. Xiao Hua looked at this very strange person and smiled as he cupped his hands and said, "This Xiao won't delay immortal friend Chu's enlightenment any longer. Goodbye." But at this moment, Chu Yang asked very abruptly, "Then, what do you think people live for?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and stood there blankly for a moment. This sentence was like a bolt of lightning that struck him. Yes, what do people live for? Xiao Hua muttered to himself, but his heart was like a raging sea. From time to time, some strange scenes would appear in his mind. It was as if Xiao Hua had also thought about this question before, or perhaps these scenes were some of Xiao Hua's memories from before. Of course, at this moment, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was very strong. He was comprehending the heavenly Tao and also comprehending karma. He was cultivating Taoist techniques and also familiar with scriptures. His chest was filled with an awe-inspiring aura, and his blood also refined a strange demonic aura. He wouldn't be stumped by this extremely simple question even though it was full of philosophy. However, he still took a deep breath and said to this Chu clan disciple in front of him who had a whole new level of respect, "Perhaps I don't know why other people live. However, this Xiao is well aware of the reason why I'm alive." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. His eyes were still flickering with doubt. "What do you live for?" Chapter 3883. I live so that some people can live better lives. Xiao Hua said word by word, "My life was saved by the person I love and also by the person who cares about me. I live so that I won't let their deaths down. If I live, they will have a chance to live. If I die, they won't live either. If I live, I can let more people live, let them see the sun tomorrow, let them eat food to fill their stomachs." You live really nobly, really great. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. I don't know how many sanctimonious people have said these words. But after these people said these words, they turned around and did something that angered both men and gods, and did something that offended the heavens and reason. Maybe others do. But I don't. Although Xiao Hua didn't know why Chu Yang said this, he still answered sincerely, "If you just think like this, what sunlight is there in this world? What is there to be reluctant to leave in this world?" Yes, I just feel that there is nothing in this world to be reluctant to leave. Chu Yang nodded and looked at Shuizhe again. It can't be. Xiao Hua stared blankly, sizing up Chu Yang from head to toe. He didn't quite understand. No matter what, this Chu Yang was still a grandmaster who was around the 4th level of elemental energy. Since he had cultivated to such a level, how could he have such an outrageous idea? What Immortal Chu said is really ridiculous. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Since the day we started cultivating, we were under the control of Confucian cultivators. Every time we made some progress in cultivation, we would be persecuted by Confucian cultivators. We went through a lot of trouble to cultivate to the Yuanying level, but in the end we were still killed by the Immortal Palace. We didn't even complain about such a tragic fate. Every day we had to work hard to gather energy into our bodies, refine our meridians and raise our babies. Immortal Chu Yang was born in a Confucian family, and you had cultivation methods, medicinal pills and Confucian classics. You were more than 100 times more fortunate than us Taoist cultivators. What are you doubting?" "My pain isn't your pain. How do you know?" Chu Yang replied indifferently. These words made Xiao Hua choke. However, Xiao Hua thought for a moment and still said, "A mayfly's life is born at sunrise and dies at sunset. Although it's short, it's still a walk in the world. Since one would leave a mark in this world, then the 6 paths reincarnation would surely record it as well. I might not know what a mayfly can do in its lifetime, but since humans can live longer than mayflies, why can't humans do more? People of the secular world gave birth to children, opened up wastelands and farmed. They were either mediocre or their names were passed down through the ages. They were still alive. Being alive might not have any meaning, but if they were not alive, then there was no meaning at all. Since we can set foot on the path of cultivation and become cultivators, let alone Confucian cultivators, Taoist sects, and Buddhist sects, they all have their own divine abilities. These divine abilities are not for showing off, but to let us live better, to let us use these divine abilities, to let others live better. Although Xiaohua's eloquence was not as good as Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's or Buddha Bodhi's, he was still able to talk non-stop. However, no matter how much Xiaohua said, Chuyang was still indifferent. He looked at the blood waves indifferently and did not say another word. Forget it. Xiaohua said a lot and felt his mouth and tongue dry. He stopped and said, I'm afraid it's not easy for me to explain this profound truth of life. If fate allows it in the future, I'll ask a senior monk of Buddhist sects to explain it to you. No need. Chuyang did not turn his head and said in a low voice, In my life, other than my parents who patiently explained these things to me, no one else could explain this question so deeply. It's not a coincidence that you could cultivate to such a level. Moreover, I also believe that your future prospects are incomparably brilliant. While they were talking, a palm-sized flying crane landed from a distance and stopped right next to Xiaohua. Chuyang turned his head and looked at the lilies on the flying crane. He said, Miss Morong is calling you. You should go quickly. If you're interested, come here 3 days later at this time. I'll tell you some secrets. Okay. Xiaohua grabbed the flying crane and opened it to take a look. He nodded and said, I'll definitely come at that time. Xiaohua flew away. Chuyang still did not move. He stood there like a senior monk meditating. There are strange people every year, but there are especially many this year. Xiaohua laughed secretly while flying. If this question was asked by a 10 or 20-year-old youth, it would be understandable. This Chuyang has lived for who knows how many years. Why is he still distressed over this? This is really unimaginable. Could it be that this Chuyang has some unknown pain in secret? Thinking about this, Xiaohua unconsciously looked forward to the appointment 3 days later. The palace that Murong Junping and Murong Tsongyun were in was very eye-catching. Xiaohua found it without much effort. After entering the palace, he found out that the Chu family had sent the Jade Eye Scroll over while he was away. Inside it was a detailed record of the plan to find the demon god chess in the demonic god blood pool. Of course there were some details, but all of them were just guesses. They could only be used as a reference. Xiaohua removed the jade eyes from his forehead and handed it back to Murong Tsongyun. He said, When I came here before I had some thoughts. But since Senior Murong has entrusted me with this task, I will definitely put Miss Murong's safety first. I don't care about these details. Haha Xiaohua. Murong Junping was very satisfied with Xiaohua's words. He smiled and said, This time the Chu clan is looking for the demon chess in the god and devil blood pool with great fanfare. Not to mention that the demon chess is only an imperial weapon, it can at most be considered one of the top 10 imperial weapons. And these 10 imperial weapons are nothing but a joke in the eyes of scholarly cultivator clans like us. Therefore there are many scholarly cultivators coming to the god and devil blood pool, but there are very few 4th class and above disciples. 7th granduncle came here purely out of curiosity. He didn't have any intention of interfering. Yun-er didn't stay here to cause trouble. Rather, 7th granduncle found something strange after looking at the god and devil blood pool, so he let Yun-er stay. Of course, 7th granduncle also saw that your skills were extraordinary, so he took advantage of the situation to let you protect Yun-er. Therefore, although these details aren't important, we still have to pay attention to them and carefully deal with them. Only then can we expose the Chu clan's cover-up. Xiaohua was shocked. He finally understood the change in expression on Murong Tsongyun's face. There were so many secrets behind this. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, Senior, isn't this forcing a duck onto a perch? Junior really didn't think so much. Since Senior Murong wants to investigate, why don't you sneak into the god and devil blood pool and take a look? Making us come, how can it be as convenient as him? You think 7th granduncle doesn't want to? You think I'm willing to take the risk? Murong Tsongyun curled his lips and said, This god and devil blood pool is now covered by the Chu clan's formation. If 7th granduncle enters, he will inevitably be discovered by the Chu clan. Moreover, the god and devil blood pool itself is extremely powerful. Even with 7th Granduncle's ability, he doesn't dare to take the risk. 7th Granduncle saw that your Taoist body tempering technique is very powerful, so he let you stay here with the excuse of protecting me. Protecting me is secondary. Finding out the truth is the most important. Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. He had guessed a lot before, but he didn't expect that the reality was even more bizarre than his guesses. The Chu clan's true goal of finding treasures in the God and Devil blood pool was far from what he could achieve. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua said, "Sai, Senior Murong really thinks too highly of me. Although I'm a Taoist body cultivator, how can it be compared to Senior's void fusion stage subbody?" Yun are already told 7th Granduncle about this situation. Otherwise, 7th Granduncle wouldn't have let me come. Murong Junping said with a smile, "What 7th Granduncle means is that you just have to do your best. Regardless of success or failure, this is a merit. 7th Granduncle can also speak up for you in front of the clan head. After all, this risks offending the Immortal Palace. 7th Granduncle can't just casually make a decision." "Alright, this junior understands." Xiaohua nodded. "Let's discuss the details of the Jade Eyes again. It might not be completely foolproof." "Good." Murong Junping said with a smile, "That's how it should be." Then Murong Tsongyun placed the Jade Eyes on Ryu's forehead and carefully read the details inside. Murong Junping also combined what he knew and slowly added. Unknowingly, 3 days passed by very quickly. Seeing that the details of this treasure hunt were correct, even if the Chu clan made any strange movements, they would be able to calmly deal with it. Xiaohua stood up and said, "At this point we should still go and take a look. If it's inconvenient for the two of you, I'll go myself." "And this old man has the same idea," Murong Junping said with a smile. "Once we go out, the Chu clan will definitely have spies following us. They won't be able to find anything. It's better for this old man to go. I'll definitely report everything that fellow immortal Xiao has done to 7th Granduncle." Murong Tsongyun looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "However, you have to be careful. I still want you to accompany me back to Murong Mountain Manor." The beautiful woman smiled beautifully. If true feelings entered the eyes, the beautiful woman was concerned. If true feelings entered the heart, Xiaohua's heart swayed. He said loudly, "Jinxiao, don't worry. I'll definitely bring you back to Murong Mountain Manor safely. I believe in you." Murong Tsongyun faintly smiled and sent Xiaohua out of the hall. However, just as Xiaohua left, Murong Junpeng activated the origin formation in the hall and said faintly, "Yun, shouldn't have pulled Xiaohua in. I feel that this Xiaohua is a bit strange. I'm afraid it will have some effect on your test this time." 14th Granduncle, "Can you blame Yun'er?" Murong Tsongyun sneered and said, "The clan only sent 2 uncles to protect Yun'er. Yun'er can't guarantee that he will be able to escape unscathed from such a powerful demonic god blood pool. Yun'er only saw a Taoist cultivator and felt that he was somewhat useful, so I wanted to borrow some external strength." In the end, 7th Granduncle immediately sent 14th Granduncle alone. Now, even if Xiaohua is a bit strange, what can this boy do? Chapter 3884. "This is the clan's test for you?" Murong Junpeng smiled bitterly and said, "How could you go through so many twists and turns? Now, I've also been pulled in by you." Xiaohua didn't know that there were so many secrets of the Murong clan. He had already flown to the cliff, and was waiting to inquire about the secrets of the Chu clan. He was still wondering if he could find out the true purpose of the Chu clan from Chu Yang's mouth. "Xiaohua, have you seen with your own eyes how your parents were wrongly accused and died under the family law?" Chu Yang asked Xiaohua the moment he saw him. Xiaohua was startled. He shook his head and said, "I'm a Tao cultivator, not a Confucian clan. I've never had such a cruel experience." But then Xiaohua comforted Chu Yang and said, "I sympathize with your experience, but it's all in the past. You still have to think about your parents' advice and live for yourself." "I haven't either." Chu Yang ignored Xiaohua and said again. Xiaohua was startled. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know how to respond. "But I've seen it." Chu Yang didn't need Xiaohua to answer. He continued, "I have a younger cousin named Chu Nan. He's about the same age as me. When we were both 10 years old, his parents and mine were wronged at the same time. But in the end, his parents were executed by the clan's rules while mine survived." Speaking until here, Chu Yang hesitated. Xiaohua didn't ask and just listened quietly. "I was very happy at first but also sad for Chu Nan. I often comforted him. Even my parents want to adopt Chu Nan and raise him as their own. But not long after, Chunan no longer paid attention to me, and also no longer paid attention to my parents. The matter of adoption was also put aside. At first, I was very surprised and always wanted to find him. After all, Chunan and I grew up together. But Chunan always avoided me. Even if he couldn't avoid me, he would still look at me coldly and treat me as an enemy. After a period of time, I finally heard some rumors and understood why Chunan hated me. Because, when my parents and his parents were wronged, his parents did not give in and spoke the truth. My parents bowed and bent their knees, and even pushed the blame to my parents who heard it. The result is obvious. Those who submit live and those who are upright die. Actually, Xiaohua couldn't help but say, sometimes people have no choice but to give in, be it for yourself or for your child. However, Xiaohua also felt that his tone was very weak and couldn't prove anything. That's not the most important part. Chu Yang shook his head and said, the key point is that Chunan didn't live for long. During one of his training, he coincidentally died in an accident. This accident was too unexpected. Even I felt that it was a coincidence, but no one asked about it. I asked my parents about it, but all I got in return was a slap. So, from then on, I've been thinking about what people live for. For justice? For the sake of living? For the family? Or for myself? Chu Yang was almost muttering to himself, I don't understand. My parents can't answer me either. Many people in the clan even think of me as a lunatic. Before I entered the 5th grade of Origin Energy, I often went to the hidden immortal continent to gain experience. I've seen countless people's ugly faces, and I've also seen many righteous and kind people. However, I didn't see any meaning in them. Not to mention those evil people, they are purely selfish and deserve to die. Even among those kind people, how many of them are sanctimonious? How many of them are fishing for fame? From them, I only see selfish desires. Actually, not to mention them, even I feel that I'm ugly. I don't want to cultivate, but if I don't cultivate, I can't live in the clan. I have no choice but to cultivate. But in order to cultivate, I have no choice but to flatter others against my will and do things that I don't want to do. Is this the meaning of living? Actually, if I lived like this, I might not be able to live until today. I'm afraid that I would have died long ago. The reason why I lived at first was to avenge Chunan, then was to avenge my parents. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp and ruthless light. In the end, my parents couldn't escape from that person's evil clutches. 20 years later, when no one in the clan was paying attention to that matter, that person finally made his move. Although that person did it very secretly, I clearly know that it was that person who did it. Since then, I have been very careful and never gave that person the slightest chance. And I also racked my brains to raise my cultivation, to find a chance of survival from that person's evil clutches. Xiaohua, tell me, what meaning can there be in living like this? By chance, I made a great contribution to the clan and received a reward to enter the treasure room to find a secret technique to cultivate. I obtained a secret technique called the Life and Death Talisman from the secret stone slab. Do you know what the Life and Death Talisman is? It was a situation where one could neither live nor die, and one could only seek a breakthrough between life and death. In order to cultivate, I was in a state of indifference between life and death every day, suffering in pain. It's just that while I was cultivating, that person was also improving. Although his improvement wasn't as fast as mine, his strength was originally stronger than mine. After so many years, even though I had already stepped into the 5th grade of Essence Energy, I still couldn't catch up to him. I originally thought that as long as I had the Life and Death Talisman technique, I would catch up to him sooner or later and behead him under my sword. But until 30 years ago, when the sword energy in my Dantian started to show signs of going out of control, I suddenly realized that the Life and Death Talisman wasn't a perfect technique. At the end of cultivation, the sword energy would eventually break free from my control, and my entire body would be engulfed by this sword energy. The so-called Life and Death Talisman is a talisman that turns life into death. It's a secret technique that uses the body to refine talismans. Xiaohua, up until now, do you know the despair and disappointment in my heart? Even if it's God, he won't let me live a good life. He's so biased towards that evil person, so jealous of good people. In this world, is there still justice? Is there still fairness? Xiaohua was really speechless. All the comforting words in front of Chu Yang's bitter experience were pale and powerless, and turned into mere words. Perhaps this Xiao can help you perfect your technique. Xiaohua thought for a moment, and then suggested in a low voice. If it was 30 years ago, this Chu might have listened to these words. Chu Yang sighed and said, but 30 years later these words are meaningless. Not to mention that this sword energy is getting harder and harder to control. This Chu's doubts are enough to crush this Chu. However, this Chu still wants to thank you, Xiaohua. You're the first person in this world to hear this Chu's inner thoughts. Now that this Chu has said these words, I don't have any trace of attachment. This Chu has countless regrets in this life, countless doubts, but at the last moment I don't have any more regrets. This Chu is very gratified. Hee. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, can you tell this Xiao who your enemy is? Perhaps this Xiao can join hands with you to kill him? Aha, if these words came from Murongjiang's mouth this Chu would believe it, but if it came from you, how can this Chu believe it? Chu Yang laughed and said, but who is this person? You should have seen him before. He has a sanctimonious face. Other than me, who would know what kind of outrageous things he has done in the past? I've seen him before? Xiaohua was stunned and immediately realized. He asked curiously, could it be that you're talking about Chu Jianjun? Haha, right, Chu Jianjun is such an unyielding name. Why is it occupied by such a villain? Why can't this name make him do some righteous things? Chu Yang laughed, then stood up and looked around without any reluctance. He said again, this kind of person lives freely in this world. How can there be a way for us to live in this world? Forget it, after persisting for thousands of years, in the end I still have to walk this path. I only hope that the 6 paths of reincarnation that Buddhism talks about really exist. This Chu doesn't want to be a human after reincarnation. As he spoke, the sword light around Chu Yang's body uncontrollably rushed out, and his whole body rushed towards the distant devil god blood pool. Sigh, this is really inexplicable. Xiaohua looked at Chu Yang's flying figure. He was at a complete loss. He and Chu Yang were neither relatives nor friends. But Chu Yang had said so many strange things in front of him. And he wanted to commit suicide in front of him. This was one of the most inexplicable things that Xiaohua had ever encountered in his life. However, seeing Chu Yang rush into the restriction, Xiaohua couldn't help but raise his hand to grab, and instantly imprison the space around Chu Yang. Although Chu Yang's cultivation was at the 5th level of essence energy, if he wanted to commit suicide in front of Xiaohua, it was still somewhat difficult. Buzz. Just when Xiaohua was about to confine the space, a rumbling sound suddenly came from Chu Yang's chest. A bowl-sized Buddha's light was emitted from the source of the sound. Layers upon layers of golden swan and I turned into a heavenly dragon and flew out. A huge force was sucked in from the source of Xiaohua's magic power. A sudden change occurred, and before Xiaohua could understand, the suction force enveloped Xiaohua's whole body. The true essence in his meridians left his body uncontrollably and fell into Chu Yang's body. Not only that, even the space that Xiaohua had previously imprisoned was now fragmented, and turned into fragments that fell into the Buddha light. Oh, not good. At this time, how could Xiaohua not know that he had fallen into Chu Yang's trap? That golden Hua's Buddha light was to make him activate his true essence? Xiaohua shouted, and lightning appeared around his body, and his figure retreated quickly. However, although Xiaohua's figure retreated quickly, the lightning was immediately pulled into the Buddha light as soon as it appeared. Moreover, the more Xiaohua struggled, the stronger the suction force of the Buddha light became. Xiaohua hurriedly felt as if his whole body was going to be sucked into the Buddha light. Strength of mountains. Xiaohua was shocked, and he didn't dare to think too much about the disappearance of his true essence. He hurriedly formed a Buddha seal with his hands and with a shout, he hit the Buddha light. Chapter 3885. Boom. The Buddha's light flashed slightly, and the suction force weakened slightly. Xiaohua seized this opportunity, and with the help of the fire escape technique, he suddenly disappeared from his original place. Just as Xiaohua disappeared, the Buddha's light extended more than 100 feet in the direction of Xiaohua's escape. Fortunately, Xiaohua's escape technique was good, otherwise he would still be dragged in by this Buddha's light. Damn it. Xiaohua's figure flashed from several hundred feet away. Seeing that Buddha's light was like a big hand grabbing at nothing, it immediately withdrew after missing, and he couldn't help but curse, how can this Chu Yang be a Buddhist disciple? That Buddha's light fell back to Chu Yang's chest and immediately disappeared. As for Chu Yang's figure that had rushed into the restriction, it also froze in midair. And at this time, the left half of Chu Yang's body gave birth to a gloomy black sword light. This sword light began to rapidly rotate on the left side of the Buddha's light. In contrast, the right side of Chu Yang's body gave birth to a brilliant silver-white sword light. This sword light was rotating just like the left side, but the direction was completely different. Looking at the place where the Buddha's light disappeared again, a strange talisman was emitting a familiar Tao magical power fluctuation from top to bottom. Streams of blood-red liquid were slowly extracted from Chu Yang's body in this fluctuation, and divided into two halves, falling into the left and right black and silver-white sword light. Hiss. Xiaohua looked at this strange scene, and also sensed the gloomy and cold aura in the void. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What happened in the end? Is Chu Yang going to commit suicide? Or does the Buddhist sect want to destroy the restriction? Or does the Tao sect cultivators want to provoke a war between immortals and Buddhas? Why is it that the more I look at it, the more I don't understand? In the few breaths of Xiaohua's hesitation, two muffled sounds were heard. Chu Yang's body was split into two halves by the talisman. Half of his flesh fell into the dark sword light on the left, and the other half fell into the brilliant silver sword light on the right. Humans are humans, what is life? Ghosts are ghosts, what is death? Life as a human is difficult to understand, death as a ghost is even more worrying. Chu Yang's voice was very faint. It sounded like the cry of a ghost. Why don't we turn it into a life and death talisman and wash away the shame of the Chu clan? Buzz buzz. As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, the two rotating sword beams emitted a huge roar. The Tao talisman in the middle also seeped into the sword beams. Looking from a distance, the two linked sword beams looked like a concentric knot. It also looked like a Tao talisman. It also looked like a pair of yin and yang eyes, observing all the ugliness in the world of the living and the underworld. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked. Without thinking, he waved his hand. Dozens of crystal threads that looked like dragons appeared around the life and death talisman, trying to destroy it. However, as soon as the crystal threads appeared, the life and death talisman shot out two sword rays. They twisted in the air and all the crystal threads were broken. The life and death talisman produced a suction force that swept away all the crystal threads, not allowing the crystal threads to release their power. The crystal thread entered the life and death talisman, causing it to expand by another 30%. Then it shot toward the Godfiend blood pool at lightning speed. Damn it. Just as Xiaohua was cursing, a dark light flashed around his body. Just as he raised the wishful staff, a similar curse came from a distance. Immediately, a sword beam that was several feet thick flew down like a waterfall. The sword energy was so oppressive that even Xiaohua hurriedly dodged. Looking at the distance again, Chu Jianjing rushed over with a shocked and angry expression. Boom! Chu Jianjing's sword beam was so powerful that it seemed like everything within 100 feet would be annihilated. But strangely, when the sword beam fell into the life and death talisman, the life and death talisman let out a huge roar again. It involuntarily expanded by several times. The sword beam cut through the void, and the barrier shrouded by sword energy could not stop the life and death talisman from rushing into the Godfiend blood pool's restriction. Puff! A very soft sound like a child blowing air was heard. The life and death talisman fell on the transparent barrier. No! Chu Jianjing's eyes were wide open. He shouted and stretched out his right hand. 5 sword beams flew out from his fingers and grabbed the life and death talisman on the barrier. Unfortunately, just as the 5 sword beams flew out 10 feet, the blood light in the middle of the life and death talisman disappeared in an instant. The silver-white rotating sword beam merged with the dark sword beam. Boom! This time the sound was very loud. A huge gray sword flew out from the life and death talisman and penetrated the Godfiend blood pool's barrier. Kacha! Like a chicken's shell cracking, the crack instantly spread across the entire barrier. Countless waves of blood mixed with black flames flowed out like egg white. Xiaohua, you evil path, what are you doing? Chu Jianjing roared and looked at Xiaohua angrily. Xiaohua sneered, can't you see what I'm doing? This is your Chu family's secret technique, the life and death talisman. This sword beam is also your Chu family's. What does it have to do with me? How do you know this is the life and death talisman? How do you know that this sword beam is Chu family's? Chu Jianjing shouted, could it be that you are colluding with someone from Chu family? You want to destroy my Chu family's search for the Godfiend chess? If you don't give me an explanation today, Xiaohua, what's going on? The commotion here had already alarmed everyone. Everyone flew out from the pavilion. Murong Tsongyun's anxious voice came from afar. You? Could it be that you? Seeing that the blood wave had already rushed out of the barrier, Chu Jianjing didn't hurry to reinforce the barrier or take the next step. Instead, he put the possible blame on himself. Xiao Hua already understood that what Chu Jianjing said might not be false. A person's character was not easy to change. Chu Jianjing was this kind of person who only knew how to shirk responsibility. Xiao Hua looked at the aggressive Chu Jianjing and said to Murong Tsongyun, who flew over, "Miss Murong, this matter has nothing to do with me. This is Chu family's matter. We'll talk about the details after the situation stabilizes. The most important thing now is to protect this barrier." Chu Jianjing. Murong Junpeng was beside Murong Tsongyun. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Hua is now a member of my Murong manor. My Murong family can take responsibility for his actions. Now that the barrier has changed, why aren't you hurrying to deal with it?" With Murong manor's words, I'm relieved. Chu Jianjing snorted coldly and said, "Your Murong manor must give my Chu family an explanation for this matter." Then Chu Jianjing proudly looked at Xiao Hua and coldly said, "Although this evil Taoist has evil intentions, his cultivation is still very shallow. With his little tricks, how could he possibly break my Chu family's restriction formation?" Just as Chu Jianjing said this, he heard the sound of 10,000 horses galloping in the gradually closing barrier. Moreover, indescribable groans and growls were unceasingly heard. Just as this sound fell into Xiao Hua's ears, a kind of blood-red dusk, desolate color, and an indescribable feeling arose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Battle of gods and devils? Xiao Hua's complexion suddenly changed. He thought in surprise, could it be that there's really a god and devil chess in this god and devil blood pool? Not good. This was already the second time Chu Jianjing trembled. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Hua and roar, "You? What did you do?" Xiao Hua coldly looked at this sanctimonious thing and said, "My cultivation is very shallow, what can I do? Besides, why did I come to the god and devil blood pool? Senior Chu's heart is as clear as a mirror. Why did I make myself uncomfortable for no reason? If Senior Chu wants to find the reason, it's better to settle the matter here first before talking about it." Murong Junping naturally sensed the might of the demonic god blood pool. Although most of the Chu family's barrier had been mended, within the glass-like barrier, the waves of blood that were originally like ocean waves were now even more devastating than a stormy sea. The berserk aura could no longer be concealed by the barrier, and a feeling of apocalypse arose in the hearts of all the spectators. "Brother Chu!" Murong Junping hurriedly shouted, "There's no time to lose. Quickly act according to the plan in the Jade Eyes." But Uncle Zhongyu hasn't arrived yet. This timing. Chu Jianjing was somewhat flustered and replied in a low voice, "Adapt according to the situation. It's already at this juncture, how can you think so much?" Murong Tsongyun couldn't help but shout, "All the plans of the Chu family are clearly explained in the Jade Eyes. Now it's just that the time has been brought forward. It's not a rushed response. Senior can send out a signal and quickly inform Senior Zhongyu." This responsibility? Chu Jianjing slightly bit his lips. He still couldn't make a decision. Xiao Hua smiled. He already firmly believed in Chu Yang's encounter. Perhaps Chu Yang was hiding something from him, but Chu Yang definitely didn't have the intention to deceive him. Or perhaps Chu Yang himself was deceived by others. Buddhist sect? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the Buddhist light in front of Chu Yang's chest. But before Xiao Hua could speak, Murong Tsongyun glanced at Murong Junping and shouted, "Senior, this junior can bear this responsibility. You don't need to worry, you can give the order now." Xiao Hua was once again surprised by the strange scene in front of him. Murong Tsongyun was a junior. It was reasonable to say that he shouldn't say such words in front of Murong Junping. But Murong Junping didn't hear anything strange. Even Chu Jianjing felt that it was normal. Xiao Hua couldn't help but secretly ponder, "Damn it, could it be that there's a secret that I don't know?" "All right." Chu Jianjing looked at Murong Tsongyun's determined appearance and nodded. "Since Miss Murong said so, this old man will listen to Miss Murong." Chu Jianjing pushed his responsibility to Murong Tsongyun. But not only was Murong Tsongyun not displeased, he was even eager to give it a try. He urged, "Senior, quickly give the order. If it's late it will be troublesome." Seeing this, Chu Jianjing didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and took out a small sword the size of a palm. Sword energy spurted out from his mouth. That small sword emitted a clear cry and flew into the distance. A strange sword cry was mixed with an indescribable fluctuation. Even when the sword light flew, a hazy figure was revealed in the entire barrier. Chapter 3886. Senior Chu. When Murong Tsongyun saw the signal, the anxiety on his face lessened. He urged, Junior has already seen the plan in the Jade Eye. Junior will go with 14th uncle to the place we agreed on. Senior should also quickly arrange for the Chu family disciples to act according to the plan. AI, since things have reached this point, we can only do this. Chu Jinjin sighed and fiercely glared at Xiaohua. His figure turned into a sword and disappeared. Xiaohua. Murong Junpeng couldn't help but ask, what is going on? Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Junior has fallen into the Buddhist sect's trap. However, I'm afraid there's no time to talk about it. Buddhist sect. Murong Junpeng was shocked. He turned to look at Murong Tsongyun. Both of their eyes flashed with shock. How do you know it's the Buddhist sect? Murong Tsongyun asked. However, before her voice fell, a strange whistling sound came from the top of the barrier. The dark restriction above Xiaohua and the others broke inch by inch. Tens of millions of wind particles were blown out from the demonic god blood and crazily rushed in all directions. Damn it! Murong Tsongyun clenched his teeth. 14th uncle, I'm afraid the demonic god blood has changed again. Let's act according to the Chu family's plan. I hope that acting in advance won't affect the future plans. Since things have reached this point, we can only do this. Murong Junpeng replied. He glanced at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, there's no need to say anything else. Let's act according to the plan we discussed before. Xiaohua nodded. His figure followed Murong Junpeng and Murong Tsongyun to the sky. At this moment, tens of thousands of cultivators had already appeared in the sky. They all activated their magic power and true qi. According to the Chu family's arrangement, they were scattered around the demonic god blood. At this moment, the god-fiend blood pool in front of everyone's eyes, which was originally a bloody mist, began to condense into blood stains. Roaring like a tsunami, ear-piercing sounds and chaotic fluctuations constantly rushed out in all directions. The originally clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. The dark clouds were constantly rolling and were also stained with traces of blood. This was caused by the god-fiend blood pool's bloody mist soaring into the sky. Not good. Looking at these filthy clouds, Xiaohua was secretly alarmed. He hastily calculated, although the amount of blood mist rushing into the clouds isn't much, and it doesn't mean much to many cultivators if it turns into rain, not only will it be harmful to ordinary people, it will also be harmful to the crops on the ground. We can't let these clouds spread to other places. Clang. Loud sword hums could be heard from all over the godly devil blood pool. A huge sword screen rushed out of the ground in the distance and descended towards the sky above the pool. Xiaohua understood that this was one of the 9 sword diagrams of the Chu family. The Chu family divided the entire sword diagram into 9 pieces, which were controlled by the disciples of the Chu family. They were placed in 9 different locations in the blood god pool. Once the order was given, the 9 sword diagrams appeared at the same time and sealed off the blood mist that was rushing into the sky. Then all the cultivators charged into the sword formation and suppressed the blood mist within the sword formation. However, according to the plan in the Jade Eyes, the sword diagram should be activated 2 days later, and the person in charge of it should be an expert of the 7th grade like Chu Zhongyu. Right now, because the life and death talisman had triggered the mutation in the blood god pool, the Chu family had no choice but to activate it in advance. Chu Zhongyu and the other experts of the 7th grade didn't appear, so the might of the sword diagram was obviously inferior. Sure enough, at this moment, Murong Junpeng's complexion slightly changed. He looked at Murong Tsongyun and said, Chu Jinjin sent me a sound transmission and wants me to go over. His sword diagram still lacks some 6th grade cultivators to control it. My Murong manor requested the Chu family to activate it in advance, so I can't not go and control the sword diagram. Yes, 14th uncle, you can go. Since Zhongyu and the other seniors aren't here, 14th uncle will be the mainstay. Murong Tsongyun nodded and replied. Xiaohua. Murong Junpeng opened his mouth and said, in a while when you enter the sword diagram, try your best to protect Yun'er. Move quickly, I will wait for you inside the sword formation. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua nodded and extended his hand to take out the seal of overturning sea. Murong Junpeng had only left for a short while when he saw the sword diagram flickering. The resplendent sword light was like a huge boat riding the wind and breaking the waves as it penetrated deep into the blood waves. As the blood waves gradually obscured it, Xiaohua and the others could also use their divine senses to inspect it. Xiaohua's current strength had already stepped into the lower stages of the 6th grade, which was equivalent to the void refinement realm of the Dao sect in the Dawn Rain continent. The range of his divine senses was around 1,000 to 3,000 miles. However, Xiaohua's divine senses were far beyond those of the same level. Currently, his divine senses could reach 6,000 miles. In particular, Xiaohua's Buddhist senses were more powerful than his divine senses. Currently, his divine senses could reach 8,000 miles. However, when Xiaohua saw the Buddhist light appear in the life and death talisman, he could faintly feel the existence of Buddhist disciples. Therefore, he didn't dare to release his Buddhist senses and only used his divine senses to inspect it. Even so, Xiaohua's divine senses were still able to see a very small portion of the sword diagram above the blood god pool. 1,000 miles away from Xiaohua, Murong Junping and a few disciples of the Chu clan, as well as 2 other cultivators of the 6th grade, were standing on a sword diagram. Murong Junping's cultivation couldn't be considered the highest, but because he was the representative of the Murong clan, he was surrounded by 8 other cultivators. Not only Murong Junping but the other 8 cultivators also released their subbodies. Murong Junping's subbody flashed with 3 colored clouds, while the 5 disciples of the Chu clan had their subbodies completely formed by sword light. Countless inscriptions flowed out from Murong Junping's subbody, rolling up the clouds and rushing into the sword diagram below him. The inscriptions tumbled on the sword diagram, causing countless pillars of boundless qi and boundless crystal threads to appear. The entire sword diagram released a deafening rumbling sound. Looking at the 5 disciples of the Chu clan, their subbodies' feet were like the tip of a sword, inserted into the sword diagram. A huge amount of boundless qi poured into the subbodies from the void, and through the subbodies they transformed into sword qi and entered the sword diagram. The momentum of the sword diagram below their feet was vast, even more intense than Murong Junping's. Moreover, under the subbodies of the Chu clan disciples, there were hundreds of sword lights flowing all over the sword diagram. These sword lights collided with each other, fused together, and even intertwined with the inscriptions under Murong Junping's and the other 2 cultivators' feet, forming crisscrossing sword scars. These sword scars were very deep, and the inscriptions inside were very dazzling. This sword diagram rapidly expanded under the control of the 9 6th grade essence energy cultivators, expanding towards the center of the divinity blood pool. The edges of the sword diagram were extremely sharp, and when it slashed through the blood mist in the air above the divinity blood pool, it emitted a strange sizzling sound. Strands of blood were instantly annihilated by the abundant sword qi. Under the control of Murong Junping and the others, the sword diagram pierced into the blood mist without any suspense. Even the blood mist that was separated by the sword diagram was turned into nothingness by the 9 cultivators' divine abilities. 4 6th grade cultivators, dealing with the blood mist that had lost its source was as easy as lifting a finger. The formation of the sword diagram seemed to be going very smoothly. Aside from Murong Junping's group of 9 cultivators, there were 8 other sword diagrams that flew towards the center of the demonic god blood pond. Each sword diagram rapidly expanded and gradually covered the entire sky above the demonic god blood pond. Of course, following the expansion of the sword diagrams, the area controlled by the 9 cultivators also rapidly expanded. Even the crisscrossing sword scars under their feet were now extremely long, and the number of grids between the sword scars also increased. Although they were all 6th grade cultivators, when the sword diagrams gradually closed in the center of the demonic god blood pond, these 81 6th grade cultivators wouldn't be able to completely control the entire 10,000 li radius demonic god blood pond. Another 9 bursts of sword qi flew out of the blood god sword diagram and charged towards various parts of the blood god's pool. When Murong Tsongyun, who was beside Xiaohua, saw this, he hastily took out a small sword from his Chengkuan pouch and opened his mouth. True qi fell on the small sword, and the small sword began to expand and soared into the sky. Looking at the surrounding cultivators who were also waiting in formation like Xiaohua, they all took out similar small swords. Clang clang. At this moment, the sky above the demonic god blood pond was filled with the cries of 10,000 swords. Countless sword rays flew out from the sword diagrams, extremely magnificent and extremely vast. When these sword rays scattered in all directions, they covered the small swords that flew out. Whoosh! In an instant, the small swords formed a net of sword rays that swept down from top to bottom, covering Xiaohua, Murong Tsongyun, and the cultivators waiting at the edge. Wing wing wing. At the same time the entire sword diagram rapidly shook, Xiaohua and the others moved along the sword rays and entered the sword diagram. Under the effect of the sword diagram, the distance of 1,000 kilometers was covered in an instant. When the sword rays around Xiaohua and the others disappeared, they were standing in a small grid separated by several sword scars. This. Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense and saw that he and Murong Tsongyun were standing in a grid. There were also cultivators standing in 2 or 3 adjacent grids. Xiaohua couldn't help but frown as he thought to himself, this looks like a chessboard for playing chess. Then aren't we all the chess pieces on the board? Then wouldn't the so-called demonic god chess piece also fall on this sword diagram? Such a huge demonic god blood pond actually needs to be covered by this sword diagram. Just the Chu family is truly beyond their power. Could it be that the Murong family also has a part in this? Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a voice that sounded like the cry of a sword resounded from within the sword guard. Fellow immortals, please activate the sword diagram below according to the chants recorded in the Jade Eyes. Wait until we completely cover the Fiend God blood pool before we decide on the next step. Murong Tsongyun glanced at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, if you're ready, let's begin. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. His entire body flashed with sword radiance. Waves of righteous chi flew out from the void and landed on the sword radiance. The huge sword instantly became several dozen meters long. Although it was a lot smaller than the swords of the Chu family disciples, it was enough to catch Murong Tsongyun's attention. Chapter 3887. This Xiaohua is truly amazing. He actually managed to cultivate the sword chi of a Confucian cultivator to such a level. If given enough time, he will definitely be able to shake the world. Only, it's truly a pity. As Murong Tsongyun thought this, he clapped his hands and tricolored true chi rushed out of his head. An inscription flashing on his body also flew out. As the saying goes, many hands pick up firewood, the flames grow. Previously, the 81 6th grade essence energy cultivators controlling the sword diagram was indeed powerful, but the sword diagram was already somewhat shaky in the blood god pool. When Xiaohua and the others fell into the sword diagram, although their cultivations were far inferior to Murong Juanping's, there were too many people. The sword diagram, which was originally a bit bumpy, instantly stabilized and rushed towards the center of the blood god pool even faster. Seeing that the sword diagram was about to close, the blood mist above the blood god pool was squeezed into a struggling blood dragon. A huge force suddenly entered the sword diagram from where the 9 sword diagrams closed. With a kacha sound, the edges of the 9 sword diagrams immediately cracked. Over 100 weaker cultivators were unexpectedly thrown into the air by this impact. However, this detail was not unexpected. Everyone had already discussed this when they received the Jade Eyes. The 81 cultivators roared in unison and 81 pillars of chi appeared with a loud bang. Xiaohua and the others also activated their true chi at the same time. With a hong sound, the blood dragon's neck was suddenly grabbed by the sword diagram and cut in half. The blood mist in the air disappeared with the wind. The blood mist under the sword diagram unyieldingly attacked the sword diagram along with the other blood waves. Unfortunately, the sword diagram was now tightly closed. The sharp sword light flickered and pierced out. The blood mist rushed into the sword light and immediately turned into nothingness. Good. Everyone couldn't help but shout when they saw this. They knew that the first step had been completed without any danger. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Although Xiaohua was happy, he hid inside the sword light and looked at the sword light flickering above the sword diagram. He thought to himself, right now we've only sealed the blood mist of the blood god pool. Next we'll have to suppress this blood mist. He had no idea what the blood mist was, but it looked similar to the aura of the netherworld. If he could collect it, it wouldn't be too difficult. After all, it was better to release it than to block it. For the Chu clan to forcefully suppress it might be a little dangerous. Of course, if it wasn't for the danger, this so-called celestial devil chest would have been found by others long ago. How could it be the Chu clan's turn? The blood mist of the demonic god blood pool was forcibly suppressed by the Chu family's sword diagram. The power that soared to the sky was brewing under the sword diagram. After a short while, Xiaohua felt the sword diagram under his feet start to tremble, and the intersecting sword scars on the sword diagram also started to shine with different colors. Sword diagram, blood pool, I will slay gods and demons with my sword. A loud and clear voice filled with vicissitudes of life came from the other side of the sword diagram. Then, the sword light of the sword mark shone brightly, and a powerful suction force was generated from the sword guard. Xiaohua glanced at Murong Tsongyun and didn't dare to be negligent. At this time, there were several tens of thousands of cultivators fighting against the entire demonic god blood pool. Xiao Hua's individual strength was very weak. Murong Tsongyun was as serious as Xiao Hua. His true qi entered the sword diagram along with his body. The sword scars around Xiao Hua and Murong Tsongyun emitted a dazzling sword light, and a several zhang thick sword pillar came out from the bottom of the sword diagram. It quickly pierced into the blood mist. The sword pillar's brilliance seemed to be solid, and everywhere it went, the blood mist turned into ashes. Moreover, there were still some thin threads of light and clouds between the sword pillars, and they were connected to each other. Although the sword light of each sword pillar was different in strength, under the balance of these sword threads, all of the sword pillars fell down at the same time. Following the fall of the sword pillars, a large amount of blood mist was destroyed by the sword pillars. Xiao Hua looked at the sword pillars, looked at the situation of the entire sword diagram, and secretly muttered in his heart, "The Chu clan is really a fourth-rate aristocratic family, really extravagant. This sword diagram must have been passed down by the ancestors of the Chu clan. It's impossible to refine such a large origin formation without a literature sage or literature star realm, right? But the problem is that this sword diagram is suitable to be used to destroy the great formation protecting the mountain, but to use it on this demonic god blood pool. I feel that something is wrong. Let's not talk about a group of 6th-level origin energy cultivators working together to disperse the blood mist. Just by starting from a corner of the demonic god blood pool, I'm afraid that they can tear a hole in the blood pool. It's better than covering the entire blood pool, right? I really don't know what the Chu clan is planning to do." Boom. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, the entire demonic god blood pool shook. All of the sword pillars pierced into the blood pool at almost the same time, and the huge impact lifted the sword diagram up again. And at the same time the sword diagram flashed, the nearby Murong Tsongyun's face flashed with a trace of redness, and he almost groaned in a low voice. Xiao Hua hastily focused his attention, and immediately sensed the strangeness of the sword diagram. As the sword diagram trembled, a strange aura rushed into the sword pillars. This aura was not some restriction, nor was it any magic power, nor was it the aura of the underworld. However, Xiao Hua was somewhat familiar with this aura. It was similar to the ghost technique used by the underworld's magistrate that day, and was specially used to attack the mysterious dark clouds. Although this aura was extremely weak, it was still very hard for Murong Tsongyun, who had never cultivated any soul techniques, to resist. As for Xiao Hua, because his soul cultivation had already entered the sorcerer realm, he did not have any special soul techniques to defend himself, and this strange aura could not cause any harm to him. That's not right. Xiao Hua was somewhat astonished. Righteous Qi had always been the nemesis of the demon realm and the underworld. Especially that Confucian cultivator's innate life energy, it was an existence that could wipe out death energy. How could Murong Tsongyun, who was at 5th level origin energy, be afraid of this weak aura? Xiao Hua's eyes slightly turned, and his entire body began to tremble. He asked in a low voice, "Lady Murong, why is this aura so strange? This Xiao feels that it is similar to the water of the yellow springs, but this Xiao has the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators. Why would I be afraid of this aura?" Murong Tsongyun's lips were somewhat green, and the true energy in his body was rapidly revolving. He opened his mouth and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao might not know, but the blood fog and blood stains in this demonic god blood swamp are not completely netherworld qi. At the same time, there is also some demonic qi and some other things that we Confucian cultivators do not know. Of course, we do not need to be afraid of pure netherworld qi and demonic qi, but with that strange thing mixed in, even a literary sage with 8th level origin energy would not dare to act blindly without thinking." So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded his head. No wonder no one in the hidden immortal continent dared to look for the demonic god chess in this demonic god blood swamp. Xiao Hua's words naturally had a double meaning, but Murong Tsongyun did not point it out. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hua's sword and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal Xiao, your flying sword technique seems to be somewhat similar to legalism, but it is also somewhat different. This concubine really did not expect that a Taoist cultivator who could not even compare to Duanmu Qing back then, would actually advance to this level." He. Xiao Hua faintly smiled and said, "Lady, are you not the same? Back then, this Xiao did not expect that you would actually be a master of 5th level origin energy. This concubine was transforming back then. Not to mention 4th level origin energy, I was not even at 3rd level origin energy. Of course you would not be able to see it." Murong Tsongyun smiled and asked, "Do you think that this concubine is inferior to that princess Bai Hua?" Xiaohua was speechless. He looked at the smiling Murong Tsongyun and shook his head. This Xiao has never drunk any daughter's tea. Daughter's tea? Ah. Murong Tsongyun laughed loudly, as if he understood the meaning behind Xiaohua's words. However, at this moment, a huge wave of aura blew over like ice. The entire sword pillar's sword aura actually gave birth to a light purple color. Murong Tsongyun's body suddenly trembled as if his body was about to collapse. Whoa. Murong Tsongyun didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out a fist-sized flower from his bosom. He opened his mouth, and a mouthful of true energy entered the flower. The flower grew with the wind, and in a moment, it turned into a several dozen feet long lily, covering him and Xiaohua. Thin stamens flew out of the lily like soul threads, wrapping around Xiaohua and Murong Tsongyun. That ice-like aura was immediately cut off by a large portion. Xiaohua hurriedly shouted. Inserting the sword pillar into the pool of blood was something that was discussed with the jade eyes. However, this cold aura is truly powerful. I wonder how the Chu family will deal with it? Unless they have an extremely strong young weapon. Murong Tsongyun also frowned. Otherwise, I also don't know how to deal with it. King. While Murong Tsongyun was speaking, the sound of an army came from above the sword diagram. Shortly after, a colorful cloud rolled over from the horizon. On the cloud, there were dozens of women wearing colorful clothes. They were either holding a pipa or a harp. The sound of an army came from their instruments. Looking behind these women, there were 8 well-rounded beautiful women riding on a wave of flowers flying over. Each of the women had a fresh flower on their head, and each of the women wore a colorful feather dress. Each of the women had a sweet smile on their face, and their eyes were filled with holiness. What are they doing? Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and he immediately sensed that these women were only between the 3rd and 4th grade of essence energy. Compared to the majority of the cultivators on the sword diagram, they were inferior. He didn't understand what kind of help these women had. Murong Tsongyun also seemed to be a bit confused. While he urged the white flower to block the cold aura, his beautiful eyes flashed with doubt as he looked at the sky. The 8 women stepped on the rain of flowers and landed on the sword diagram in the midst of the music. When the music came to an abrupt end, the 8 women slapped their own heads with the back of their hands. Immediately after that, dual-colored true qi gushed out, and 8 shiny objects of different colors flew out from their heads. Ah? Xiaohua's divine sense scanned the things that flew out, and he was stunned. He could not help but stare, and even his pupils could not help but slightly dilate. Because these 8 shiny things were none other than 8 naked female sculptures. Chapter 3888. This woman's sculpture was made of crystal, and there was a hint of pink in the sparkling light. It was even more alluring than the skin of an ordinary woman. What was special was that the size of the sculpture was similar to that of an ordinary person, and the various details on the surface of the sculpture were particularly vivid. Although the true qi of the 8 women could cover up some of the details, it was still enough to make one's blood boil upon seeing it. This. Murong Tsongyun blushed shyly at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed, "This is the 8 hidden immortal beauties?" Xiaohua naturally realized that he was acting inappropriately. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and turned to look at Murong Tsongyun. However, he didn't know why, but in his eyes, Murong Tsongyun was actually the same as the 8 beautiful crystal statues, as if he wasn't wearing any clothes. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his eyes and shook his head. Only then did he ask in a low voice, "I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Miss, please teach me. What are the hidden immortal 8 beauties?" Murong Tsongyun sneered and asked disdainfully, "Since fellow immortal Xiao cultivates my Confucian cultivation technique, you must have read my Confucian scriptures. Do you know the 8 hidden immortal beauties?" Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I really don't know. I'll have to ask Miss for advice." "Yes." Murong Tsongyun nodded and replied, "You really aren't a disciple of legalism." When Murong Tsongyun disintegrated, the 8 crystal statues continued to expand. However, at this time, the clouds had already become clothes that covered the crystal statues' curves. Legend has it that in the ancient times, there were 8 peerless beauties in the hidden immortal continent. Each of them can be described with 4 sentences. Murong Tsongyun explained, "A beauty that outshines the moon and puts flowers to shame, a beauty that captivates the birds and beasts, a body that can cause the downfall of a country and its people, a figure that can captivate the soul. Oh, these 4 sentences describe 8 beauties? Xiao Hua once again cast his gaze towards the 8 crystal beauties. Yes, a beauty that outshines the moon and shames the flowers, a beauty that captivates the birds and beasts. It is used to describe the beauty of Shishir, Diaochan, Zhaojun and Yuhuan. Look at the 4 on the left. Not only are they extremely beautiful, the clothes they are wearing also have faint patterns of the moon, flowers, fish and geese. These are the 4 beauties. As Murong Tsongyun spoke, he pointed with his finger. Look at the 4 on the right. They are Daji, Baosi, Consort Xiang and Fian. Their bodies are so beautiful that even the fairies can't compare to them. That's why they are praised for their beauty. The beauty of these 4 beauties can no longer be seen clearly. Presumably, fellow immortal Xiao has already seen them once, right? Hee. Xiao Hua didn't answer but instead asked, these 8 beauties are indeed world-shaking beauties, but what's the use of their crystal statues at this time? You looked very surprised just now. Alas, this is an ancient secret of my scholarly family. Murong Tsongyun sighed and said, although these 8 beauties are unrivaled in beauty, they still can't escape the calamity of a beautiful woman's life. None of them have a good ending. However, their fates gave some male cultivators a lot of insights. It was said that many literary sages and literary stars' poems were written by these 8 beauties. Furthermore, it was rumored that when 8 literary stars ascended, they used love as a knife and love as a chisel to carve out 8 beautiful crystal sculptures. Each sculpture contained the insights of a literary star, and each sculpture revealed the beauty of a beautiful woman. Furthermore, when each sculpture is completed, all sorts of astronomical phenomena will be born. The so-called beauty that outshines the moon and flowers, captivates the birds and beasts, brings disaster to the country and people, and is infatuated by the astronomical phenomena. Imperial equipment? Spirit weapon? A soul armament? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was even more surprised. He didn't know what this 8 beauty sculpture was. Then what is the use of these 8 beauty sculpture? Xiao Hua asked. Murong Tsongyun looked at the women under the crystal sculptures and faintly said, just watch, they're about to cast the spell. As if to prove Murong Tsongyun's words, the 8 women opened their mouths at the same time. At this moment what they spat out wasn't true qi but essence blood. When the essence blood fell into the crystal sculptures, a layer of scarlet appeared on the sculptures, and then a layer of blood light flowed out from the crystal sculptures. The 8 crystal beauties began to tremble slightly. Then 8 faint rays of light shot out from the crystal beauties' heads and landed on the 8 women's bodies. Shwa. The flesh of the 5 women instantly withered. The beautiful old woman who had turned into a bag of bones didn't even have any flesh left. Only white bones remained. When the light disappeared, these bones turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. This. Xiao Hua was a bit shocked. Then he looked at the 8 crystal beauties' skin and flesh gradually grew back. Each of their peerless appearances began to appear. The one closest to Xiao Hua had creamy skin and picturesque eyebrows. Her eyelashes that hadn't opened yet slightly trembled, causing Xiao Hua's heart to tremble along with her eyelashes. The one slightly further away had a face that was like a full moon. She seemed to be slightly inferior to the previous woman, but when Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the curves, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable heat in his stomach. On the side, Murong Tsongyun faintly said, this 8 beauty sculpture requires 8 girls with similar aptitudes to control it. These girls have to use their own essence blood to nourish the sculpture. When their true qi is formed, they have to send the sculpture into their bodies to cultivate it. When it's time to use it, they have to use their life essence to activate the will left behind by Wenxing. After the 8 beauty sculpture is used, although it only lasts for a few moments, its strength can reach the level of a one saint. If the 8 beauty sculpture is used in battle, it will definitely be a great killing weapon. If it's used here, I don't think it will have much of an effect. AI for this demonic god chess. The Chu family has prepared a lot. Xiao Hua sighed. This sword diagram, which one of the 8 beauty sculpture doesn't need to spend a lot of time and manpower. Only with effort will there be rewards. Murong Tsongyun faintly smiled and said, if the Chu family wants to enter the top 3 aristocratic families, they must pay a price. What about the Murong family? Xiao Hua asked with interest. Murong Tsongyun calmly replied, they can only surpass it. It's just that you're not a member of an aristocratic family so you don't know. At this time, the 8 crystal beauties had already been reconstructed. Each of them was as beautiful as fairies, and each of them danced with countless temptations. Of course, their auras that soared into the sky caused the red clouds in the sky to stir. As the 8 living crystal beauties soared into the sky, their figures suddenly crossed 1,000 li. These 8 crystal beauties stood separately on the sword diagram. A beautiful song came out of their mouths. As the song spread out, 8 terrifying pillars of vast chi mixed with a huge amount of crystal threads fell from the sky, rushing into the crystal beauty's head. The crystal beauty's body was covered in a rainbow-colored radiance. The rainbow light quickly descended along with the dance of the beauties and pounced on the sword diagram. This is music. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. How can music alone have such power? Boom boom boom. As if answering Xiaohua's question, the entire world trembled. The sword diagram that was previously washed away by the terrifying aura was now rapidly descending. The countless sword pillars that were stopped by the blood waves suddenly expanded and crazily pierced into the blood pool. The sword diagram that couldn't be activated by tens of thousands of cultivators was now firmly controlled by the 8 crystal beauties with the strength of literary saints. When the sword diagram was completely repaired, the god-fiend blood pool could no longer be heard. Rays of light flashed in everyone's eyes, and the 8 crystal beauties once again turned into sparkling and translucent crystals before falling from the sky. Although the crystal beauties were still naked, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with shock, and he didn't dare to have a trace of blasphemy. Because the power of these 8 beauties was really too strong. When the 8 crystal sculptures fell, the group of women who came by stepping on the clouds hurriedly caught them, respectfully covered them with a rainbow brocade and hurriedly left. Seeing these women fly away, the exhausted Chu Jianjun appeared in the sky. He waved his hand and said, "Disciples, rest for a moment, then we will work together to break the seal." Although Chu Jianjun spoke while standing in the sky, his voice came from the sword marks in the sword diagram. It sounded sonorous and powerful. Xiaohua stood inside the sword guard and looked at the cultivators who heaved a sigh of relief. His heart skipped a beat, because Murong Tsongyun, who had been attacked by the cold aura earlier, did not seem to have relaxed. Moreover, Xiaohua could faintly see that there was still Zhen Qi flowing between Murong Tsongyun's feet. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Just as Xiaohua thought of this, roar? A strange sound came from the sword diagram, and soon after, Xiaohua felt an inexplicably familiar fluctuation. Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense, and saw that fist-sized bubbles appeared in the blood under the sword diagram. All the sword pillars around the bubbles shattered upon contact, even worse than ordinary withered wheat straw. This fluctuation? Xiaohua suddenly realized something. It's like what I encountered when I was pregnant in the void, but it's a bit different. Xiaohua hurriedly looked at Murong Tsongyun. Murong Tsongyun's face was a bit pale, and his eyes were flickering. "Miss Murong?" Xiaohua asked straightforwardly. "Although you and I aren't close friends, now that we meet again after parting at Jai Xinglu, we are old acquaintances. I originally didn't want to get involved in the trouble of the blood, but Miss appeared and forced me to stay. This Xiao promised Senior Murong to protect Miss's safety, but now that things have come to this, is Miss still hiding something? What is there to hide?" Murong Tsongyun bit his lips and said in a low voice, "The blood is a famous forbidden area in the hidden immortal continent, and the Chu family is only a fourth-rate family. If they want to covet the celestial devil chess, they naturally have some methods. Moreover, there are many unknown abnormalities in the blood." Chapter 3889. While Murong Tsongyun was talking, Chu Jianjun flew out of the sword diagram and shouted, "Disciples, don't worry. This is the reaction of the celestial demon chess. Our Chu family has encountered this in the past. The reason why we didn't do anything is because this anomaly is really troublesome. Ordinary imperial tools can't restrain it. 10 years ago, our Chu family got a treasure by chance that can restrain this anomaly. Disciples, please wait a moment." Then Chu Jianjun took out a small Chengkuan bag and shouted, "Disciples, where are you?" Following Chu Jianjun's order, another several hundred Chu family disciples flew into the sky with the help of the sword radiance. However, these several hundred Chu family disciples didn't have any sword radiance around them, and they didn't stand on auspicious clouds either. But these Chu family disciples have Buddha cultivation? Xiaohua was stunned. At the same time, he felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Chu Jianjun took out an item from his Chengkuan bag and showed it to Xiaohua. It was a Skunda demon subduing diagram. However, this diagram was different from ordinary ones. It was a formation diagram with hundreds of skanda. Each skanda looked different and held different Buddhist tools. Some were demon subduing pestles, some were monk staffs, and some were alms bowls. Hundreds of Chu family disciples activated their telekinesis and the formation diagram flashed with Buddhist light. It was like a huge Buddhist cloud that quickly spread in all directions. Murong Tsongya. Seeing the Buddhist tool on the celestial demon blood pool, Xiaohua was angry and said coldly, "Since we're here, why is there a Buddhist tool? Could it be that the Buddhist light I saw before was fake? Miss, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll leave right now." Then Xiaohua recalled his avatar and was about to leave the sword diagram. However, just as he moved, a huge suction force grabbed him and he couldn't move at all. Although Murong Tsongyun was a bit panicked, his eyes were full of ridicule. He said, "Xiaohua, since we're here, why bother? You and I are both chess pieces on the chessboard. Why don't we wait until the game is over? If you don't have strength, then you're just a chess piece that can be manipulated by others." Xiaohua smiled coldly. "If you have strength, then a chess piece can also overturn the chessboard." As he spoke, there was a flash of dark light around Xiaohua, and the sword guard Murong Tsongyun was in began to tremble. The seemingly unbreakable sword pattern was covered in a layer of sword energy. Clusters of blood light and inscriptions condensed and rushed out from the sword energy. "Xiaohua." Murong Tsongyun was shocked and quickly. He shouted, "Stop. If you leave, a flaw will appear in the sword diagram. Not only will the decades of planning by us Confucian cultivators be for naught, even the tens of thousands of cultivators on the sword diagram will die because of you. As long as you stop, I'll tell you the truth." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He looked at Murong Tsongyun's panicked expression and then looked at the broken sword diagram under his feet. He knew that what Murong Tsongyun said was true. He was already a chess piece on the chessboard. If he wanted to escape, he had to destroy a corner of the sword diagram. Once that corner was formed, the entire chessboard would be swallowed by the blood of the gods and devils. Since there was a Buddhist light and a Buddhist weapon, if he destroyed it, wouldn't the hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators hate him to the bone? At that time he could only escape to the Western Paradise in the Thousand Devils Sacred Realm. Fine. Xiaohua stopped his power and the sword diagram quickly closed. Xiaohua stared at Murong Tsongyun and said, "I'll believe you this time. Speak." "You? What is your strength? Is it the upper tier of the 5th grade?" Murong Tsongyun looked at the sword guard under Xiaohua's feet and said in shock, "When I saw you, you weren't even 4th grade yet. Since Lady Murong has the Murong family's secret technique, why can't I have the Dao Sect's butterfly transformation technique?" Xiaohua said indifferently. "Lady should quickly answer my question." "Fine." Murong Tsongyun bitterly smiled and looked around. He transmitted his voice. Actually, the Chu family's search for the god and devil chess in the blood of the gods and devils was just a cover. Oh, it wasn't completely a cover. The Chu family did have some movements in the hidden immortal continent. They did want to find something, but they didn't find anything for several hundred years. But 10 years ago, when they set their sights on the blood of the gods and devils, this operation became a trap. A trap to kill the Buddhist sect in the hidden immortal continent. No wonder. Xiaohua suddenly realized. I knew it. How could a god and devil chess be worth a 4th grade Confucian family's effort? And such a huge sacrifice? How much do you know about the god and devil chess? Murong Tsongyun frowned and asked curiously. Isn't it just one of the 10 great imperial artifacts? It's even ranked 5th. Xiaohua disagreed. But he immediately felt something was wrong. His eyes focused and asked, could it be that the rumors are wrong? That's right. Murong Tsongyun nodded. This god and devil chess is far from the 10 great imperial artifacts that you think. Xiaohua quickly waved his hand to stop Murong Tsongyun's explanation. He urged, Lady, tell me about this trap first. 10 years ago, when the conflict between the immortals and Buddhas was getting more and more intense, the Confucian families in the hidden immortal continent already had plans to kill the Buddhist sect's disciples. But the Buddhist sect's bald donkeys were truly sinister. They only left an old monk without any Buddhist cultivation as the abbot. This made us unable to find an excuse. And after seeing the old monk killed, the elders knew that this matter wouldn't end well, so they discussed and found an excuse. Many cultivators in the hidden immortal continent knew that the Chu family was looking for something, so the families found the Chu family and asked for their help. Of course, the Chu family wouldn't agree so easily. After some discussion, The families agreed to some conditions of the Chu family and began to set up the trap for the god and devil blood pool. As for the specific conditions, I don't know. I only found out about the truth a few months ago. It seems that after this battle, the Chu family will be promoted to a third-rate family. Of course, accompanying seventh granduncle to the god and devil blood pool is not a coincidence. I came here as a bait. A bait to let the Buddhist sect's disciples dispel their suspicions. Murong Tsongyun was somewhat distressed. The Chu family is a fourth-rate family. If a second or third-rate family interfered, the Chu family definitely wouldn't come here to look for treasure. Therefore, it's not easy for experts above the fourth-rate family to appear. But if there aren't any high-level families appearing, it's too fake. Because it's impossible for the high-level families to not know about this. There must be someone who can suppress the high-level families, and this person must represent a force. It's impossible for it to be one of the four great families. All the families' gazes fell on the first-rate families. I don't know what kind of compromise they will make, but it fell on my Murong family. As for me. At this point, Murong Tsongyun slightly lowered his head and faintly said, and my background is somewhat inappropriate. In order to cover up my background, I had no choice but to agree to this condition. Of course, Xiaohua, you also saw it. This time it's very dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness will result in death. Therefore, I asked seventh granduncle to send 2 granduncles to protect me. Serves me right. When I saw you that day, I thought of how powerful you were and wanted to pull you over. In the end, you also saw it. Seventh granduncle actually tested your strength. In order to not arouse the Buddhist sect's suspicions, seventh granduncle only sent 14th granduncle. Of course, seventh granduncle's promise to you must be true. Because if you protect me and kill the Buddhist sect's disciples, the various large families should understand your role. They are very powerful. The Immortal Palace's militarists don't dare to provoke them too much. Your matter shouldn't count for much. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Then he looked at the Buddhist clouds that filled the sky falling down. On the Buddhist clouds, skandhas appeared one by one. He asked, then what's the specific arrangement? The specific arrangement is very simple. Murong Tsongyun looked at the Buddhist clouds and was alarmed. He replied, first, the Chu family enticed the Buddhist sect's disciples to notice the god-demon blood pool's treasure hunt. Then, they provoked them to have the idea of killing the Confucian cultivators. After all, there are tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators in the god-demon blood pool. Many of them are 4th or 5th grade essence energy. If there is a war between immortals and Buddhas, they will be the main force. If the Buddhist sect makes the first move, they will definitely gain a big advantage in the future. How did they provoke them? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. I don't know the specific situation. Murong Tsongyun said with a smile, it seems like the Chu family spread the news that they were looking for an imperial weapon that could suppress the god-demon blood pool. Later they actually found this skandha demon subduing diagram. Anyone who saw it would know that the Buddhist sect's disciples had taken the bait. I understand now. Xiaohua nodded. The Buddhist sect's disciples must have done something to this skandha demon subduing diagram. They could take advantage of the time when the Chu family was activating the diagram to kill tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators. Then, the Confucian aristocratic family would take advantage of the situation and attack after the diagram. Correct. Murong Tsongyun bit his lips and said in a low voice, the plan was like this. The Jade Eyes also arranged everything well. But unfortunately an accident happened. The time was brought forward. Xiaohua nodded. The Buddhist sect's disciples are not vegetarians. Damn it, no, they are vegetarians. They are not stupid. When they saw that something was wrong, they wanted to leave. But they were not willing to give up the skandha demon subduing diagram or the lives of these tens of thousands of Confucian cultivators. So they found Chuyang. This Chuyang has nothing to do with the whole plan. Maybe he was really disappointed in life and survival. But his death was used by the Buddhist sect. Only, how did the Chu family have that kind of strange life and death talisman cultivation method? This is unthinkable. Chapter 3890. Who is Chuyang? Murong Tsongyun was dumbfounded when he heard Xiaohua's voice that sounded like he was talking to himself. Chuyang is a disciple of the Chu clan that I met before the restriction of the blood of gods and demons. Xiaohua looked at the incomplete skandha demon subduing formation diagram and explained. His life experience was somewhat miserable, and he cultivated a certain death life and death talisman. What's more, this life and death talisman actually required a Taoist spell to activate. Perhaps he was bewitched by a Buddhist disciple and wanted to find a Taoist disciple, but he didn't expect that he would find this Xiao. When that person committed suicide, this Xiao just happened to be there. The Buddhist disciple used Chu Yang to force the Chu clan to act 3 days earlier, and the experts of the Chu clan and the other clans weren't here. The Buddhist disciple caught us off guard. That's right. Although this concubine has just stepped into the 5th level of origin energy, in this godfiend blood pool, under the Buddhist sect's planning, I might really lose my life. Murong Tsongyun said with a bitter smile. It's 5th grade. Miss Murong, how old are you? Xiao Hua looked at Murong Tsongyun and asked. Why are you asking this? Murong Tsongyun didn't understand. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Looking at the Buddhist sect's formation diagram descending, he smiled bitterly and said, previously this Xiao felt that nascent soul was unreachable, and that a 4th grade origin energy realm cultivator would be a god. But now that I see a 5th grade and 6th grade origin energy realm cultivator, this Xiao feels somewhat uneasy. Ah, Xiao Hua, you're a Taoist cultivator, so you don't know the background of my Confucian clan. If you become a guest elder of my Murong clan in the future, you'll know. Murong Tsongyun smiled and said, the Confucian cultivators you've seen before are all training outside. At most, they're at the upper 4th grade. Those above 5th grade are all cultivating in the clan. If there's nothing important, they won't show themselves. When the war between immortals and Buddhas comes, you'll see the strength of my Confucian clan. It'll definitely shock you. What about the guest elders of the various Confucian clans? Are there any out-of-body spirit-severing stage cultivators? Xiao Hua asked. This is the secret of my scholarly cultivator clan. You'll naturally know after you become a guest elder. Murong Tsongyun didn't directly answer. Seeing that the Skanda demon subduing array diagram had descended less than 10 feet, the Buddhist light had already enveloped Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua began to circulate the quintessential essence in his body. Xiao Hua's Taoism cultivation was much more effective against the Buddhist sect's techniques. Suddenly, Xiao Hua asked, how many people know the truth of the matter? Not too much. Murong Tsongyun replied without hesitation. This matter is of great importance. If this concubine wasn't the bait, this concubine wouldn't know. In other words, Miss Murong is in great danger. Xiao Hua looked at Murong Tsongyun meaningfully. That's why I ask fellow immortal Xiao to take pity on me. At this point, Murong Tsongyun could only plead, 14th uncle has been invited to control the sword diagram. He won't be able to return anytime soon. Sigh, the mechanism was too clever and it took Qingqing's life instead. Xiao Hua looked down at the sword guard and said, if it wasn't for this sword guard, most people would have been able to escape. If they could escape, how could the Buddhist sect take the bait? Murong Tsongyun replied, if you want to do anything, you have to pay a price. What's the use of the Skanda demon subduing array diagram? How could the Buddhist sect's disciples use this Skanda demon subduing array diagram to kill Confucian cultivators? Xiao Hua asked again. This Buddhist artifact has been in the Chu family's possession for so long. They must have found some clues, right? This concubine really doesn't know. Otherwise, this concubine wouldn't be so worried. Murong Tsongyun bitterly smiled. Then her face turned cold. However, if in the end this concubine can't survive alone, this concubine will order Chu Jianjun to destroy the sword diagram. Let those Buddhist sect's disciples who attacked us die with us in the demonic god blood pool. See? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Murong Tsongyun. He really didn't expect that this beautiful woman in front of him was actually so ruthless. Moreover, it was even more impossible for him to know that if he didn't have the strength of a 5th level origin energy, how could Murong Tsongyun tell him the truth and even have other plans? Murong Tsongyun didn't care about Xiao Hua's shock. She said indifferently, Xiao Hua, you don't know how hard it is for us Confucian cultivators to grow up. This concubine has to go through so much trouble to reach this point. This concubine has to let them know. Murong Tsongyun was never weak. Them? Xiao Hua understood. He knew that Murong Tsongyun's words had another meaning. However, he didn't want to get involved with the Murong family's matters. He waved his hand and the array diagram within a few li flashed with lightning. Balls of Buddhist light were shattered by the lightning. Stop. Xiao Hua, what are you doing? Chu Jianjun's angry voice came from the sword mark. If you attack again, don't blame this old man for not giving the Murong family any face. Actually, there was no need for Chu Jianjun to say anything. Xiao Hua, who was proficient in Buddhist techniques, already saw something strange. This array diagram, how can it produce soul strands? Because in the lightning, extremely dim green light strands were faintly produced. They were attached to the intense Buddhist light, like the faint stamen of a heavenly flower. If one wasn't proficient in Buddhist techniques and soul cultivation techniques, how could they see it? No. This isn't a Buddhist weapon. Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, "This is a soul weapon." Oh. This time it was Murong Tsongyun's turn to be surprised. "What did you say? Xiao Hua, soul weapon? What's a soul weapon?" Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could speak, and before the Skanda demon suppression array diagram could land on the sword diagram, the several hundred Skanda images on the diagram began to move. Pu. Every Skanda image was like a blooming daisy as hundreds of green seal characters flew out from these Skanda images. Each of the green seal characters caused a strange movement, just like when Xiao Hua used the green seal characters. The moaning of gods and ghosts immediately reverberated in the sky above the demonic god blood pool. The black clouds that were already low in pressure became even more rampant. One by one, it was as if the green seal characters had summoned a demon god and viciously pounced on the people on the sword diagram. The several hundred green seal characters began to flicker with a dark green brilliance and began to collide with each other. One after another, there were only a few dozen left. Not good. Although Xiao Hua didn't know what use these green seal characters had, he knew that they had the power of gods and ghosts. As long as these green seal characters were completed, they might be able to destroy heaven and earth. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to use the lightning and thunder technique, wanting to use the 3 corpse in lightning to destroy these green seal characters. However, just as a dark green brilliance appeared between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, the sword scars around Xiao Hua and Murong Tsongyun gave birth to a huge sword light and slashed toward Xiao Hua's waist. Fudge. Xiao Hua roared, waving both hands in front of him to summon several sword pillars to fight back against the sword light. At the same time, he summoned more lightning and thunder to meet the enormous green seal text. King. A deafening sound of swords rang out. Xiao Hua's sword pillars were destroyed by the sword light of the sword diagram. The remaining sword light slashed towards Xiao Hua's waist. In an instant, the chi protecting Xiao Hua's body was destroyed. Xiao Hua didn't even make a sound before Murong Tsongyun cried out. She didn't expect Chu Jianjun to suddenly make a move. The sword diagram controlled by tens of thousands of people was indeed powerful. Even Xiao Hua, who was at the 6th level of origin energy, wasn't a match for the sword chi. A sound that wasn't inferior to the previous sword cry came from Xiao Hua's body. A string of sparks jumped in the air. When the sword light landed on Xiao Hua's body, it actually didn't injure Xiao Hua at all. Murong Tsongyun, who was originally anxious, was dumbfounded. However, she only stood there blankly for a moment before she angrily roared, "Chu Jianjun, what are you doing?" Chu Jianjun's voice sounded, "Xiao Hua, this is only a warning. If you make any more moves, it won't be that simple, eh?" Chu Jianjun didn't even finish his warning before the huge ball of Yin lightning landed on the green seal characters. Xiao Hua was now a sorcerer. Although he didn't know many soul spells, his lightning and thunder technique was several times stronger than before. The 3 corpses in lightning tore through the void. It also carried the might of gods and ghosts. It was extremely powerful. Lightning flashed within a few hundred li of the sword diagram. However, although Xiao Hua was strong, he wasn't as strong as the Skanda demonic formation. The several hundred Buddhist disciples used their telekinesis to activate the green seal characters to cover a few thousand li. Xiao Hua's 3 corpses in lightning covered 1 or 2 of the green seal characters. However, under Xiao Hua's in lightning, only half of the soul strands were destroyed. The entire green seal character wasn't damaged at all. Under the illumination of the lightning, the gigantic green seal text was even faster than the lightning. It rapidly condensed and transformed into a new green seal text. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to hesitate whether or not he should use his soul technique again, 1,000 li large green seal text finally flickered in the air. What kind of green seal character is this? Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't know what this green seal character was. Of course, he also knew that this huge green seal character wasn't one of the 365 green seal characters. Instead, it was a green seal character made up of several hundred green seal characters. Whoa! A strong chilly wind suddenly blew, and the huge green seal character strangely shrunk to the size of a few miles. As the green seal character shrunk, A whirlpool of a few miles in size gradually emerged from the green seal character. Waves of green light flowed out from the whirlpool, and Xiaohua felt a sense of familiarity from the bottom of his heart. Teleportation channel? Xiaohua saw the channel and immediately understood the Buddhist sect's intentions. He hurriedly shouted, "Murong Tsongyin, this is a teleportation channel. The Buddhist sect wants to use this channel to send experts over." Chapter 3891. Murong Tsongyun wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Not just her, even Chu Jianjun, Murong Junping, and the rest of the aristocratic families didn't think that the Buddhist sect deliberately gave the Chu clan a Buddhist item. Was actually a teleportation channel. Everyone was thinking about the Buddhist item, but no one knew that there was a soul item inside the Buddhist item. What's the use of regretting now? With the sound of the sword diagram, tens of thousands of sword marks flashed with a strong sword aura, and a sword net slashed towards the teleportation channel. Ha ha! A loud laughter came from the tunnel. A fat monk, about 10 feet tall, flew out arrogantly with a monk's staff in his hand and a Buddhist cloud in his hand. The moment the monk flew out, the staff immediately left his hand. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out as the staff transformed into a huge dragon that charged at the net of swords. Immediately after, the monk's body trembled and the kasaya flew out as well. It transformed into a red cloud that was several miles wide and blocked the path. Amit Ba Go! Behind the monk, a low voice also came out, and a short old monk suddenly appeared. With a shake of his hand, a fist-sized black thing flew out of his hand. As soon as that thing fell into the air, it immediately emitted a Buddhist light, and under the urging of psychokinesis, it turned into a mountain that also blocked the channel. King. First, the staff that turned into a dragon collided with the sword net, and several sounds of metal clashing rang out. The dragon was killed and the staff broke into several pieces. Then, pu-pu-pu. Several muffled sounds rang out, and the red cloud that was several li in size was also cut into countless small pieces by the sword light, and one by one slowly floated down. After the red cloud, it was naturally the monk who flew out first. The monk roared angrily and his fat body expanded rapidly. Fine lines of Sanskrit characters flashed on his skin, and the fine lines emitted a faint Buddhist light. Clang clang clang. Similar to the sound of Xiaohua's physical body colliding with the sword light earlier, the sword light that was blocked one after another was weakened. When it landed on the monk's golden Buddha statue, it only left behind deep bloody scars. It didn't kill the monk. At the same time, hundreds of sword light landed on the mountain behind, and the entire mountain let out a loud roar. Sanskrit runes flowed out from the mountain, and after the sword light landed a few feet into the mountain, it couldn't go any further. Haha! The fat monk laughed, and then several monks flew out from the teleportation channel. These monks were all tall, short, fat, and thin, but they were all protectors of the Buddhist sect, and all of them were around the 6th or 7th grade of origin energy. Damn it! Murong Tsongyun's face was pale. Where did so many Buddhist protectors come from? At this moment, a scream came out of the fat monk's mouth. A rather dim sword beam took advantage of the fat monk's laughter and strangely stabbed into his neck. The fat monk couldn't dodge in time and blood immediately splattered everywhere. Following that, the sword net from before penetrated his body, instantly turning him into a corpse. The flesh and blood of the monks fell, but when it passed by the sword diagram, the sword light on the sword guard flickered, as if it wasn't affected at all, and it fell down from the sword diagram, deep into the blood of the gods and demons. Amit Ba! The skinny old monk chanted, and his eyes shone with a fierce light. However, at this time he was also tired of dealing with the sword light of the sword diagram, so he didn't have the energy to kill the Confucian cultivators on the sword diagram. Of course, even if this old monk used all his strength to activate the mountain, under the sword diagram, it didn't take long for the mountain to be split into pieces, and the old monk also couldn't escape. Wherever the sword passed, he turned into minced meat like the fat monk and fell into the blood pool. 2 monks died and even more monks rushed out from the teleportation channel. The sword light was like a net, and the sword light was like a sickle, reaping the lives of the monks. But with the increase of monks and the strategy that the monks had already formulated, in the time it took to eat a meal, and under the situation where hundreds of monks died, thousands of monks had already flown out from the teleportation channel, and flew towards the 4 directions of the sword diagram and began to counterattack. Thus, one by one the Confucian cultivators began to fall. No. We must destroy this teleportation channel. Looking at the Buddhist sect protectors rushing out from the channel that looked like the mouth of a monster, Xiaohua anxiously said, "These Buddhist sect protectors are too strong, each of them is at the 6th or 7th grade of origin energy. When they all fly out, it will be the time for us to fall." "No, Xiaohua." Almost at the same time, Murong Tsongyun shouted, "Absolutely not. My Confucian family set up such a trap with great difficulty to lure the Buddhist sect protectors into it. If you destroy this channel, won't you ruin the important matter that my Confucian family has agreed on? Don't think that the Buddhist sect protectors are strong, but the Chu family sword diagram is definitely worthy of its reputation. It will definitely be able to fight evenly with these Buddhist sect protectors. Moreover, Chu Jianjun has already sent out a message. We only need to hold on, and before long the Chu family and the other families will arrive with reinforcements." Murong Tsongyun was abnormally panicked just now because she didn't know what the Buddhist sect disciples were planning. But now that she saw the teleportation channel, she immediately calculated in her heart. She felt that although the Confucian cultivators were somewhat passive, the entire situation was still under their control. The Confucian cultivators hadn't revealed their final move yet, so she had courage and a plan. On the other hand, Xiaohua had failed to stop the soul tool and was instead misunderstood by the Chu family. Now he had a deep impression of the situation. "But," Xiaohua said angrily, although the message was sent quickly, it was still 3 days ahead of the original plan. Even if seniors rushed over, not to mention whether or not they could exterminate these Buddhist sect protectors, even more than half of the cultivators on the sword diagram would die. How can people like Qinzhua and Su Chuanping who came with me survive? Everyone will die in the end. If you want to win, you must pay a price." Murong Tsongyun indifferently said, "Since they stepped on the sword diagram, they must be prepared to die. Xiaohua, what we need to do now is to protect ourselves. Use your brain and think about it. If the Buddhist sect disciples set up such a trap, how could they not think of the channel being destroyed? Since they aren't protecting this channel, do you think you can destroy it? Do you have the cultivation to do so?" Xiaohua was speechless. His eyes stared straight at the transmission channel in the sky. His mind quickly recalled the soul techniques he knew. Unfortunately, before he could think of anything, he heard a Buddhist chant coming from above his head. Then a tall and thin monk appeared on the sword guard. He threw the alms bowl in his hand into the air. The Buddhist light inside was like a waterfall falling from the sky. Just as the Buddhist light fell, it had the momentum of a storm. Every ray of Buddhist light had the strength of a dragon and elephant. Not only did it suppress the sword light, it also wanted to turn Xiaohua and Murong Tsongyun into meat paste. Can it be transformation realm? 6th grade elemental energy? Seeing how powerful the Buddha's light was and how terrifying the force was, Xiaohua immediately sensed the monk's strength. Xiaohua couldn't help but feel an unusual bitterness in his mouth. This monk was the strongest person in the Buddhist sect that Xiaohua had ever met. Although Xiaohua's current strength had already reached the lower tier of the 6th grade, it was still troublesome to face this Buddhist sect's Dharma protector who was clearly at the upper tier of the 6th grade. Bald donkey. On the other side, Murong Tsongyun didn't dare to hold back anymore. As he cursed, he waved his hand and a string of pearls flew out. The pearls flew into the air and immediately flashed with a white light. The pearls suddenly expanded and flew toward the alms bowl. The light was like sword light piercing through the Buddhist light. Seeing the pearls fly out with difficulty, Murong Tsongyun's sub-body opened his mouth and a huge pillar of qi landed on the pearls. The pearls spun and each pearl released a suction force and sucked in the qi. Wang wang. The 6 pearls each let out a different rumbling sound. Moreover, each of them spun violently with different rhythms. Boom. Almost at the same time, the 6 pearls exploded and the words rites, music, archery, defense, calligraphy, and divination flew out. Weren't they the 6 arts of Confucianism? After the 6 inscriptions of armor flew out, hundreds of Hauren-chi pillars penetrated from the void and rushed into the inscriptions of armor. Pieces of clouds mixed with strands of sparkling light flashed, holding the alms bowl. Although the alms bowl spewed out a Buddhist light that was even heavier than a mountain, when this Buddhist light landed on the clouds rolled crazily. The 6 inscriptions on the armor flashed with a strong brilliance and still firmly blocked this Buddhist light. Good. Xiaohua praised. His body flashed with a dark golden light. He raised his hand and held the wishful steel staff in his hand. Grow, grow, grow. After a few chants, the wishful steel staff suddenly expanded. Hit. Xiaohua raised the wishful steel staff with both hands and hit the alms bowl. Boom! The Buddhist light on the alms bowl trembled and turned into fragments. The alms bowl itself was like a giant peak that collapsed and fell into the hands of the old monk. It obviously couldn't resist the power of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Good. When Murong Tsongyun saw this, she was overjoyed. She understood that her true qi was not as good as the old monk's, so she relied on the advantage of the weapon to resist. Xiaohua was a Tao sect cultivator, so the weapon in his hand was even more powerful. Although the old monk in front of her was at the upper 6th level of true qi, with the two of them working together, they might have the power to fight. Since she had the power to fight, she naturally didn't have to worry about the danger of dying. Murong Tsongyun could understand, so how could the old monk not see? But the old monk didn't panic at all. He held an alms bowl in his right hand. The alms bowl spun a few times in the air and then fell towards Murong Tsongyun. Then he formed a seal with both of his hands. His mind power surged toward Xiaohua as he shouted, "Amitba, attack!" Yes. Seeing the old monk's Buddhist seal descending, the heavenly dragon in the void roared. Strands of lotus-like red flames flew out, and a force that could knock an immortal into the mortal world descended. How could Xiaohua not know that this was the karmic power of the Buddhist sect? Fellow immortal Confucian, help me. Xiaohua couldn't move in the sword guard. He could only rely on the flying sword that was tempered by the immeasurable fire to resist the karma power. Buzz. Xiaohua opened his mouth and the red and blue sword light flew out and pierced the Buddhist seal. Chapter 3892. King. The red and blue sword light let out a wailing sound. Although the sword qi was sharp, it directly pierced into the seal and blocked the red lotus fire. However, the power within the seal still made the sword light dim. If it wasn't for the fact that the sword light was already formless, it would have already been broken. The old monk was stunned. Before he could figure out how Xiaohua broke his red lotus fire, shua, the sound of flowing water came from the old monk's bald head. Pieces of heavenly flowers suddenly appeared. As soon as these heavenly flowers appeared, they immediately withered and shattered. It was as if a gust of wind blew past the old monk. The old monk was shocked. He quickly patted his chest. A layer of Buddhist light appeared in front of his chest and covered his upper body. What a pity. Xiaohua sighed. Just now he wanted to use the soul-piercing technique to sneak attack the old monk, but the old monk's Naiwan palace also had a defense. Although the heavenly flowers were destroyed, the old monk didn't suffer any damage. However, even so, the old monk was still shocked. He couldn't help but be on guard against this unremarkable Confucian cultivator in front of him. Amitba. The old monk chanted the name of Buddha. He held the flower in his right hand and said, "The human world is full of spring and autumn. The flowers bloom and wither every year. Why don't you enter my pure land, where you will have no sleep, no rest, and no spring and autumn?" As the old monk waved his right hand, a gust of wind carrying Buddhist light fell towards Xiaohua. The Buddhist light and the Buddhist light flowed like water waves. Within the water waves, a heavenly flower was born. As the Buddhist light flew, the heavenly flower slowly bloomed and then slowly withered. The heavenly flower was only a few hundred feet away from Xiaohua. The distance of a few hundred feet flashed by. Within this few hundred feet, the heavenly flower sprouted and withered several times. It really was the power of life and death of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua dodge. In the distance, Murong Tsongyun was using the inscriptions on the jewel alone to resist the alms bowl. With her strength that had just entered the 5th level of origin energy, she couldn't help Xiaohua at all. King. Without waiting for Murong Tsongyun's scream to disappear, several sword lights flew out from the sword guard and pierced towards the heavenly flower. Although the sword beam was sharp, the moment it charged into the Buddhist light that was enveloped by the heavenly flower, the sword beam immediately slowed down. Then, the sword beam was dispersed and in a few seconds all the sword beams were reduced to nothingness. Motherfucker. The Buddhist sect's methods are starting to become strange when they reach a high level. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered to himself. Buddha Bodhi is still in seclusion. The methods of the Buddhist sect can't compare to this old monk. Moreover, even if I could deal with this monk, it wouldn't be suitable for me to use it now. Compared to the strange methods of the Buddhist sect, only the soul techniques of soul cultivators can compare. Although this Xiao has reached the realm of soul cultivation, his soul techniques are lacking. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through Xiaohua's mind. He saw that the heavenly flower was approaching, and that oppressive Buddhist light was also covering him. Layers upon layers of strange bubbles appeared on his skin. Xiaohua opened his mouth. Puff. A four-colored true qi mixed with three lights rushed into the Buddhist light. Shua. Like a spring breeze, the withering heavenly flower suddenly became spirited. The petals swelled and a burst of vitality came from the heavenly flower. The bubbles on Xiaohua's skin also disappeared in an instant. Amit Ba. The old monk was shocked. The life and death of the heavenly flower was already out of his control. The power of life and death that he was proud of was useless under Xiaohua's true qi. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered something like this. Forget it. The old monk let out a sigh. With a wave of his right hand, the alms bowl fell into his hand, and with a wave of his left hand, a huge demon-subduing pestle appeared. Then the golden body of the old monk suddenly withered, and the demon-subduing pestle gently fell down. As soon as the demon-subduing pestle fell, not to mention the sword guard where Xiaohua and Murong Tsongyun were, even the sword guards nearby were enveloped. An inexplicable feeling of fear emerged from Xiaohua's heart. The wishful staff in Xiaohua's hand was abnormally heavy, and it seemed that he couldn't lift it. Oh, not good. Could it be that the warning sign from before was here? Xiaohua was shocked. He looked at Murong Tsongyun's 6-word inscription and couldn't retrieve it in time. The demon-subduing pestle fell down, and whether it was the clouds or the crystal threads, including the inscription, they all turned into fragments. The clouds and crystal threads turned into nothingness, and the inscription fell into the pearl. Fortunately, the pearl was refined by a Confucian blacksmith. Although it was hit by the demon-subduing pestle, it still fell in front of Murong Tsongyun and didn't shatter. Murong Tsongyun bit his lips. As he caught the pearl, his feet moved. A thick sword light soared into the sky. However, this sword light looked very powerful, but just as it flew into the sky, it was extinguished by the demon-subduing pestle like a candle. Damn it! Looking at the full power attack of the 6th level origin energy Buddhist, Xiaohua couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Needless to say, Xiaohua was unable to block this attack. If it was a normal place, Xiaohua could use the lightning escape technique to escape. However, he was already connected to the sword diagram. How could he escape? However, looking at the sword light under Murong Tsongyun's feet, Xiaohua suddenly understood. Since Murong Tsongyun can borrow the power of the sword diagram, why can't I? And I know how to transform into a sword. Although I can't be compared to this old monk, but at least I can fight back. Thinking of this, the demon-subduing pestle was already close to him. Xiaohua had no other choice. He clenched his teeth and hurriedly withdrew the wishful staff. He shouted, "Miss Murong, quickly withdraw your sub-body and hide under my sword." Under the power of the demon-subduing pestle, Xiaohua's voice sounded very faint. When Murong Tsongyun heard this, she couldn't help but be startled. Her sub-body was also covered by the demon-subduing pestle. It was already difficult for her to continue. Now that she was pushing the boat with the current, her sub-body quickly shrunk and finally transformed into an inscription and fell into Murong Tsongyun's head. Wong Wing. Just as Murong Tsongyun withdrew her sub-body, the sword guard where the two of them were at flashed with extremely dazzling sword light. Sword patterns flowed like water and gathered under Xiaohua's feet. Then, like water flowing up Xiaohua's legs, the sword light overflowed from the soles of Xiaohua's feet to his waist. And when Murong Tsongyun blinked, Xiaohua's Dharma body had completely transformed into a huge flying sword. This flying sword was firmly connected with the sword guard. It looked like the sword pillar that pierced into the blood pool. It had the momentum of a sword soaring into the sky. Boom. Xiaohua's sword had just formed when the demon-subduing pestle had already fallen. It was still as light as a feather, like a horsetail whisk. However, when the pestle smashed onto Xiaohua's sword, a huge roar sounded. An invisible wave of qi suddenly lifted the demon-subduing pestle. Xiaohua's sword made a kacha sound, and the sword light disappeared into nothingness. Under the dim sword light, the dark golden color on Xiaohua's body crazily twisted and then disappeared into the surface layer. What was left was his skin and flesh being torn apart, and eerie white bones being exposed from his flesh and blood. Even the previously unbreakable sword guard under Xiaohua's body was now broken. Waves of blood gushed out from the broken part. Looking at Xiaohua again, his eyes were closed, his face was pale gold, and his sword hadn't completely recovered. His entire body was falling towards the broken part of the sword guard. Xiaohua. Murong Songyun cried out. She hurriedly waved her hand, wanting to grab Xiaohua's sword. However, at this moment, the demon-subduing pestle that Xiaohua had blocked was swung again. The old monk, who had blood flowing out of his orifices, had a ferocious expression as he swung the demon-subduing pestle again towards Murong Songyun. Murong Songyun was shocked. How could she still dare to care about Xiaohua? She hurriedly took out another imperial weapon to block it. However, the current Murong Songyun couldn't block the demon-subduing pestle at all. Under the demon-subduing pestle, Murong Songyun's imperial weapon couldn't even form clouds. You dare. Seeing that the situation was extremely dangerous and that Murong Songyun was about to die, an angry roar came from the distance. Immediately after, an almost solid pillar of qi came crashing down. Boom. With a loud sound, the demon-subduing pestle, which was much weaker than before, was sent flying by the pillar of qi. The old monk's body also trembled a few times, and tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. 14th Uncle. Seeing Murong Juanping's body fly over, Murong Songyun hurriedly shouted, "Quickly come and save me." No matter. Murong Juanping flew into the air and shouted, "Songyun, hold on for a bit longer. 7th Uncle and the others will be here soon." Okay. Murong Songyun heard that 7th Uncle was coming and was shocked. However, when she looked at where Xiaohua was, there was a bloody mist coming out of the sword guard. Xiaohua's body was nowhere to be seen. Ka. Murong Juanping's body landed on the edge of the sword guard. He waved the inscriptions in his hand, and the sword light on the sword guard quickly flashed. In a short moment, the place where Xiaohua fell into the pool of blood was filled. Then he looked at Murong Songyun and said with regret, "What a pity. This Xiaohua is really a talent." This old man watched from afar. He was actually able to block the attack of a Buddhist guardian who was at the upper 6th level of elemental energy. He is more than qualified to be a guest of the Murong family. Speaking of which, Xiaohua also lost his life to save me. Murong Songyun was a bit disappointed. If I knew this would happen, I would have let 16th Uncle come. 16th brother? Murong Juanping sneered. His cultivation is higher than Xiaohua's, but can you guarantee that he will be as strong as Xiaohua? Do you think 7th Uncle arranged this blindly? Besides, Xiaohua is an outsider. If 16th brother died here, 7th Uncle wouldn't be able to explain it to the family. You met Xiaohua. It can only be said that you are lucky. That's true. As Murong Songyun spoke, she looked at the demon-subduing pestle in the distance. The old monk had just grabbed it, and the sword light on the sword guard immediately pierced towards it. The old monk had no time to attack Murong Songyun. However, at this moment, Murong Songyun suddenly saw an extremely hidden Buddhist light from the corner of her eyes. It was flying through the sword mark. She hurriedly shouted, 14th Uncle, your left arm. Chapter 3893. When Murong Juanping heard Murong Songyun's reminder, he hastily looked at his left arm. It was a string of skull-shaped prayer beads attacking him. Murong Juanping didn't dare to be careless and hastily activated his Zhenqi to defend himself. He fought with another Buddhist protector whose strength wasn't inferior to his own and temporarily couldn't take care of Murong Songyun. At this time, the battle above the sword diagram was already in a stalemate. Sounds of killing filled the air. Buddhist protectors and Confucian disciples were fighting in every sword compartment. There were no more monks coming down from the transmission channel in the sky. It was still like the mouth of a strange beast, ferociously rotating there. The Buddhist protectors that flew out from the transmission channel were all carefully selected. Which one of them wasn't at the 6th or 7th grade of origin energy? Moreover, these protectors had seen blood before and were merciless in their attacks. Xiaohua and Murong Juanping were still able to hold on, but Qinzhua and Su Chuanping, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, had already been smashed into a bloody pulp. Of course, some of these Buddhist protectors were also killed, and the number wasn't small. However, they were caught off guard and the Confucian cultivators were in a passive position. This was originally a trap that the Chu clan had deliberately set up, but now it actually became a great opportunity for the Buddhist sects to kill the Confucian cultivators. In Murong Songyun's heart, this blood wave that human cultivators simply couldn't touch would definitely instantly corrode Xiaohua's body into white bones. However, contrary to her expectations, when Xiaohua's body fell into the blood wave, the blood mist and black flames immediately corroded the sword radiance around Xiaohua's body. The sword that hadn't completely escaped before completely disappeared in a few breaths of time. The Dharma body also shrank back into Xiaohua's body under the indescribable cold fluctuation of the blood wave. However, when Xiaohua's body was revealed and the blood mist rushed into his body to wreak havoc, strands of black flames rushed out from the torn parts of Xiaohua's body. They were like pythons that tangled with the blood mist. Then, the blood mist and black flames within several hundred feet gathered towards Xiaohua's body. Jijia. A rather arrogant voice came from Xiaohua's body. Damn it, what demonic god blood pool is just an extremely strange demon realm. Something's wrong. This voice naturally came from the demonic spirit that cultivated the blood drop paradise in Xiaohua's bloodline. Xiaohua was knocked unconscious by the demon's subduing pestle and several of his primordial spirits had the opportunity to appear. In this demonic god blood pool, only the demonic spirit Xiaohua spoke. However, just as the demonic spirit Xiaohua wanted to use his cultivation method to absorb the power of the blood pool to repair his body and protect him, a very cold fluctuation suddenly came and froze the demonic spirit Xiaohua's demonic flame. Not only did it prevent the demonic spirit Xiaohua from absorbing the blood wave, it also wanted to seal Xiaohua's bloodline. No. This is definitely not the demonic realm's demonic qi and demonic blood. No wonder the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators that specializes in restraining demonic qi couldn't do anything. The demonic spirit Xiaohua shouted in shock. Following the demonic spirit Xiaohua's scream, that fluctuation instantly penetrated Xiaohua's bloodline. This fluctuation was very different from ordinary cold. It didn't have the kind of freezing that could be seen with the naked eye. Instead, it sealed the tiniest blood strands in the blood strands, making them unable to move. Even the golden strands within the blood strands also dimmed. Xiaohua's body remained motionless. The wounds on his body also didn't have any healing. He just slowly fell into the lower layer of the blood wave. This demonic god blood pool was very strange. Previously, when the sword diagram smashed down the sword pillar, it seemed to have imprisoned the entire blood pool. Later, the 8 beauties pushed the sword diagram down several thousand zhang. This sword diagram should be close to the ground, but Xiaohua's body kept falling down as if the blood pool had no bottom. Looking at the top of Xiaohua's body, it was precisely the sword diagram that completely enveloped the blood pool. At this moment, other than the sword diagram that had deeply pierced into the blood pool, there were streams of essence blood flowing out. Even the bottom of the sword diagram, pieces of flesh and white bones had also seeped through the sword diagram and fell into the blood pool. Different from Xiaohua's body, when these pieces of flesh fell into the blood pool, they were immediately corroded by the blood wave. The blood wave didn't just corrode the flesh, it even turned the bones into powder. The strangest thing was that after the flesh and bones disappeared, they turned into strands of blood essence. They seemed to have a life of their own as they swam in the blood waves. They were either attached to the sword pillars or attached to the black flames as they rushed into the blood swamp. It was as if there was an endless temptation down there. The strands of invisible green in the blood essence seemed to be the command of the blood essence. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of drops of blood essence dripped down like rain. Behind each drop there was a black flame. Each drop represented hundreds of years, or even thousands of years of cultivation essence. After a long time, the blood essence finally stopped dripping. It stopped above a restriction that couldn't be detected by divine sense or Buddhist sense. The sound of this restriction, the blood wave and the black flames roared like a storm. Under this restriction, the blood wave and the black flames crazily surged out, and the ice-cold fluctuation was emitted from this restriction at the same time. The blood essence fell on the restriction and instantly scattered, forming one figure after another. These figures were all human figures. They were the Confucian scholars, Buddhist sons, or Taoist cultivators that the blood essence belonged to. The human figures struggled in panic. Outside the green core, the blood red gradually formed the shape of a flame. Puff puff. The concentrated sounds were insignificant in the blood waves, but these sounds caused the blood red humanoid figures to disappear into the restriction. Every time a blood essence was absorbed by the restriction would slightly sway. After a while, the restriction would tremble like a heartbeat, and the blood waves of the entire fiend god blood pool would become even more vast and mighty. At a corner of the restriction, Xiaohua's body had already fallen. His thin body trembled up and down along with the restriction. Because not a single drop of blood essence fell from Xiaohua's body, even though the blood wave above the restriction washed away Xiaohua's flesh like seaweed, he was still peacefully lying there without moving. Above the dark blood and lightless restriction, the devil spirit Xiao Hua seemed to have been frozen stiff. He said in a low and trembling voice, "Fellow Taoists, this poor Taoist is about to be unable to move. Are you not going to think of a way?" "Which fellow Taoist are you?" Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua's voice was heard again. "Can't you see that I is helping you resist the fluctuation? This fluctuation is extremely strange. It can absorb a person's soul. So much blood essence fused into the restriction, but the soul within the blood essence is indeed being absorbed by this fluctuation." Yes, this little brother knows." The demonic spirit Xiao Hua was very humble. "This little brother can't compare to big brothers, so I don't dare to call myself I. However, seeing that we all came from the same sect, please save this little brother. This restriction is strange and the fluctuation is even stranger. I discovered that the fluctuation within the restriction is undergoing a slight change. If possible, you might as well wait a little longer." Ever since the bone-tempering Xiao Hua obtained the metal origin, he became increasingly quiet. He was cultivating every moment, and it was rare for him to say a word. "Big brothers, this little brother doesn't have your divine abilities. This little brother only feels like he's going to be frozen to death." The demonic spirit Xiao Hua seemed to be frowning as he called out, "This old man can help you." A rather dignified voice sounded. "However, this old man can't guarantee that this senior won't be affected after saving you. After all, previously, we all suffered losses at your hands." "Fellow immortal actually has a way?" The phoenix-bodied Xiao Hua was somewhat astonished, because that dignified voice actually belonged to the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. "I'm also trying my best to repair my physical body. However, this fluctuation is not only ice-cold, but also extremely destructive. I can only prevent myself from being further damaged by the fluctuation." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua seemed to have matured into a great scholar. He was extremely magnanimous as he calmly replied, "This old man didn't dare to agree to help the sacred Sanwen ancestral temple before, but after obtaining the sacred Sanwen innate true qi, this old man dares to say this. However, although this old man can help the demonic spirit, this old man's assistance is very effective for his cultivation. Without this senior's consent, this old man doesn't dare to act rashly." When the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said this, no one dared to speak. After all, when Xiao Hua was controlled by the demonic blade, it was with the help of the demonic spirit. At that time, all the primordial spirits knew how terrifying it was. Even the demonic spirit Xiao Hua seemed to have a lingering fear and remained silent. As for Xiao Hua's left hand, where the demonic blade was fused into the bone, there was no movement in the bloody waves. After a moment of deathly silence, a few faint clear lights strangely appeared in the bloody sea. Then, several faint human figures appeared in the bloody sea. "Shu." The soul cultivator Xiao Hua hurriedly whispered, "There seems to be someone in the demonic god blood pool. Wait a moment, let I listen." While the soul cultivator Xiao Hua was speaking, the illusion breaker eye on his forehead slowly opened. He used the heaven's eye connection. He saw 8 human figures in the clear light. They were the 8 beauty sculptures from before. However, at this time the 8 beauty sculptures were standing straight in the bloody waves. Inside the clear light, countless 7-colored clouds blocked the bloody waves and the black flames outside. They simply couldn't allow the crystal beauties to corrode. A voice came from one of the crystal beauties. "Family head, isn't it about time? I'm afraid we can't wait here for too long. That monk from the Buddhist sect is too sinister. He actually set up a trap to disrupt our rhythm. Now that the experts from the Murong family haven't arrived in time, our Chu family's disciples should have suffered a lot. Let's wait a little longer." An old voice came from another crystal beauty. "If we go out now, the Buddhist sect's disciples will be disturbed. If they escape into the passage, it will be troublesome. Moreover, the current blood essence is not enough to open the restriction and release the demonic god chess. Family head, this blood essence is the blood of cultivators. It's far from the blood essence of ordinary people. If too much of it flows out, I'm afraid the restriction will be opened one step ahead of time." "This?" The old voice was somewhat hesitant. "This old man is also not sure. According to our plan, we will be the last to appear. After killing the Buddhist sect's disciples, the demonic god blood pool will be our Chu family's world. But who would have thought that this bullshit Skanda devil image formation was actually a transmission formation? So many Buddhist sect's disciples came, and Murong Jiang and the others couldn't come in time because they were avoiding the Buddhist sect's inspection. If we go out and can't kill all the Buddhist sect's disciples, Murongjiang and the others will definitely be able to sense the change in the restriction when they return. Chapter 3894. Just then, cha-cha-cha. Tiny cracking sounds were heard. Although they passed through the blood waves, they still clearly fell on the bodies of these crystal beauties. The old voice was shocked. Not good, the earth overturning sword diagram is about to be broken by the Buddhist sect. We can't wait any longer. Elders, let's go and kill the remaining Buddhist sect disciples. Before the voice fell, the 8 crystal beauties' bodies were covered in clear light. They were like rising stars rushing towards the blood waves. Damn it. Waiting for the consciousness of the Chu clan's master and the other 8 to fly away, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua couldn't help but shout. The Chu clan is really insidious. They first used the blood essence of the 8 female cultivators to activate the 8 beautiful sculptures, then pretended to take them away. In fact, the 8 beautiful sculptures were left in the blood pool. What's more, the Chu clan's patriarch and the other 7 literary saints left their consciousnesses inside. Now that they've flown out, not only can their consciousnesses control the 8 statues to kill, but they can also use the statues to teleport to the sword diagram. This is something that the Buddhist sect's disciples would never expect. The most important thing is, they seem to be coveting this restriction, and they are hiding it from Murongjiang. The bone-honing Xiaohua said indifferently, "Scholarly cultivator, it seems, even if you don't help the devil spirit, you still won't be able to succeed." "Thank you, brother bone-honing." Although it was the first time the devil spirit Xiaohua spoke, his innate cleverness was far from being comparable to other clones. "Make your move." The bone-honing Xiaohua said proudly, "With the metal origin, this old man has already begun to compete with the devil blade." Good. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua knew that this was a critical moment. He didn't dare to delay any longer. The 3 colored flames drew out his true qi and entered his blood vessels. That true qi was like a warm spring breeze, blocking the fluctuations in his blood vessels. As soon as the fluctuations disappeared, his blood vessels began to circulate. Strands of black flames came out of Xiaohua's blood vessels and began to frantically repair his body. Moreover, the devil qi gushed out from Xiaohua's body and firmly wrapped around him. Even the blood threads and black flames that couldn't be refined by demon spirit Xiaohua before also fell into the demon qi. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua's figure expanded again, and the sleeping demon god Xiaohua appeared again. Alas! Seeing the devil spirit Xiaohua wreaking havoc once again, scholarly cultivator Xiaohua slightly sighed. He was very clear that the righteous qi of scholarly cultivators was the nemesis of the devil qi. In this god-devil blood pool, the devil qi under the influence of fluctuations surpassed ordinary devil qi. Therefore, even the righteous qi couldn't erase the devil qi. Moreover, his Xiantian true qi had fused with the devil qi, so the devil qi controlled by Xiaohua was of a higher quality than ordinary devil qi. To be able to refine the devil qi and black flames in this god-devil blood pool, then the devil spirit Xiaohua's blood drop paradise had already surpassed the real blood drop paradise. In the future, perhaps other than scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, other primordial spirits might not be his opponent. Not to mention that the devil spirit Xiaohua had absorbed the devil qi and black flames in the god-devil blood pool. Just the sword diagram was indeed as dangerous as the Chu family head had said. Many sword grids were damaged, and waves of blood were splashing out from the damaged areas. Moreover, many sword grids had many Buddhist protectors fighting against the scholarly cultivator expert. The entire sword diagram was in imminent danger. Boom! At this critical moment, 8 loud noises came from 8 different locations of the sword diagram. The 8 beauties once again appeared in the sky. At this time, not only were the Buddhist disciples shocked, but many scholarly cultivators were also shocked. After all, everyone saw the 8 beauties being taken away by a group of female cultivators. However, they didn't have much time to think. The 8 beauties' bodies surged with clouds and turned into scholarly robes. One by one, male scholarly cultivators appeared in the sky. "Chuyun?" A slightly old voice came from the sword grids. On one of the sword grids, a hunchbacked old monk exclaimed in surprise, You actually left your will in these crystal statues?" Amit Ba. At the same time, a mocking voice came from the distance. "Scholarly cultivators are the most particular about etiquette and law. Scholarly cultivators have always looked down on women. Now you were forced to reveal yourselves as women. Even a hen can't compare to you. This poor monk was able to see the most shameful thing of scholarly cultivators in this world. This trip was not in vain. Even if you saw it, what can you do? An old man with an ancient face waved his hand, and a sword energy slashed across the sky. The monk's voice disappeared in a chaotic Buddhist light. Kill. Chu Yun's face was ferocious. She waved her hands, and a few rings with inscriptions fell from the sky towards the nearest Buddhist sect guardians. The monks quickly waved their Buddhist weapons and activated their telekinesis. Even though the Buddha's light was extinguished and the heavenly dragon's power was boosted, Chu Yun was the wisdom saint, one of the most powerful people in the Chu clan. How could these Buddhist sect guardians, who were only at the 7th level, be her match? The rune rings were like ropes that strangled the Buddhist sect protectors. When they wrapped around the bodies of the Buddhist children, not only did they extinguish the Buddhist light, but they also twisted their flesh and blood into blood that dripped onto the sword diagram. Since Chu Yun was like this, the other 7 elders were not merciful either. Each of them channeled their techniques and killed dozens of Buddhist children like wolves in a flock of sheep. Amit Ba. A loud and clear Buddhist chant was heard, and several beams of Buddhist light rushed into the portal in the sky. Then, several Buddhist senses came out of the portal like a breeze, and there was even a bloody smell coming from the Buddhist senses. Not good. Chu Yun said loudly, I'm afraid there are 8th level Buddhist sect protectors coming. Let's hurry over. Okay. The other 7 elders naturally sensed this as well. How could they dare to delay? They all responded in unison. The aura of the 8 beauties was 10 times stronger than before. This aura rushed into the sky, and countless rays of light appeared within a few thousand miles. The entire sword diagram was swept up by a powerful hurricane. Haha. 8 rays of light that could cover the entire sky flew over from afar and landed on the sword diagram in an instant. The rays of light passed by the 8 beauties, and the 8 crystal statues fell from the sky again. This time they landed on the sword diagram and didn't move anymore. Just as Chu Yun and the other 8 Chu family cultivators appeared in the sky, the roars of dragons and tigers came out from the portal. Several huge Buddhist sect protectors, some riding dragons, some riding tigers and leopards, flew out with strange Buddhist treasures in their hands. Amit Ba, I didn't think that the crystal skeletons would have the wills of experts. Chu Yun, you guys hid so well. I thought I wouldn't have to reveal myself, but in the end you guys forced me to show myself. A ferocious-looking monk riding a dragon said to Chu Yun. Seeing this monk, Chu Yun was surprised and asked curiously, Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King? Why is it you? Weren't you guarding the Southern Sea in the Western Paradise world? Compared to the monsters in the Southern Sea, the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent are even more ferocious. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King sneered, almost all of the Buddhist disciples in the hidden immortal continent were killed by you guys. If I didn't come, how would I be able to show my Buddhist sect protector's duty? These are also the heavenly kings under the Mahavairākana revered one, right? Chu Yun asked softly as she glanced at the heavenly kings. None of them were weaker than Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, and each of them had a murderous aura that normal Buddhist disciples didn't have. Hehe, you don't have to worry about that, benefactor. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King laughed, plus we didn't know that the revered one came here. It was all our own idea. How could the Mahavairākana revered one not know that the heavenly kings of the Western Paradise world have come to the hidden immortal continent? If you guys die here, it'll be a loss to the Thundersound Temple. How could you be the only one who can bear the responsibility? Chu Yun sneered, if you guys know what's good for you, you should turn back now. I can still protect your reputation. Ha! Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King laughed arrogantly, I'm already here and you're telling me to turn back? Are all of my schemes going to go down the drain? Chu Yun, you've been scheming for so many years. Today I'll send you to the ultimate land of bliss. I'll let you hear the mercy mantra of bliss. As he spoke, Buddhist clouds surged around Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King. Aside from Buddhist light, there were also blood-red flames of karma within the clouds. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard from within the flames. These were the souls of the evildoers killed by Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King. As Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King activated his telekinesis, strands of netherworld chi appeared in the void within a few hundred miles. Faint wisps of faith power also fell from the sky. Buddhas are demons and demons are Buddhas. Buddhist sect protectors are Buddhas and demons. It's true. A serious expression appeared on Chu Yun's face. Layers of flame-like sword hair appeared in the surrounding 10 miles, and within the sword hair, tiny Chu Yun's shadow could be seen. Chu Yun said in a low voice, and the tens of thousands of sword hair also emitted a sound. In my eyes, there are only two kinds of people in this world. One is Buddhas and the other is demons. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King spoke again. His voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Buddhas are Buddhas and everyone else is demons. Therefore, anyone who isn't a Buddhist should be killed. Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Chants of Buddhist names and the sound of wooden fish rang out. Waves of telekinesis power appeared in the void, and the power of demons rushed out from the Buddhist light. Within this power, there was the fire of karma that could send all living beings into the cycle of reincarnation. The sky turned red and these Buddhist techniques pressed down on Chu Yun like the sky was collapsing. If a person fears death, then life is meaningless. If a person despises death, then death is meaningless. I sacrifice my sword to life and death. Let's see what's best between life and death. Chu Yun wasn't afraid at all. She chanted inscriptions and billions of swords rushed towards the Buddhist light. Chu Yun's body expanded and became thin. She looked like a sword light but also like a sword body. She pierced towards suppressing Dragon Heavenly King with unparalleled power. Chapter 3895. While Chu Yun and the suppressing Dragon Heavenly King were fighting, the other elders of the Chu family were also fighting with the other Heavenly Kings. Although these 8th level Essence Force experts were very powerful, their control of their strength was also very strong. They were all able to control their strength within 1,000 miles. Although the sky and light within the 1,000 miles were all blurry, no one could tell who was winning and who was losing. Of course, the power of their fight didn't leak out, and it didn't affect the people fighting on the sword diagram. At this time, Murong Junping and Murong Tsongyun, who were covered in wounds, were dumbstruck as they watched the fight in the sky. They had thought a lot and heard some secrets from Murong Jiang, but they didn't expect that the Chu family's trap would attract the Heavenly Kings of the Thunder Temple. Although these Heavenly Kings weren't the true Heavenly King Buddha fruits, and were only praises from the Mahavairocana revered Buddha to the Buddhist sect's protectors, they knew that today's battle would have a far-reaching impact. This was simply a simulation of the immortal Buddha array. 14th Uncle. Murong Tsongyun looked at the 6th grade elemental energy monk who was killed by the two of them. His flesh and blood seeped into the sword diagram and disappeared. He whispered, "Let's think of a way to escape. If we stay here, we'll die sooner or later. This isn't a battle we can decide." Yun, do you think I don't want to leave? Murong Junping smiled bitterly. Once we enter the sword diagram, we become one with it. If the sword diagram doesn't disappear, we can't leave. This is very clear in the jade eyes. But, Murong Tsongyun argued, that Xiao Hua seemed to be able to escape from the sword diagrams. Unfortunately, he's already dead. Murong Junping shook his head. He might have used a Taoist secret technique. It's not something a Confucian cultivator can use. Could it be? Yin is going to die here? Murong Tsongyun's face was deathly pale. She had already seen that the fighting on the dozens of sword guards to her left had stopped, just like her. However, the ones living on the sword guards were all Buddhist protectors. Although these monks were also covered in blood, their eyes were filled with killing intent and disregard. They turned their heads to look at Murong Tsongyun. Oh, misfortune never came alone. 1,000 miles away from Murong Tsongyun, a huge spinning pot spun like a mountain. On both sides of the pot, there was a golden Buddhist light and a red lotus karmic fire spinning around the sword diagram like two chains. Hundreds of Confucian disciples were killed by the Buddhist light and red lotus karmic fire, turning into meat paste and falling onto the sword diagram. Right now, the Buddhist light and karmic fire were sweeping towards Murong Tsongyun. Above the pot, a heavenly king wearing a strange monk robe was chanting Buddhist scriptures. His face was expressionless as he activated the pot. This time, the Chu family sent out their patriarch and 7 elders. However, the Buddhist sect protector had already calculated the Chu family's strength. This time there were 9 Buddhist sect protectors. While the other 8 were fighting with the Chu family, the remaining Buddhist sect protectors easily took the lives of the Chu family disciples. I knew it. Buddhist sect disciples are all sanctimonious people. Normally they're all very kind. They say things like don't harm ants when sweeping the floor, don't cover the lamp with moths. Those are all nonsense. Look at your ferocious faces. If the Immortal Town's followers saw this, how sad would they be? How can they think of Buddhism like this? Suddenly, a faint voice with a hint of ridicule came from the sky. When Murong Tsongyun heard this, her face was filled with disbelief. She exclaimed in disbelief, Second uncle? Why is he here? Where's seventh uncle? Yes, of course it's second uncle. Murong Junpeng was also crying tears of joy. He shouted, only a literary saint like second uncle can kill a heavenly king. However, before Murong Junpeng could look up, a cloud pillar suddenly flew over from another direction. When it reached the sword diagram, it condensed into a large hand. It reached down and grabbed the teleportation channel. Numerous vast crystal threads thicker than dragons appeared from the void and flashed on both sides of the hand. Boom boom. A deafening sound rang out. The teleportation channel was pulled by the hand and moved more than 100 li. However, just as it moved 100 li, the green seal text in the teleportation channel suddenly went crazy. It was like thousands of butterflies flapping their wings. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the entire teleportation channel collapsed. Streaks of green lightning flew out and hit the hand. The thick vast crystal threads on the hand were destroyed and the entire hand collapsed. See? Murong Tsongyun sucked in a breath of cold air and groaned, This? Which literary star senior is this? However, when the hand dissipated, the cloud pillar also disappeared. That literary star who didn't show himself didn't even leave behind a trace of aura. Not to mention Murong Tsongyun, even Murong Junping didn't know which literary star attacked on a whim. At this time, Murong Tsongyun and Murong Junping didn't have the time to think too much. In the sky there were flashes of light. Many familiar faces appeared like bright moons in the sky. Their originally despairing mood was now overflowing with joy. Murong Tsongyun cried out in joy, Gongshu. Gongshu Yenin Duanmu Jiji Huangfu Gongqing Zhangsunji Yuan Wenxing? Heavens, why are all the literary saints from the first-tier families here? Not only that. Murong Junping said with a smile, from the first-tier families Kong Cheng, Meng Meng and the second-tier families Mo Xie, Zhou Zhen and Lu Qin are all here. These seniors. Murong Tsongyun cried out, why didn't seventh granduncle tell us that they were coming? Let alone seventh granduncle, it seems that even the Chu family might not know about the arrival of the literary saints. Murong Junpeng looked at the dead disciples of the Chu family on the sword diagram and the 8 literary saints of the Chu family who were fighting fiercely with the Buddhist sect's guardian kings in the sky. Murong Tsongyun's expression changed slightly. He suddenly seemed to understand something. He nodded slightly and didn't dare to ask any more questions. The secret behind this was not something she could know. Right now, she only knew that she could survive, and that was more important than anything else. After the dozen or so literary saints appeared, other than Lu Qin who was fighting against the monster-robed heavenly king, the other literary saints all moved and teleported on the sword diagram. In an instant, they surrounded the 9 Buddhist sect guardian kings. As for the Buddhist sect guardian who was still killing the scholarly disciples, they didn't even look at him. This was because in the direction where the literary saints appeared, Murong Jiang and the other disciples of the aristocratic families also rushed over. The dozen or so literary saints stood in the air, and the powerful aura around them enveloped the 10,000 li space above the sword diagram. The origin of this aura was scholarly, so it was very easy for them to unite. These literary saints glanced at each other. Although they couldn't see each other, they had already communicated with each other through their aura. Gongshu Yenin and the other 4 literary saints chanted the inscriptions on their armor, and the true qi in their bodies rushed into the battle to help the Chu family's elder. Kong Cheng and the other 5 literary saints raised their hands and slapped the sword diagram below them. Scholarly cultivators always emphasized on covering the sky with one hand, and these 6 hands covered the entire sky. When they fell into the sword diagram, the entire sword diagram shook violently, and then tens of millions of sword pillars pierced the sky. Not only that, but countless vast crystal threads crazily fell into the sword pillars. The sword pillars rushed out for 10,000 feet, and they were already as thick as a mountain peak. Wong wong. The sword pillars emitted a terrifying sword hum. One after another, materialized sub-bodies emerged from the bodies of these literary sages. They were none other than the Buddhist sect's guardian heavenly kings who were wielding the sword pillars and stabbing at the various battles. Amitabha, I have truly learned something today. Not only did I see a scholarly saint wearing a woman's body, but I also saw a scholarly saint using numbers to bully a single person. The so-called vast righteousness, the so-called magnanimity, and the so-called indomitable spirit are nothing but words on paper, a mask used to cover up the peace. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King finally couldn't fight against Chu Yun and Gongshu Yenin, the two literary saints. He struggled to get half of his body out of the battle and shouted loudly. The dragon under his feet was now severely injured, and its entire body was twitching violently. It didn't look like it was going to survive. Gongshu Yenin's five-colored true chi condensed into half a Chinese redbud flower above his head. He came out of the chaotic vast chi and thought power and said coldly, "Thou art the guardian of the nirvana world, killing demons and protecting Buddha is the right path." But where is this place? My scholarly cultivator's territory. You invaded my territory and killed my disciple, and you still want to talk about justice with my scholarly cultivators? My Buddhist sect's true meaning is righteous, and the Buddha's light saves all living beings from suffering. Your scholarly cultivator's scriptures are too narrow and hard to justify. The people of the hidden immortal continent chose my Buddhist sect's scriptures, but you didn't reflect on yourself, and instead killed my Buddha's light. Aren't you the demons in my eyes? You set up such a trap to lure my Buddhist disciple. What's the difference between you and the prostitutes in front of the brothel who sell their smiles to seduce innocent people? Do you still have the face to talk about justice in front of me? Seeing that the teleportation portal was destroyed, and the surrounding space was sealed by more than 10 literary saints, suppressing Dragon Heavenly King knew that today's matter wouldn't end well, so he decided to throw away all pretenses and even put the word prostitute on the scholarly cultivators. Others might not care, but Chu Yun's face was abnormally red. It wasn't only because the trap was set up by the Chu family, but also because there was something wrong with the origin of the 8 beauty sculpture. Although Chu Yun had the strength of an 8th level essence chi, she couldn't help but feel confused. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King immediately saw through Chu Yun's confusion. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King didn't do anything, but a strand of Buddha's light suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yun's chest. However, this Buddha's light wasn't righteous, but had traces of blood. Each strand of Buddha's light had the shape of a demon. Chapter 3896. Brother Chu, watch out. Gongshu Yenin hurriedly reminded him. He waved his hand and countless armor glyphs appeared around the suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, trapping him tightly. Chu Yun suddenly realized what was going on. Seeing the Buddha's light invading her dantian, her expression changed again. Boom boom. Chu Yun's chest caved in at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Chu Yun's body quickly retreated, and when she stabilized herself in the air, not only were her clothes messy, but her bloodstains were also visible. Damn it. Chu Yun cursed as he looked at the literary saints and heavenly kings fighting everywhere. He had mixed feelings. The sudden appearance of 11 literary saints from different families was definitely beyond Chu Yun's expectations. Back then, when the families were discussing the trap, Chu Yun had other thoughts. He was the first to reject the literary saints from the other families, and only limited the range to those below the 7th level of origin energy. At that time, the literary saints didn't say anything. It seemed like they had all fallen into Chu Yun's trap. Now, Chu Yun finally realized that the one who fell into Chu Yun's trap was none other than himself. The 11 literary saints had formed an alliance long ago, and they had been watching him from the side. If suppressing Dragon King and the other Buddhist heavenly kings didn't appear, Chu Yun could have kept his promise and stopped the literary saints from coming out. Even now, Chu Yun could have stopped the literary saints from attacking. Unfortunately, he was accidentally ambushed by suppressing Dragon King, and he was injured. What right did he have to stop the literary saints? Man proposes, God disposes. Chu Yun sighed in his heart. He lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on his body. Now they looked like little worms that were retreating back into his body. Then Chu Yun raised his hand, and a few drops of essence blood appeared in the air. Chu Yun's face turned pale and then a 5-colored chi spurted out. It turned into hundreds of runes and fell into the essence blood. The space where the essence blood was at twisted strangely, and strange ripples appeared along with the runes. The essence blood turned into an inch-long 5-colored sword. Go. Chu Yun pointed at the small sword. The small sword began to vibrate, and all the lights and shadows within a few miles were sucked into the vibrations. The small sword then disappeared. Almost at the same time, suppressing Dragon Heavenly King, who was using his Buddha light to smash Gongshu Yenin's talisman formation like a giant hammer, suddenly changed his expression. The Buddha light around him retracted and turned into a Vairocana Buddha statue in front of his chest. However, before the Buddha light could fully condense, a small five-colored sword appeared in front of his chest. The five-colored sword pierced through the Buddha statue and scattered the Buddha light. At the same time, the small sword expanded and stabbed into Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's chest. Buzz. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's Buddha statue trembled violently. Numerous heavenly dragons danced wildly in the statue, trying to block the small sword. Boom. At this moment, the corners of Gongshu Yanin's mouth curled up, and all the talismans suddenly changed. A strange talisman formation that looked like an awl shot towards Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's forehead. This awl also carried an unparalleled power. In the strong wind, the remaining Buddha light around Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King was blown away. The Heavenly King of Suppressing Dragon's expression changed drastically. The golden statue of the Mahavairakana revered Buddha that had just solidified quickly flashed. With a loud bang, it blocked in front of the awl. The Buddha statue turned into Buddha light and disappeared. The awl was also shaken until it reverted back to its original form of inscription. However, just as Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King was blocking the awl, the small sword had already pierced into his chest. Whoa! A strange sobbing sound came from Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's body. Layers of heavenly flowers surged, and Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's body disappeared mysteriously. Only the silhouette of a Heavenly King flashed within the heavenly flowers. However, the golden light only flashed a few times before a series of spatial rifts appeared in the surrounding area. Bursts of sword chi and inscriptions surged out of those rifts in a frenzy, following which Heavenly King Li Jiao's golden body emerged in an extremely disheveled manner. Looking into the void again, there were clusters of sword pillars mixed with cloud-like inscriptions that tumbled like an ocean. The space around the Godfiend blood pool had already been sealed off by the combined efforts of more than 10 literary sages. Faced with this seal, even Heavenly King Suppressing Flood Dragon, who was as strong as the Buddhist sect's guardian Heavenly King, was unable to escape. Amitabha Namo Great Merciful Guanyin Bodhisattva, I have no regrets even if I die today. I am willing to use this life's merit in exchange for Bodhisattva's golden body to descend to the hidden immortal continent. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King's golden body appeared. He didn't struggle anymore and sat in the air with his palms together. He chanted, "Thousand hands and eyes are unhindered, great merciful Deloni. Namo hi luona de luoyi namo I polujiampur shuabo luoyi bodhisattvayi mahasapayi kaluanai jiayi hasapayi." Rumble. As the Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King bowed down, the Heavenly King's golden body started to fade away. Bursts of explosions came from the Heavenly King's chest. Chu Yun's little sword had been suppressed for a long time, but now it finally exploded. However, what surprised Chu Yun and Gongshu Yanin was that where the blood light splashed out, the golden light turned into pure faith power and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the Longevity Town. Even the combined efforts of more than 10 saints of literature could not stop it. Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King had died, so what happened to the other Heavenly Kings? Some of the more violent ones tried to drag the literary saints down with them. Some of the Heavenly Kings even turned to the Confucian disciples on the sword diagram and started killing. While the sword diagram was bustling with noise and excitement, Xiaohua woke up in the demonic god blood pond. He already knew what had happened, and now he was standing on top of the seal in his demonic armor. He looked at the seal with his delirium breaker Dharma eye and frowned. He thought to himself, this seal is very strange. I can't see through it with my delirium breaker Dharma eye, and I can't sense the cold energy coming from it. If it's just as Xiaohua said and this demonic chi is of a higher level than normal demonic chi, then where did it come from? Plus, the seal's reaction is getting more and more intense as the essence blood continues to fall. I think the Chu family is planning something big and they want to break this seal. Of course, if I'm not wrong, the demonic god chess is under this seal. What attracted me seems to be this fluctuation, but it also seems to be this restriction, or perhaps the divine devil chess under the restriction. Whose essence blood is this? It actually has such a powerful soul? At this moment, a strand of blood that was dozens of times thicker than the previous one flashed with a golden Buddhist light as it rushed down. Moreover, before this strand of blood landed on the restriction, it had already transformed into the shape of a monk. Wasn't this the Suppressing Dragon Heavenly King who was killed? Although the essence blood was powerful, the suction force of the seal was also extraordinary. When the essence blood landed on the seal like a meteor, the entire seal was immediately dyed red by the essence blood. At the location of the essence blood, a layer of faint black chi mixed with blood threads and fluctuations emerged from the seal. This black chi quickly surged up dozens of feet. Immediately after, with a loud bang, an invisible and boundless restriction instantly lifted Xiaohua towards the ground. The devilish chi and black flames that were being absorbed by Xiaohua's body surged in at a speed that was several dozen times faster than before. This essence blood. Xiaohua had already seen the essence blood of a 6th-level Confucian cultivator or a Buddhist disciple fall into the seal. At this moment he immediately understood. It's probably from the 8th-level Buddhist disciple, right? How is this possible? The 8th-level Buddhist disciple should be on the same level as the sage of Confucian cultivators and on the same level as the tribulation-passing cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. If one cultivated to this level, even if they couldn't defeat the enemy if they wanted to escape, they should have tens of thousands of methods, right? How could they just die like this? Unless... Thinking of this, Xiaohua immediately had a kind of understanding. Of course, there were many possibilities, but there was only one most likely, and that was that the background of this trap was far from what Murong Tsongyun could understand. The sage of Confucian cultivators that came to the demonic god blood pool was also not something Murong Tsongyun could imagine. This number even exceeded the estimation of the Buddhist sect disciples, which was why the Buddhist sect's guardian heavenly king died so easily. Xiaohua shuddered involuntarily when he thought of this. Xiaohua's body unconsciously trembled, and the speed at which the devil spirit Xiaohua absorbed the devil chi suddenly stopped. There were so many saints of literature sitting above him, yet Xiaohua was still cultivating with his devil body. Even if the fiend god blood pool blocked all divine sense and eye-clearing techniques, Xiaohua still felt uneasy. After a slight pause, the devil spirit Xiaohua crazily refined the devil chi. After all, the devil chi and black flames of the demonic god blood pool were extremely rare. It was even purer than the devil chi at the bottom of the Sage River. The more devil spirit Xiaohua absorbed, the more unimaginable the blood drop paradise's cultivation would be. How could the devil spirit Xiaohua not seize this opportunity? As for Xiaohua, he thought to himself, damn it, how big of a trap is this? There should be more than one heavenly king who came here. Since one died, then there will definitely be others. Confucian cultivators have always believed in eliminating the root of the problem. They probably won't let any Buddhist sect disciples escape. No, that's not right. If possible, there should be some low-level Buddhist sect disciples who manage to escape. They must pass on the news of the Heavenly King Protector's death to Lane Temple so that they can find a reason for the war between immortals and Buddhas. Chu clan, Confucian cultivators, what a good plan. They put the immortal palace of the military sect on fire. Let's see how the immortal palace of the immortal palace deals with this. Chaos, chaos, the more chaos the better. Xiaohua suddenly laughs loudly. The black chi around his body once again flares up. Even more devil chi and black flames gather towards Xiaohua. Only with chaos can this Xiao cultivate in peace. Only when this Xiao cultivates to the realm of crossing tribulation can this Xiao have some authority in this hidden immortal continent. Otherwise, I can only be a pawn on other people's chessboard. Swish, swish, swish. More and more blood essence fell down. The black chi from the restriction became even denser. Now, it was more than a few li. Xiaohua's devil body was also entangled by this black chi. Inside this black chi, Xiaohua's blood drop paradise technique was actually somewhat weak. It seemed like the grade of this black chi was even higher than the devil chi from before. Chapter 3897. Looking at the sword diagram again, the last guardian heavenly king with the rotating pot finally turned into nothingness under the combined efforts of Duanmu Jijin, Zhang Sunji, and Mo Xia, the three sages of literature. Seeing what little flesh and blood fell into the godfiend blood pool, the Buddhist artifact actually whistled and wanted to fly out of the seal. Duanmu Jijin raised his hand and pointed, and a Jiaming when python rushed out of the void. It roared and wanted to swallow the Buddhist artifact. Murong Jun, who was watching from the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. Brother Duanmu, let go of the Buddhist artifact and let it fly back to the longevity town. Duanmu Jianshi pondered for a while and understood Murong Jun's meaning. He raised his hand and the literary python turned into fragmented strokes and scattered in the air. In the nearby void on the left, distorted waves appeared and the sword column in the clouds became dim. The rotary pot took the opportunity to turn into a Buddha light and flew out. The direction was not out of the expectation of the sage of literature. It was the town of immortals. Chu Yun looked around and saw that the situation had changed. Although the smell of blood was still thick in the air, and the flesh and blood on the sword diagram had not completely disappeared, there were not many Buddhist sect disciples who were still struggling. However, the Chu family and the other aristocratic families had already surrounded these disciples. It wouldn't be long before all the Buddhist sect disciples who had fallen into the godly devil blood pool's trap would lose their lives on the sword diagram. So, Chu Yun flew up and bowed, "Thank you for your help, immortal friends." Haha. With a burst of light and shadow, a dozen or so scholars laughed and teleported from all directions. Among these scholars only Duanmu Jiji, Murong Jun and the other three weren't injured, but the others were more or less injured by the Buddhist sect's guardian before they died. "Immortal friend Chu, you're too polite." Duanmu Jiji was the first to arrive and raised his hand to return the greeting. "We, the 100 schools of Confucianism, are one family. If Chu family is in trouble, we, the 100 schools of thought, will help." Also, these Buddhist guardians were too arrogant. They dared to use a teleportation formation to sneak attack Burial Immortal Continent. How could we not kill them? I didn't expect this either. Chu Yun sighed. "When we discussed earlier, we thought that it would be good enough if we could lure some 6th grade elemental energy Buddhists to take the bait. However, we didn't expect the Buddhists to be so ambitious, sending 9 guardian heavenly kings. This time, we have caused a huge disaster. The Thunder Monastery has suddenly lost 9 guardian heavenly kings. The Mahavairakana revered one will definitely not let this matter rest. This action is beyond our control. Fellow immortals, we should leave this place quickly and discuss how to explain this to the Immortal Palace. If possible, fellow immortals should report this to the patriarchs of the various clans so that we can work together." With that, Chu Yun gestured for Zhu Wenxing to go first. Unfortunately, the 11 literary saints stood still and stared at Chu Yun with meaningful smiles on their faces. "Everyone?" Chu Yun said in a low voice as she suddenly had a bad feeling. She glanced at the sword pattern. The sword pattern was no longer flat. The broken parts were bulging, and under the bulges more waves of blood could be seen. Murong Jun smiled and said, "Fellow immortal Chu, there's no need to hide anything. Let's see how many of our clans are here." This. Chu Yun's face showed a trace of awkwardness. However, when she glanced at the various clans, a trace of realization appeared in her eyes. "Fellow immortal Chu." Murong Jun raised his hand and pointed at the injured and dying Murong Tsongyun, who was being taken away by Murong Jiang. "For the Chu clan's plan, our Murong clan has paid a great price. Yun is the pearl of our clan. She bravely acted as bait for your perfect plan. You can't disappoint the expectations of our clans." This. Chu Yun bit her lips and said in a moaning voice, "The Murong clan has paid a great price, but doesn't our Chu clan have sacrificed even more? Not to mention the countless disciples that we lost, even 3 of our 8 elders almost died. Their cultivations have now fallen to 7th grade elemental energy. I'm afraid that they won't be able to become literary saints in this lifetime." "So?" Duanmu Jianshi impatiently interrupted Chu Yun and said, "Our 11 first and second clans are only willing to work with the Chu clan." This. Chu Yun hesitated for the 3rd time. She was still unwilling. After all, she had planned for so many years, but in the end, this was the result. She really didn't expect this. Murong Jun smiled and said, "Fellow immortal Chu, don't think that only your Chu clan knows about the secret of the demonic god blood pool. Which one of the first and second clans doesn't know about the secret of the demonic god chess? Although the Confucian scholars of the hidden immortal continent only put the demonic god chess at number 5, how could we not know about its power? Although the legend of the demonic god chess is only a legend, and the original truth has been lost in the passage of time. But from this legend, who can't see that the blood sacrifice is the method to break the demonic god blood pool?" Kong Cheng smiled and said, "This is the hidden immortal continent, where Confucian cultivators flourish. Under the rule of the human race, the world is taught by etiquette, and no one dares to do anything against the heavens. If this was the Thousand Demons sacred realm, I'm afraid that someone would have used the blood sacrifice to break the seal." All right. Hearing Zhu Wenxing's words, Chu Yun knew that her plan was exposed, so she could only nod and admit it. She knew that the reason why the demonic god blood pool was so mysterious was because of the blood waves that blocked divine sense and eye cleansing technique. The righteous chi that fell into the blood waves would immediately be corroded. Another reason was because of the blood sacrifice. The reason why the nameless small country could resist the Dongchen Empire was because they sacrificed their entire country's citizens to break the seal. Only then could the demonic god chess be summoned and kill the Dongchen Empire's army. Now on the hidden immortal continent, although the literary saints coveted the demonic god chess inside the demonic god blood pool, they didn't dare to sacrifice tens of thousands of lives, so they couldn't get their hands on the demonic god chess. On the surface, the Chu family was planning to kill the Buddhist sect's arhat and destroy the Buddhist sect's prestige, but in the dark, they used the blood of tens of thousands of arhat and tens of thousands of cultivators on the hidden immortal continent. Although there weren't many of these cultivators, their quality was much better than before, so these blood spirits were enough to break the seal. Actually, Murong Jun clapped his hands and said, "We all admire immortal friend Chu's plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. We all feel that the Chu family is worthy of being a third-rate family. After this, all the families will jointly recommend the Chu family to the immortal palace for the immortal emperor to decide. On the day of the hidden immortal sacrifice, the Chu family will be a third-rate family. Immortal friend Chu will also be able to confidently comfort the Chu family's ancestors during the sacrifice." "Alright then Chu Yun, thank you immortal friends and thank all the families." Chu Yun's face blushed. He knew that even though he was the head of the family, he was only a literary saint. He couldn't be compared to the first-rate and second-rate families. Especially, in order to become a third-rate family, the head of the family must be a literary star cultivator. This was an unwritten rule in the hidden immortal continent for many years. As for the first-rate and second-rate families, there was a limit to the number of first-rate and second-rate families. If the Chu family wanted to become a third-rate family, it would take more than 10,000 years or even 100,000 years of hard work. Now, because of this opportunity, the Chu family could become a third-rate family. This kind of opportunity didn't come often. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to fight for it again in the Immortal War. At that time, if there was a mistake, not only the third-rate family but even the Chu family would be annihilated. Chu Yun didn't dare to wait. Chu Yun no longer hesitated as she thought about the glory of a third-grade family, the upcoming war between the Immortals and Buddhas, and the benefits of being a third-grade family during the war. She smiled and said, "Since all of you have understood, I won't hide it any longer. However, since my Chu clan has contributed so much and we're leading the battle at the deities and demons' blood pond, then, can I make an agreement with all of you?" "Could it be that immortal friend Chu has some conditions?" Murong Jun asked with a smile. Chu Yun quickly smiled and said, "What conditions? It's just a suggestion." Duanmu Jianshi glanced at Murong Jun. The two exchanged glances and said, "Immortal friend Chu, let's hear it first. Since there are 11 families here, including my Chu family, there are 12 of them. Then, 6 immortal generals and 6 demon generals, 1 for each family, no need to say more." Chu Yun said after a pause, "But apart from the immortal chess, there must be something else in the immortal blood pool." "My suggestion is, can my Chu family have the right to choose the other items first?" Duanmu Jianshi frowned slightly. He transmitted his voice to Murong Jun and the others to discuss. "The Chu family has indeed paid a great price, but we have already agreed to the Chu family's conditions. I'm afraid these conditions are not appropriate." "Brother Duanmu." Chu Yun smiled. "The condition before was the immortal blood pool. Since my Chu family has already fulfilled it, of course we have to fulfill it. As for the immortal blood pool, we should have something to say." "Forget it." Murong Jun waved his hand and said, "If your Chu family has the right to choose first, then you can only choose 1 item. The rest have nothing to do with your Chu family." "Alright, we'll do as Brother Murong says." Chu Yun clapped and smiled. Murong Jun looked at Duanmu Jianshi. Both of them had doubts in their eyes. However, they didn't know anything else apart from the immortal chess and the immortal blood pool. Seeing that Zhu Wenxing had agreed to her condition, Chu Yun was in a great mood. She said, "You need proof to enter the immortal chess. My Chu family has been searching the hidden immortal continent for hundreds of thousands of years, and we only found 2 pieces by chance. Fellow immortals. Immortal friend Chu doesn't need to worry about this." Murong Jun waved his hand and said, "Since your Chu family can find it, why can't we?" Chapter 3898. That's good. Chu Yun nodded. The monks from the Buddhist sect that invaded our hidden immortal continent have been killed by us. Our plan has been completed. Now, our Chu family sword atlas in the demonic god blood pool can no longer hold on. Fellow immortals, please order your disciples to retreat 1,000 miles away. As for any changes in the demonic god blood pool, that's the will of the heavens. It has nothing to do with our plan. That's right, fellow immortal Chu is right. Duanmu Jiji nodded. The changes in the demonic god blood pool are not something we can control. Even the immortal palace can't control it. If the demonic god chess appears, then it's our fortune. If it doesn't, then we won't lose anything. Then Duanmu Jiji transmitted his voice, and the Duanmu family disciple quickly flew out of the sword atlas. Then all the other family disciples retreated, leaving only the Chu family's elders and some disciples outside of the sword atlas. Fellow immortals. Chu Yun reminded, I'm going to withdraw the sword atlas. At this moment, before Chu Yun could finish her sentence, a crazy wave of energy suddenly rushed out from the blood-red wave under the sword diagram. Even Chu Yun and the other sword saints couldn't help but shiver. The already broken sword diagram let out a series of creaking sounds, followed by a series of explosions. Countless pieces of the sword diagram shot up into the sky. Under the pieces, the blood-red wave looked like a blood-red flood dragon that came out of the ocean and pounced at the crowd with its claws and fangs. Retreat. Chu Yun was shocked. She hurriedly transmitted her voice to the disciples. However, the blood of gods and devils covered an area that even the sage of literature couldn't cover. How could the disciples of the Chu family who were about to put away the sword diagram hear her? When the sword diagram collapsed, the bloody waves were like a torrential flood, sweeping all the disciples of the Chu family who couldn't escape in time into it. The demonic energy and black flames in the bloody waves caused even Wen Sheng's expression to change. How could these disciples be lucky enough to escape? Many disciples didn't even have time to scream before they turned into essence blood and merged back into the blood sea. The dozen or so literary saints naturally saw the opportunity and flew into the sky. They saw the blood of the gods and devils that had been imprisoned for a long time devouring the sword picture in just a few breaths, returning it to its original form. How could this be? Murong Jun naturally didn't care about the life and death of the Chu family's disciples. His eyes flashed with flowing light as he used the Murong family's flowing light pupils to observe carefully. The celestial devil chessboard still hasn't appeared? Could it be that he doesn't have enough blood essence? Moo. Before Murong Jun could think of a second idea, the entire fiend god blood pool let out a loud moo that sounded like a cow's moo. The entire area within 10,000 miles was boiling. The monstrous sea of blood suddenly rolled back into the depths of the blood pool. In the blink of an eye, a black gas that covered 10,000 miles appeared below everyone. Good. Chu Yun felt sorry for her disciple at first, but when she saw black flame, she was overjoyed. She quickly reached into her pocket and took out 2 tokens, preparing to act according to the situation. The black smoke mixed with the black flames surged forward and rose to a height of 50 miles. The ferociousness contained in the black smoke made the dozen or so saints of Wen frown. This was because their void refinement and heaven harmonization realm true chi in their chests were rippling as if they were afraid of the black smoke. Could it be that we can enter this black gas with the token? Chu Yun didn't understand. However, her divine sense and clear eyes technique couldn't see the situation inside the black gas either. Buzz. While the saints of Wen were waiting in shock, another rumbling sound came from the black gas. Then rays of silver-white light appeared and floated outside of the black gas. This light chased away the black gas, and the black gas devoured the silver light. It was like the battle between the Buddhist sect's heavenly protector and the Confucian saint of Wen. It was an abnormal struggle. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a thumb-sized whirlpool appeared in the middle of the fiend god blood pool. This whirlpool was filled with indescribable fluctuations from before. As the whirlpool expanded, both the silver light and the black gas fell into the whirlpool, creating a layer of silver light and a layer of black gas. From high up in the sky it was very beautiful. However, this beauty caused the saints of Wen's expression to change. This was because the gap between the silver light and the black gas was constantly changing. If anything fell into this whirlpool, even the saints of Wen would have a hard time escaping. The whirlpool spun extremely fast, but it was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. When the waves rushed out, the clear sky was covered with red clouds again. However, amidst the layers of red clouds, a huge hole in the clouds revealed the sun. The sunlight, which was like a light sword, shone directly on the whirlpool, making the already beautiful whirlpool even more magnificent and ferocious. When the sunlight refracted from the whirlpool landed in the air was somewhat distorted, as if the sunlight had become a sharp weapon for killing. The Saints of Wen didn't dare to act rashly. They only scattered high up in the sky and circulated their true qi to protect themselves. After a long time, when the whirlpool filled the entire fiend god blood pool, the sound of an army of soldiers clashing rang out from the intersection between the silver light and the black gas. Then the silver light gradually straightened, stretching horizontally to the north and south. The black gas condensed into black threads that also gradually straightened, but the direction of the black threads was to the east. The change in the silver light and the black gas caused a heavenly phenomenon. Waves of thunder and the moans of gods and ghosts wreaked havoc in the sky. Just as the Saints of Wen were dumbfounded, a chessboard with silver and black intersecting gradually formed. The silver and black threads intersected, forming a gray protrusion where they intersected. There was a faint trace of gold in the protrusion. When the gold disappeared, the gray protrusion was like the eye of a fiend god that stared at the Saints of Wen. Looking at the chessboard, half of it was silver and the other half was black. They were clearly separated into the shape of a yin-yang fish. The silver in the black gave off a faint silver light, and the black in the silver was even darker and glossier. However, these two spots of light weren't the usual round shape, but triangular. They looked like triangular flags and even more so like the triangular eye of a fiend god. Damn it. High up in the sky, the Saints of Wen looked on helplessly as the fiend god chessboard took shape. They felt the changes in heavenly might between heaven and earth, while Xiaohua, who was inside the black gas, was being tortured. When the black gas surged out, Xiaohua was naturally also covered by it. Moreover, in order to avoid the Saints of Wen's clear sight technique, Xiaohua even withdrew his Dharma idol. His original figure was naturally not seen by the Saints of Wen within the black gas. When the silver light appeared, Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. However, it was already too late for him to withdraw. The silver light pierced through his body, riddling him with holes. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and urged the devil spirit. Xiaohua absorbed the devil qi and healed his body with great difficulty, but the fluctuation appeared again. Xiaohua felt that the fluctuation was familiar and knew that it was this inexplicable fluctuation that attracted him. Just as he was thinking about how to approach the fluctuation, the whirlpool suddenly appeared. The whirlpool's appearance had a suction force, and Xiaohua's body involuntarily flew towards the whirlpool. Xiaohua didn't even have time to struggle. However, when the fluctuation rushed into Xiaohua's body, it didn't just affect his body, it also penetrated deep into his bone marrow. Xiaohua was overjoyed. Not only did he urge the bone tempering technique, he also used the Big Dipper Divine Fist. His bones, which had just been tempered by the metal origin, were now changing at an accelerated rate. The less than 5% yellow threads quickly spread in all directions. When he fell into the whirlpool, Xiaohua understood that his tribulation had only just begun. Inside the whirlpool, silver light and black qi intertwined and rotated. Xiaohua's body was unceasingly resplendent in this silver light and black qi. This silver light was very strange. Not only did it enter his body, it also penetrated deep into his blood vessels. In contrast, the black qi seemed to have a mind of its own. It was dedicated to fighting against the silver light. Wherever the silver light destroyed, the black qi would immediately repair it. This kind of repair was simply the cruelest torture in the world. Xiaohua already had experience facing this kind of torture. He confidently handed over the repair of his body to the phoenix body Xiaohua, while he urged his holy bloodline to speed up the fusion of his bloodlines in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiaohua originally thought that this torture would be very quick, but he was wrong again. His body was continuously rotated along with the whirlpool, moving from the center of the god and devil blood pool to the edge. During this time he didn't know how far he had been moved. At this moment he was absolutely the most miserable and the most fortunate person in the god and devil blood pool. But fortunately Xiaohua's body was so small in this 10,000 li blood pool. Moreover, Xiaohua's body seemed to be mixed with the silver light and black qi. Not to mention that Zhu Wenxing didn't think that there would be a cultivator in this blood pool. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't be able to find any clues from inside. In midair, Zhu Wenxing looked at the appearance of the god and devil chessboard and felt the roiling red clouds high in the sky. How could he not know that the prelude to the appearance of the god and devil chessboard had already begun? They vigilantly looked at the chessboard. Looking at the two dots of light that seemed like the eye of a god and devil, their faces revealed a look of understanding. Murongjun took out his hand from his chest, holding two triangular objects that looked exactly the same. He pinched his chin and looked at the eye of a god and devil. After looking at it for a while, Murongjun raised his head and looked at Duanmu Jinji in the distance. Duanmu Jinji was also holding two triangular objects, but his two triangular objects were black. This black color was so dark that even light couldn't escape from it. Duanmu Jinji also frowned and looked away from the triangular objects in his hand. He looked at Murongjun for a while, then turned to look at Chu Yun in the distance. Chu Yun was holding two triangular objects. One was the same as Murongjun's, and the other was the same as Duanmu Jinji's. These two triangular objects seemed to be repelling and attracting each other. At this moment, these two triangular objects had already flown out of Chu Yun's hand and floated in the air. The fluctuations that covered the 10,000 li blood pool above the god and devil chessboard attracted these two triangular objects. Chapter 3899. Brother Duanmu. Murongjun smiled. Looks like we didn't get as much information as immortal friend Chu did, nor did we prepare as well as he did. Now we have no choice but to work together. That's right. Duanmu Jiji's white jade eyes flashed as he looked at the other literary saints. Some of the closer ones had already started to trade, so he smiled and said, "We acted in a hurry. If we don't trade now, none of us will be able to enter the Divine Devil Blood Pond." As he spoke, Duanmu Jijian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had already landed near Murongjun. He then raised his hand and flicked. A black triangle flew out from his hand. Murongjun did not dare to be negligent. He also gave the triangle in his hand to Duanmu Jijian. When both of them had different triangles in their hands, they hurriedly distanced themselves from each other. Fellow immortals. Seeing that the Divine Devil chessboard had stabilized, and that the literary saints had already exchanged their triangles, Chu Yun said, "Now that the restriction on the Divine Devil chessboard has been opened, if the legend is true, the Divine Devil chessboard should appear as soon as I place my token on it. However, it looks like all of you have tokens. That is to say, the restriction should be at the entrance, and the Divine Devil chessboard should be under the restriction." That's not necessarily true. Murongjun was in a good mood. Maybe the token is the token to control the Divine Devil chessboard. Once the token is placed, the Divine Devil chessboard will appear, and we will all have a chance to control the Divine Devil chessboard? I'm not sure. Chu Yun smiled. I'm just guessing. No matter what, if we don't make a move, we'll never know. Huangfu Gongqing transmitted his voice in the distance, laughing. If that's the case, immortal friend Chu, please make the first move. Murongjun smiled. After all, the Chu family has sacrificed a lot, and we've already discussed this beforehand. Chu Yun felt a bit better and cupped his hands. Then I'll make the first move for all of you. After saying that, Chu Yun flew down and landed on a nearby chessboard. He looked at it carefully, then raised his hand and released a black triangle. However, after a moment of hesitation, he withdrew it. After looking at it for a while, he released both triangles. The two triangular objects escaped from Chu Yun's control and immediately rotated like swallows returning to their nests. Before the triangular objects landed on the chessboard Chu Yun had chosen, two triangular lights appeared from the black and silver light spots and landed on the two triangular objects. Boom. The two triangular objects made a rumbling sound as they crashed into the two light spots. When the triangular object fell into the light spot, the triangular light spot slowly disappeared. The silver luster and the black fog began to rotate. They first mixed together, then separated into two parts. Finally, they turned into a door. One side of the door was silver and the other side was black. Chu Yun landed on the ground and raised his head to look at Zhu Wenxing. He cupped his hands and stepped on the door. The door silently opened and a silver light shot out. Chu Yun's eyes flashed with a clear light, but he couldn't see what was behind the silver light. However, he didn't have time to hesitate. After releasing his chi to protect himself, Chu Yun's body disappeared into the silver light. Luckily, after Chu Yun disappeared, the silver light also disappeared. However, the silver and black door didn't disappear. Seeing this, Zhu Wenxing knew that Chu Yun's method was correct, so he didn't wait any longer. He landed on the chessboard and placed the two triangular objects in his hands. Not long after, Zhu Wenxing had all entered the demonic chessboard. There was no one else within 10,000 miles of the demonic god blood pool. Aside from the smell of blood in the air, there was also an imposing aura that forced everything to leave. Even ordinary cultivators couldn't get close. At this moment, a small head very abruptly appeared from the edge of the divine and devil chessboard. It was Xiaohua, who was tormented by the silver light and black gas. Xiaohua slowly came out from the chessboard. His naked body was still entangled with silver and black stripes. At first glance he looked like a human-shaped zebra. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed. His body flashed with a dark golden light, and the silver and black stripes slowly disappeared from his body. Fellow Taoist, are you still not satisfied? Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's voice appeared. This kind of opportunity isn't something an ordinary cultivator can come across. Not to mention that fellow Taoist Tempered Bone has already tempered his bones to 30%. Even fellow Taoist Phoenix Physique's body has been completely reassembled. From what I can see, it's more than 40% tougher than before. Also, fellow Taoist took advantage of this opportunity to fuse with another half of the holy bloodline. That brat Mo Ling's blood drop paradise, is it still blood drop paradise? Damn it. I'm not cursing this. Xiaohua unhappily transformed his Taoist robe and retorted, fellow Taoist scholarly cultivator, have you seen tofu being ground? Tofu being ground? Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua's tone seemed to be dumbfounded. He didn't understand why Xiaohua suddenly asked this. I've heard of tofu, but I didn't know that tofu was ground. This is the shortcoming of you scholarly cultivator. You don't work hard, you don't distinguish between grains, you don't travel, you don't experience the world of mortals, that's why you can't achieve great success. Xiaohua mocked. Ordinary villages have mills. There are 2 large blue stones at the top and bottom. There are patterns engraved between the 2 blue stones, and there are fist-sized channels in the blue stone above. This is a stone mill. When you want to eat tofu, you have to put soaked soybeans in the channel above. Then a donkey or a horse will pull the blue stone below. When the soybeans fall, they will be ground into juice by the patterns between the 2 blue stones. Then the juice will flow into the container and condense into tofu. Ha 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 ha. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua laughed. So fellow Taoist turned from soybeans into tofu. Xiaohua unhappily replied, I would rather be a soybean than be tortured by this stone mill of heaven and earth and become tofu for others to eat. Ah, so this is the reason for eating tofu. Bone-honing Xiaohua also let out a rare laugh. Xiaohua curled his lips. What are you talking about? Being uncultured is really scary. Fellow Taoist bone-honing, if you want to know what eating tofu is, it's not too late to read a few more books. What I cultivate is the great Tao of heaven and earth. Who has the patience to read books written by children in the mortal world? Bone-honing Xiaohua said very disdainfully. Xiaohua also ignored bone-honing Xiaohua. He looked at the ripples on the god and devil chessboard that were still spreading in all directions. He rubbed his chin and said, fellow Taoists, this god and devil blood pool's ripples are very strange. It seems like it shouldn't exist in the hidden immortal continent. That's right. Since fellow Taoist doesn't come from the hidden immortal continent and is very familiar with this ripple naturally shouldn't exist in the hidden immortal continent. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua laughed. Don't think so much. Bone-honing Xiaohua reminded, those 12 literary saints have already entered the god and devil chessboard. The god and devil chessboard has 6 divine generals and 6 devil generals. If fellow Taoist doesn't hurry in, I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch the god and devil chessboard. Damn it, wanting to snatch the god and devil chessboard from the literary saints, isn't this courting death? Xiaohua sneered. Bone-honing Xiaohua sneered, if you don't want to obtain the god and devil chessboard, why would fellow Taoists still stay here? It's better to go find that charming Murong Tsongyun and curry favor with her. You can also get a good impression. Even if you can't get the beauty back, you can still get a helper in the Murong family. Bone-honing fellow Taoist's face is becoming more and more wretched? Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said curiously, one moment you're eating tofu, the next moment you're hugging a beauty. You really make me have a whole new level of respect for you. Isn't it because you just saw the golden lotus? Bone-honing Xiaohua retorted without any trace of politeness. For a moment, the whole scene was silent. After a while, scholarly cultivator Xiaohua unexpectedly said shyly, fellow Taoist, although we are all your primordial spirits, We all have our own privacy. It's not important, there's no need to tell other people about this privacy, right? Only at this moment Xiaohua was laughing so hard that his heart was about to cramp. His eyes were looking at the god and devil chessboard, talking to himself, "AI, how should I go in? This is really a troublesome matter. Granny, your luck is so good. That triangle you got from Gunyan, isn't it similar to the one you got from Qingjian? Aren't these two the proof to enter the god and devil blood pond? What are you pretending for?" Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua shouted in exasperation. He really lost his refined manner. Ah. Xiaohua pretended to slap his forehead and shouted, "It's really like this. Scholarly immortal friend, tell me, could it be that the hidden immortal continent and Dawn Rain continent were really together in the past?" Unfortunately, when Xiaohua asked again, scholarly cultivator Xiaohua didn't utter a word. Who knows if he turned around to draw circles or if he was still comprehending the golden lotus. Hee, now that those literary saints have already entered the depths of the god and devil chessboard, the Xiao will also go in and take a look. Xiaohua waited for a moment and laughed while talking to himself. Then he took out two triangular objects from different continents from the space. He didn't dare to go to the center of the god and devil chessboard, so he looked at the edge of the chessboard and threw the triangular object into the chessboard. Just like what Chu Yun and the others saw earlier, a door appeared below Xiaohua's feet. Xiaohua's figure landed and the door opened wide. However, he felt a stream of light and vibrant colors flash before his eyes. Suddenly, a heavy pressure fell on Xiaohua's body. Buzz buzz. It was as if millions upon millions of bees were dancing around his ears. Xiaohua's mind felt a wave of dizziness, and he almost staggered a few steps forward. When his figure stabilized, he looked up and a kind of shock unconsciously emerged from the bottom of his heart. He saw that this was a huge space with almost no boundaries. The entire space was blood red, but there were pieces of silver and black alternately flashing in this space. These pieces were connected together and laid under Xiaohua's feet, above his head and even behind him. However, this wasn't much. Xiaohua had just stood still when his gaze was immediately attracted by the dozen or so enormous silver and blood-red god statues in the air. Chapter 3900. What a majestic and awe-inspiring statue of a god. However, these huge statues were not in the shape of ordinary humans, nor were they in the shape of ordinary beasts. Each of them looked extremely strange. The one furthest away had a human body and a snake tail. It had 7 arms on its back and 2 arms on its front, holding 2 flying serpents. Wasn't this the hooded god that Xiaohua had seen in the Hudu Palace in the Hudu stronghold in Mount Meng? Although the color of the statue was different from before, the appearance that had been engraved in Xiaohua's heart immediately awakened Xiaohua's memories. Next to the statue was a man with a serpent's head and a human body. He was standing on 2 blood-red dragons and had a blood-red serpent coiled around his hands. This statue was covered in black-red scales, and water power was flashing around him. Wasn't that Gong Gong? Looking to the side, there was a statue with the head of a beast and the body of a human, with 2 fire snakes piercing through its ears and 2 fire dragons under its feet. The statue with the head of a human and the body of a human, with 2 fire snakes piercing its ears and 2 fire dragons under its feet, was great god Gomang. The statue with the face of a human and the body of a beast, with 2 snakes on its ears, was great god Li Hai. The half-human, half-beast monster with the head of a human and the body of a beast, with 2 statues of green snakes on its ears, was also the great god Shibai that Xiaohua was familiar with. The 8-headed, 8-legged, 8-tailed, greenish-yellow statue was the great god Tianwu. The aura emanating from these 12 statues was so strong that it filled the entire space. Standing there, Xiaohua looked like an ant, as both his figure and aura were barely visible. Dumbfounded, Xiaohua stared at the most familiar statue, which had a human body, a snake tail and 7 arms on its back, and couldn't help but groan, "Damn it, isn't this the great god Hutu from Mount Meng? How could this be the celestial fiend chess? What the hell are the 6 divine generals and 6 fiend generals? Aren't these the statues of the 12 great gods of soul cultivators?" But, while trembling with fear, Xiaohua turned to look at the statues of the 12 great gods. He saw a layer of silver clouds covering the top of the statues, and the silver light emitted by the clouds not only formed a silver lattice in the surroundings, but also sprinkled on the statues. Therefore, the upper half of the statues was silver in color. Underneath the statues of the 12 great gods, there were 12 thick blood pillars that looked like horned dragons spiraling out from the lowest point of the space. The lowest point of the space was a huge triangular shape, and the 12 blood pillars were connected to the triangular shape. Triangular ripples spread out from the center to the edges of the triangular shape, and Xiaohua was familiar with these ripples. When the ripples spread out, they were driven by the blood-red color, causing the blood pillars to fall to the bottom of the statue. The entire statue looked very strange in this blood-red color. Xiaohua was really puzzled. This statue is obviously different from the statue in Hudu Stronghold's Hudu Palace. Although it has a strong aura, it doesn't have that kind of indescribable thing. But if it's not a real statue of a god, then what is it? Looking at the huge statues, each one of them looking fiendish, Xiaohua felt an indescribable desire to subdue them. Moreover, he didn't know where the 12 literary sages had gone, so Xiaohua had time to think. In particular, in this huge space, no matter how fast Xiaohua flew, he was still crawling like a snail. No matter how much his divine sense, which he was originally proud of, expanded, it seemed unable to touch the foot of this statue. Xiaohua even thought that it wasn't that the 12 literary sages didn't come, but that they were just as insignificant as him. Not only was he unable to sense them, even those literary sages couldn't sense him. Xiaohua exerted all his strength to fly towards the nearest statue of the 12 gods. That statue was in the shape of a human face and a snake body. Its entire body was scarlet red, and the scales on the snake body were as big as the sun and the moon. The face of the person in the statue was silver white, and its eyes were tightly closed. An abnormal distortion was faintly discernible near the head of the statue. Wasn't this the statue of the torch dragon of the 12 gods? Xiaohua flew with unspeakable bitterness, but inside his body, the bone-tempering Xiaohua was happily scratching his ears and cheeks. This fluctuation was precisely the fluctuation he had encountered on the Divine Devil chessboard. Now that he was inside the fluctuation, the bone-tempering Xiaohua could borrow this fluctuation to temper his bones. After flying for an unknown period of time, Xiaohua only knew that his bones had been tempered to 60%. The divine sense he released had just touched the feet of the statue of the torch dragon. Sensing the abnormal coldness of the statue, an almost inconceivable thought suddenly flashed through Xiaohua's mind. No. This definitely isn't a statue of a god like the one in the back Earth Hall. This should be something similar to the puppet technique of my Taoist sect, or something similar to the puppet of Confucian cultivators. It could also be called a god-demon puppet. Damn it, if I can obtain such a god-demon puppet as long as I can refine it successfully, then, on the entire hidden immortal continent, who can be my opponent? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a green color like a copper coin. The true essence in his body surged and his figure accelerated. His mind was released, wanting to take this torch dragon god-demon puppet. No, the 12 god-demon puppets in the entire space into his own space. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's mind touched the torch dragon god-demon puppet, before he could cover the entire god-demon puppet, he saw a powerful clear light sweep across the other side of the torch dragon god-demon puppet. It was precisely Xiaohua's divine sense. Once this clear light touched Xiaohua's divine sense, it immediately flashed with an intense brilliance. Immediately after, a powerful pressure roared from afar and pounced towards Xiaohua. This pressure admittedly couldn't compare to the aura of the god-demon puppet, but it was many times stronger than Xiaohua's divine sense. Under this pressure, Xiaohua's mind and divine sense were forced to withdraw from the god-demon puppet. Even Xiaohua's figure was controlled by this pressure, unable to move. Not good. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. How could he not know that he had encountered a literary sage? However, Xiaohua was only at the 6th level of origin energy. How could he be the opponent of an 8th level origin energy literary sage? Under this pressure, Xiaohua struggled with all his might, but it was still to no avail. Just as Xiaohua was struggling, he saw a huge fist condensed from 5-colored true essence smashing down like the hand of a nascent soul. Hong. With a loud sound, Xiaohua was like a child, unable to fight back at all. His figure was sent flying by this punch. There was a violent roar in his mind. The true essence in his body was like a tsunami that went out of control. Even the formless nascent soul in his lower dantian was almost destroyed. While Xiaohua's mind was in a daze, on the other side of the god-demon puppet, Duanmu Jianshir's figure appeared. How could it be him? Is Xiaohua of the Tao sect? Even the literary sage of the Duanmu family was somewhat familiar with this recently famous Tao sect cultivator. He couldn't help but be slightly startled and blurted out in surprise, "No wonder this old man felt that this divine sense was rather weak. It was different from the other literary sages. How did he get in?" "Oh, not good." Duanmu Jianshi was shocked. Seeing that Xiaohua's figure was sent flying straight to the blood pillar under the god-demon puppet, he hurriedly wanted to raise his hand to pull Xiaohua out. But at this moment the entire space shook slightly. In the distance, the Ho-Tu god-demon puppet that was closest to the torch dragon god-demon puppet was shaking slightly. Duanmu Jianshi knew that another literary sage had begun to collect the god-demon puppet. He was afraid that there would be some changes and didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly let go of Xiaohua and slapped his hand on the top of his head. 5-colored true essence gushed out from there. The 5-colored true essence didn't turn into a sub-body. Instead, it quickly disappeared into the space. In a moment, around the torch dragon god-demon puppet, the space of 100 li was controlled by Duanmu Jianshi. A 5-colored sub-body was formed using the space of 100 li. Immediately, Duanmu Jianshi's sub-body stretched out both hands to grab the god-demon puppet. Kacha. Duanmu Jianshi's hand landed on the god-demon puppet and shook it vigorously. He wanted to take the god-demon puppet out of the blood pillar. However, this god-demon puppet trembled slightly and that inexplicable fluctuation came out of the blood pillar. As soon as this fluctuation touched the sub-body's hands, those hands immediately cracked and fell off piece by piece. In just a few breaths it turned into nothingness. Even Duanmu Jianshi's 5-colored sub-body that was merged into the space had a feeling of being torn apart. See? Duanmu Jianshi took a breath of cold air. The huge sub-body stood in the air. His eyes looked at the silver light and the blood pillar, secretly calculating in his heart. After a long while, Duanmu Jianshi raised his head again. Just a few distance away near the god-demon puppets, there was a sub-body similar to him. But they were like him, somewhat helpless. Perhaps. Duanmu Jianshi withdrew his gaze and looked at the god-demon puppets again. He thought to himself, "I can use this silver light? But what is this silver light?" The silver light fell from the clouds and landed evenly in the space. The brilliance was very gentle, but it was sharp. It was far from the usual bright moonlight. Rumble? Just as Duanmu Jianshi was thinking, there was a thunderous sound in the distance. Duanmu Jianshi hurriedly used his white jade eyes to look over. Far away from Duanmu Jianshi was the bird head and human body, standing on 2 azure dragons. Next to Gomang was the head of the Chu family, Chu Yun and Chu Yoji. Chu Yun's head emitted a 5-colored sword ray. This sword ray covered the silver light of Gomang's upper body. The silver light, under the influence of the sword ray, pressed against the blood-red light of the lower body. The silver light gave birth to a sword ray, and the blood-red light gave birth to a thunderbolt to fight the sword ray. Chapter 3901. Oh. Seeing that Chu Yun, who didn't have the highest cultivation, was the first to find a way to control the puppet of the celestial and demon, Duanmu Jianqing frowned. He naturally thought of the condition Chu Yun mentioned before entering the celestial and demon blood swamp. He then looked at the silver clouds and thought to himself, could it be that there are some extremely powerful imperial weapons in the celestial and demon blood swamp? Could it be the strongest imperial weapon, the soft-like-water sword, that can restrain the godly demon chess? Forget it. Who cares what it is? Let's keep this puppet of the gods and demons first. Duanmu Jijian's sub-body moved closer to the silver clouds. Sure enough, a noble chief familiar to Confucian cultivators came out of the silver light. Duanmu Jijian was overjoyed. He urged his 5 Qis unification technique to absorb the silver light while urging his Jin Qi to expel the blood on the torch dragon god golem. Kacha. Similar to what happened to Chu Yun, bursts of lightning came out of the blood pillar, trying to stop the silver light from entering. The lightning was very fierce, and even someone as strong as Duanmu Jiji couldn't stop it. The Zhen Qi in his middle dantian was extremely shaken, and he couldn't control it for a while. Poof! Duanmu Jiji opened his mouth, and another 5-colored light fell into the silver cloud above his head. Swoosh! A huge amount of silver light fell like the power of the moon and stars. Boom! The silver light on the godly demon puppet rippled like a tide, and rushed towards the blood-red light. Just like that, under Duanmu Jiji's control, The silver light gradually drove the blood-red light from the godly demon puppet, and finally reached the bottom of the puppet. At this point, Duanmujiji was powerless. The silver light and the blood-red light were in a stalemate. Duanmujiesher was a bit anxious. He knew that if there was another literary saint to help, they would definitely be able to take the fiend god puppet out of the blood pillar. However, none of the 12 literary saints would let go of the 12 fiend god puppets, so no one could succeed. Duanmujiesher took a moment to look up. It was just as he thought. Although the cultivation of the other saints was about the same, there was a huge difference. Except for Murongjun and Duanmujiesher, who had both washed the blood to the bottom of the puppet of gods and demons, the other 9 were all around 80%. Chu Yun, who had the lowest cultivation, only reached 75%. In fact, when Duanmujiji took the time to look, the other literary saints also looked, and they all didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The literary saints were in an awkward situation, and Xiaohua, who was injured by Duanmujiji, was even more troublesome. At that time, Duanmujiesher originally thought that it was another literary sage who wanted to snatch the demon god's puppet from him, so he didn't hold back at all in that punch. Even though Xiaohua was very strong now, he still didn't count for much before reaching the 8th level of elemental energy. This round of attacks nearly killed him. Fortunately, Xiaohua's body had just been reconstructed in the godly demon blood pool whirlpool, and in this space, a strange wave kept flowing from his body. This wave was like a water wave, and blocked part of Duanmujiji's fatal punch. Xiaohua was very lucky to be beaten dizzy, and fainted after just one glance at Duanmujiji. This time the fainting was different from before. All the primordial spirits in other spaces fainted under the literary saint's punch, without any exception. Although Xiaohua was lucky not to be killed on the spot, unfortunately his body was sent into the blood pillar by Duanmujiji. Duanmujiji discovered that it was Xiaohua and could have saved him, but in order to steal the torch dragon god puppet, Duanmujiji abandoned Xiaohua like he was a fallen leaf, and allowed Xiaohua's body to be sucked into the spinning blood pillar. Xiaohua's body fell into the blood pillar, and with the flickering blood light, he quickly fell towards the triangular blood pillar. That blood pillar was very long, and the triangular blood pillar was also very big. Only when Duanmujiji began to urge the silver light to wash the blood did Xiaohua fall into the triangular blood pillar. Inside the triangular blood pillar was an even more strange space. Layers of fluctuations produced extreme spatial distortions. Xiaohua's body floated along with the fluctuations like duckweed in the water. Every time a fluctuation passed, it would produce a strange phenomenon, either stretching Xiaohua's body to the extreme, or compressing Xiaohua's body to the extreme. Moreover, the blood that could no longer be seen as a blood wave was condensed into specks of blood. Every time a speck of blood touched Xiaohua's skin, it would burn an extremely deep bloody hole in his skin. Xiaohua's tough body was barely able to maintain itself in this space, let alone the other cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. Even if these literary saints above fell in here, they would probably be burned to the point where not even their bones would be left. Granny, it's really troublesome. At the critical moment, these brats are not enough, so I have to take action. Green-robed Xiaohua's arrogant voice came from Xiaohua's body. This guy was hiding in the space to teach his disciples, so he was not injured by Duanmujiji. Now he could only control Xiaohua's body. And from his tone, he must be used to scolding his disciples in the space, so there was a faint majesty in his voice. Just as green-robed Xiaohua took control of his body, Duanmujiji, Murongjun, Chu Yun, and the other literary saints began to expel the blood pillars. These 12 blood pillars rushed towards the blood triangular blood pillar. Green-robed Xiaohua, who was hiding in the triangular blood pillar, immediately faced a huge pressure. Oh, not good. Seeing the 12 blood pillars smashing towards him with great force, green-robed Xiaohua was not as calm as Xiaohua. He also didn't have a specific understanding of Xiaohua's body, so he hurriedly wanted to take out his Kunlun mirror. However, just as he flew into the space and faced the blood pillar falling from above, he immediately thought of the scene of the billions of incomplete sword wills and sword chi falling from above. He almost didn't hesitate to take out Lil Do from the space, waving his hand and placing it above his head. Boom! The blood pillars fell and a huge amount of blood mist rushed into Xiao Do shook slightly at first, then a faint suction force appeared as if it was tasting the blood mist. And with the urging of the 12 literary saints, even more blood mist rushed into Xiao Do. Xiao Do's suction force suddenly increased and waves of blood mist fell into Xiao Do. Just like before at the opening of Xiao Dou, strands of extremely pure blood seeped into Xiao Hua's blood vessels. Haha, this old man is a genius. Green-robed Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw this. If this lord was here, he might not be so quick-witted. After a while, the blood pillars and the silver light were in a deadlock. The blood pillars didn't fall, so Xiao Dou's suction force turned towards the blood triangular space. Seeing Xiao Dou like this, green-robed Xiao Hua's heart moved. He raised his right hand and dripped a drop of blood essence into Xiao Dou. Originally, Xiao Hua's blood couldn't fall into Xiao Dou, but now that Xiao Dou was absorbing the blood mist, he didn't discriminate and merged it into Xiao Dou. Seeing that things were going so smoothly, green-robed Xiao Hua became even more smug. He felt that one drop of blood essence might not be enough, so he dripped another 9 drops of blood essence before stopping. When the 9th drop of blood essence fell into Xiao Dou violently trembled and suddenly released fluctuations. This fluctuation followed the blood mist into the triangular space. This fluctuation and the triangular space's fluctuations intertwined, causing the entire space's fluctuations to become chaotic. At this moment, the literary saints in the sky looked at each other and finally began to act again. Mu Rongjuan slapped his head and a 5-colored true energy flew out from his head. This 5-colored true energy was different from before. It was only as thick as a thumb and was almost crystallized. What was special was that there were faint traces of blood at the edges of this 5-colored true energy. These traces of blood had Mu Rongjuan's appearance. This was the life true energy of the literary saints. As soon as this 5-colored life source true qi came out, Mu Rongjuan's face turned deathly pale. Moreover, the subbody that had merged into the void shrank by more than 30%. Go. Mu Rongjuan was very cautious as he urged this 5-colored life source true qi to rush towards the silver-white clouds in the sky. Yes, this is how it should be. Only by borrowing the power of the unknown silver clouds can we completely expel the blood pillars. Duanmu Jianshi saw Mu Rongjuan like this and understood. He also urged his own true energy. His 5-colored true energy was similar to Mu Rongjuan's, but the arrangement of the 5 colors was a bit different. When Duanmu Jianshi's 5-colored true energy fell into the silver clouds, a surging aura several times stronger than before poured in. Fellow immortals. Duanmu Jianshi quickly said, this must be the sacred artifact of our Confucian cultivators. Our individual strengths are too weak to activate it. The ancients have said that a lone hand can't clap, a lone tree can't support a tree. We need to work together to succeed. Good, how could the literary saints not know this? When they spoke, they activated their 5-colored natal energies. Boom, boom. The natal energies of the 12 saints of literature fell into the clouds, causing the clouds to tremble like lightning and thunder. Beams of silver light sprinkled down like the sun. Under the light beam, not only did the 12 puppets of deities and demons expel the darkness, but the entire space was also shaken by the light beam. The fluctuations that filled the entire space became disordered. Black and white cracks appeared in the blood-red space. The silver and black lattices that were laid together began to fall rapidly. Black and silver intertwined. Strands of lightning and thunder suddenly appeared. The silver and black lattices that hadn't fallen down started to flicker crazily. The flickering luster rushed to the triangular region at the bottom. Quick! Duanmu Jianshi saw this and loudly said, in this space the silver cloud's power and the blood-red power are in balance. When we 12 literary saints suddenly intervened, we destroyed this balance. The silver Confucian sacred artifact's power surpasses the blood-red power. I'm afraid this space is about to collapse. Let's put away the demon god chess and escape. Since Duanmu Jianshi could see this, how could the other literary saints not know? Other than Chu Yun, who had an awkward expression on her face, it was as if someone had seen through her thoughts. Everyone else hurriedly activated their secondary bodies and prepared to collect the 12 godly demon puppets. Chapter 3902. 1. The ripples below the 12 divine runes became even more chaotic. The suction force tore apart the blood pillar, the silver light, and even the surrounding space. Zhu Wenxing only thought that his arrival had disrupted the balance, but their sentiments were wrong. Within the blood-red triangle, the small funnel's suction force grew stronger and stronger. Strands of blood crystals and the silver crystal threads behind them also fell into Xiao Hua's body. Sigh. The poor Xiao Hua just woke up. He didn't have time to scold the green-robed Xiaohua for his recklessness. He hurriedly urged his primordial spirits to clean up the mess. However, with the experience of the sword tomb, Xiaohua didn't panic. Right now, his nascent soul was like a sea of stars, and his middle dantian was like a sea of qi. It was Xiaodou that absorbed the blood. Xiaohua's only worry was that he would be discovered by the 12 divine runes. Duanmu Jishi's punch was still fresh in his mind. If the other divine runes found out, he would really die. Luckily, the current space was extremely chaotic. The ripples were everywhere. No matter if it was divine sense or Buddhist sense, they were all torn apart. Even the clear eyes technique was torn apart. Xiaohua wasn't worried about being seen by others. Moreover, the 12 divine runes wanted to collect the 12 puppets the most. None of them could be distracted. Whoosh whoosh. After the pillar of blood and the black gas were absorbed, the silver clouds were also pulled into Xiaodou's suction force. The 12 puppets of gods and devils and the 12 saints of runes were also pulled into the suction force. Even the entire space was now rumbling, as if it was being ravaged by lightning. It looked like the space was about to collapse. Not good. Seeing the change in space, Chu Yun knew that things weren't good. He glanced at the divine runes with resentment, then looked at the silver cloud that was gradually becoming thinner due to Xiaodou's suction force. Knowing that the thing behind the cloud would soon be discovered, he hurriedly punched his chest. Pfff. A mouthful of blood fell into the air. Chu Yun raised his hand and the blood exploded. Tens of thousands of blood runes tumbled out. Go. Chu Yun hurriedly channeled his true qi. The blood runes were like blooming flowers as they flew towards the Go-Mang God demon puppet in front of him. When the blood-red runes landed on the Go-Mang God golem, a strange sound rang out in the space. Then, the Go-Mang God golem was covered in a blood-red color again, but this blood-red color was extremely bright in the silver light. Withdraw. Chu Yun waved her hands, and the blood-colored godly demon puppet began to flicker with a thin whirlpool. The silver clouds also began to rotate, and the huge godly demon puppet began to shrink. The speed of its shrinking slowed down at first, then gradually accelerated. The head of the Chu family, Chu Yun, used his family's secret technique to capture the Go-Mang God demon puppet. Gong Shu Yenin of the Gong Shu family also used his secret technique to capture the Shuebai God demon puppet. The other divine runes also didn't want to be left behind. They all took out their trump cards. Duanmu Jiji of the Duanmu family took the Zhulong God demon puppet. Murong family took the Changliang God demon puppet. Huangfu Gongqing of the Huangfu family took the Ru Shou God demon puppet. Zhang Sunji of the Zhang Sun family took the Gong Gong God demon puppet. Yuan family's Yuan God demon puppet. Kong family's Kong Cheng took the Fuhai God demon puppet. Meng Meng of the Meng family took the Dijiang God demon puppet. Mo Xier of the Mo family took the Tianwu God demon puppet. Zhou Zhen of the Zhou family took the Xianming God demon puppet, and Lu Chen of the Lu family took the Zhurong God demon puppet. Although Chu Yun was the first to use his secret technique, his cultivation was the weakest. So, after he captured the Go-Mang God demon puppet, the other 11 divine runes had already flown towards the silver cloud. Fellow immortals. Chu Yun panicked and yelled, "We already agreed when we came in. Apart from the 12 godly demon chess pieces, our Chu family has the right to choose first. What's behind the silver cloud?" Before Chu Yun could finish, Duanmu Jiji's cold voice sounded, "Immortal friend Chu, what's behind the silver cloud? How can it be ordinary if it's used to suppress the godly demon chess pieces?" Well, Chu Yun was a bit hesitant, but seeing that the silver cloud was almost torn apart by the huge suction force, he knew that there was no point in trying to hide anything. Just as he was about to speak, boom! The entire space gathered towards the triangular area below the divine runes, and the silver cloud was finally torn apart. Ka. A strong sword sound came from behind the silver cloud. Then the divine rune's eyes lit up as a 10,000-mile-long sword ray slashed across the sky. The space that was originally a mixture of blood and silver light was immediately split open, and layers of thunder mixed with wind and rain came out from the crack. And Son of Heaven's sword. All the literary saints were dumbfounded as they stared dumbfoundedly at the huge treasured sword that emerged from behind the clouds under the thunderstorm. Sword light radiated from this treasured sword. This sword light was different from ordinary sword light as it didn't have the coldness of killing. Instead, it had a warmth that seeped into one's heart and lungs. Within that silver sword light, there were tens of thousands of sword wills. The inner layer of this sword wills was the mountains and rivers, the middle layer was the myriad phenomena of the world, and the outer layer was the pavilions of the sky and the chains of inscription. What was similar to what Xiao Hua saw in the illusion at the bottom of the Saint River was that the hilt of the sword was shaped like a heart, and the heart was engraved with the patterns of dragons and phoenixes. The blade under the sword ray didn't look sharp at all, it didn't even look sharp. There were no spikes at the tip, only an oval shape. How is this possible? Murong Jun and the others couldn't help but mutter. The Saint River hid the Emperor's sword, and the Emperor's sword came out to suppress the 9 provinces. Wasn't the Emperor's sword put under the Saint River? How did it appear in the godly demon blood pool? Whoa! While the divine runes were still in shock, Chu Yun turned into countless rainbows and flew towards the Emperor's sword. Unfortunately, before he could touch the Emperor's sword, the sword intent within the sword turned into a gust of wind and blocked him. Even a divine rune like Chu Yun couldn't get any closer. Ha ha ha! Seeing Chu Yun in such a sorry state, Duanmu Jianshi laughed. Chu Yun, oh Chu Yun, I don't know what to say about you. I didn't expect you to scheme so hard to get the Emperor's sword. Didn't you see the hilt of the Emperor's sword? The Emperor's sword can't be held with your hands. You have to use your heart to hold it. Only a benevolent heart, only a sword heart that carries the supreme will of God can control it. What right do you have to dare to hold the Emperor's sword that can shake the 9 provinces? Not to mention you, even I, don't dare to take it. Chu Yun's face turned green and red. She only dared to mutter in her heart, do I have the guts to be a noble or a general? Whoosh! Just as Duanmu Jianshi was laughing at Chu Yun, the Emperor's sword rose into the sky and escaped from the spatial crack. Let's go, the space is about to collapse. The literary saints finally woke up from their shock and amusement. They each urged their clouds to fly out of the collapsing space. They did not even dare to think about the blood-red area within the space that could resist the Son of Heaven's sword. Just as Zhu Wenxing flew out of the space, amidst the violent wind and rain, a huge cloud pillar fell from the distant horizon. It transformed into a huge hand in front of everyone and grabbed the Son of Heaven's sword. This giant hand was naturally the one that crushed the Buddhist sect's teleportation channel. Seeing that the cloud pillar was filled with a majestic aura and a will as vast as the starry sky came from the rain, the 12 divine runes immediately stood respectfully in the air. No one dared to move. Divine Rune Star, the highest divine ability of the Confucian cultivators in the hidden immortal continent. It was revered by all cultivators. Whoosh! The giant hand fell and the flying Emperor's sword was stopped. The Emperor's sword released a gentle sword light that blocked the giant hand. However, the giant hand bent and the inscription chains on the Emperor's sword began to collapse. The world began to distort and the Emperor's sword was about to fall into the giant hand. Boom! At this moment, dark green clouds flashed in another part of the sky. A thick green cloud pillar also rolled over and turned into a giant hand that grabbed the Emperor's sword's tip. The 12 divine runes were shocked. They wanted to leave but didn't dare to. However, the Emperor's sword was on the verge of exploding and instantly enveloped them. In the sky above the God-fiend blood pool, air currents began to wreak havoc. The space within 5,000 kilometers was filled with a cold air that wanted to tear everything apart. Rumble. A thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth sounded. A gigantic lightning pillar fell from the sky. Between the edges of the lightning pillar, images of dragons and phoenixes surged. The lightning pillar was filled with reddish-yellow draconic aura. When the lightning pillar fell, it transformed into a gigantic hand. This gigantic hand was different from the previous 2 gigantic hands. It was shaped like a heart but also like a jade seal. After a few transformations, it grabbed the hilt of the Son of Heaven's sword. Whoosh! The Emperor's sword's hilt was grabbed and the entire sword will changed. Golden spears and armored horses, a sea of blood and yellow sand, and thunderbolts came out from within. The originally smooth sword tip turned flat and sharp at the same time. As the sword light flashed, the thunderstorm and raindrops in the sky all turned into swords. The 2 giant hands that were grabbing the sword tip were cut in half by this supreme sword tip. Whoosh! A huge wind howled. The 2 giant hands turned into pillars of air and quickly retreated. The lightning pillar roared and brought the Emperor's sword back into the sky. With the Son of Heaven's sword gone, the entire space immediately fell silent. Crack, crack, crack. The thunder was like a dragon, and the lightning illuminated the faces of the 12 saints of literature. Everyone's faces were dazed and their eyes were filled with shock. After a while, Murong Jun was the first to fly away, not leaving behind a single word. Then the other divine runes left in a hurry and also didn't leave a single word. Chu Yun and Chu Yoji were the last to leave. They looked down with some unwillingness. The blood pool that was originally thousands of miles long had now become barren land with countless cracks. Not a single trace of the blood from before was left. At this moment the cracks were being drenched by the rain. It wouldn't be long before it became a lake of rain. Chapter 3903. Chu Yun tried his best to cast the eye-cleansing technique to see how the space had collapsed, but he was disappointed as he could not find anything. However, he raised his head and glanced into the distance and let out a sigh. If even that person couldn't see it, how could I see it? Forget it, forget it. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I planned for so long to be the oriole, but in the end I realized that I was nothing more than a pitiful cicada. In the end I was caught by that person. Chu Yun sighed and flew away. However, Chu Yun didn't have too many regrets. Although the Chu clan didn't get as much as he expected, he achieved his goal. He even got a god-demon puppet. Chu Yun didn't work for nothing. With this god-demon puppet, the Chu clan's position in the hidden immortal continent would be even more stable. They would become a third-rate clan sooner or later. Everyone left, and the third day of the storm also gradually passed. Just as Chu Yun saw, the 10,000 miles of blood pool had disappeared. The seemingly barren land had turned into a rain pool. Under the sunlight, the rain pool gradually evaporated. However, if there were no accidents, it would take another 10,000 years before there would be any signs of human habitation. After all, how could a land eroded by demonic chi be so easily fertile? Many people in the hidden immortal continent knew about the god-demon blood pool. Even the news of the Buddhist sect's heavenly protector appearing in the god-demon blood pool quickly spread across the hidden immortal continent. In the next few months, countless cultivators came to the god-demon blood pool. Unfortunately, they only watched and listened. Everyone knew the process of the bloody battle, but no one knew the true ending of the bloody battle. The 12 families of the literary saints kept their mouths shut. No one knew that the god-demon chess had fallen into the hands of the 12 families, and no one knew that the emperor's sword had appeared. Under the god-demon blood pool, the bloody space, after several months of collapsing and absorbing, had fallen into the small bucket. The space had now turned into a tiny dot of blood. Within the ripples in the void, no eye-clear technique could see through them. And the source of this fluctuation was a triangular blood-colored bone lying quietly in the small bucket. After several months of quiet cultivation, Xiaohua's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. However, Xiaohua was now very calm. Not only because his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but also because his cultivation path was different from the path of ordinary cultivators in the cultivation world. He felt that his cultivation was closer to scattered nascent soul. If one were to ignore the spirit severing or out-of-body process in the Dao sect's cultivation realm, Xiaohua's current realm should be the early stage of the spirit severing stage. Of course, using cultivation realm to estimate Xiaohua's strength would only be falling into Xiaohua's scheme. How could Xiaohua's strength be merely at the lower stages of the 6th grade of essence energy? Actually, Xiaohua had already discovered this triangular blood-colored bone when Little Doe had retracted the space. He had even taken the opportunity to send his mind into the space to investigate. After all, this triangular bone was really too obvious. Sure enough, as Xiaohua had expected, that triangle was the same as the triangle in the space where the white bone top gate was. Needless to say, the one who controlled the puppets was the last piece of bone in his space. However, during this period of time, Xiaohua had been hesitating and indecisive. Because he still didn't know the power of the puppets, but Xiaohua was very clear about what kind of existence the blood pool of the gods was. Since this blood-colored bone could create a 10,000 li wide blood pool of the gods, then it was definitely not a good thing. Xiaohua didn't know what kind of consequences would arise if he collected this bone and put it back. He even felt that in the space, even the Jade Archive Xiaohua might not be able to restrain the complete bone. Therefore, looking at the triangular bone in Little Doe, Xiaohua acted out of character and didn't immediately retract it into the space. Perhaps I can only wait a little longer. After thinking for so long, Xiaohua already had some plans in his heart. Wait until I find the origin of this bone, or until my cultivation is enough. Seeing the last of the blood-colored light fall into the blood bone, Xiaohua stored little dough and the blood bone beside the great derivation exquisite pagoda in his Niwen palace. Firstly, under the innate divine restriction, the blood bone wouldn't be discovered by others. Secondly, the blood bone's fluctuations were extremely useful for Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua wasn't willing to let go of such a rare cultivation opportunity. After packing up, Xiaohua didn't dare to directly fly out of the blood pool. Instead, he flew into the distance for a long time, and only flew out when he felt that he was far away. At this time, the blood pool of the gods was already secluded. The barren land and faint mud were no different from ordinary wastelands. Xiaohua released his divine sense and didn't find anything wrong. Of course, the current Xiaohua was clear that he could only discover this much. There were many things that others didn't want him to discover, but he couldn't discover them either. After calculating with his fingers, Xiaohua realized that he had missed the appointment. He had spent too much time in the blood pool of the gods. Even if he rushed to the North Sea now, he wouldn't be able to make it in time for the appointment with Ao Zhantian. Forget it, I'll just take my time. The matter of the Chu clan can drag on for dozens of years. Perhaps the selection of the North Sea can also drag on for several years. Xiaohua helplessly moved his body and prepared to fly towards the North Sea. However, he had just flown 100 miles when his heart suddenly jolted. His body stopped in mid-air, and his gaze passed through the clouds and fell on the ground that used to be the 10,000 miles blood swamp. This 10,000 miles blood swamp has now become land. This land is indeed barren, but it is still land. The hidden immortal continent is currently in chaos. Although this has nothing to do with this Xiao still took over the 9 cauldrons. In the future, this Xiao will definitely return the 9 cauldrons, but during this period of time, what should I do about the calamity of the 9 prefectures? It's a pity that the land is now barren. If it can be filled with food, this Xiao can also make up for the mistake of taking over the cauldrons. In the eyes of the compassionate Xiaohua, the life and death of the people was much more important than the appointment of the North Sea. Since it was already too late, then let it be a little later. Thus, Xiaohua released Yuanya, Fujiwen, Lu Yi, Wang Bianfei, Wu Tian, Changyuan, Yu Zhongquan, and even the black bear, golden eagle, and white lion from the space. Each of them took a Chenghuan bag and let them spread the seeds of food within the territory of 10,000 li. The territory of 10,000 li didn't sound big, but 10,000 li was an extremely terrifying number. Xiaohua also didn't want to let those hidden things see his true strength, so Xiaohua also patiently accompanied the group of disciples to slowly spread the seeds. After spending no less than 10 days, the seemingly boundless territory of the secular world was planted with the seeds of food. The place where the seeds were sown the earliest had already begun to produce seedlings. Only then did Xiaohua take out the mountain and river seal and pretend to put the group of disciples, except for Fujiwen, back into the mountain and river seal. However, when Xiaohua took out the Pegasus and flying chariot from the Chenghuan bag, a leisurely voice came from who knows where, AI Taoist Master Xiaohua, who cares about people's hearts, compared to the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, who knows how many times stronger. If Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was replaced with Taoist Master Xiao, this old man will definitely agree. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hastily stood in the air respectfully and bowed towards the distance. Junior Xiaohua greets Senior. Junior doesn't dare to compare myself to some Buddhist bodhisattva. Junior was only born in a farmer's family, so I have always felt the hardships of the farmer's family. Therefore, whenever there is an opportunity, I want to do something for the hard-working farmers. Moreover, Junior obtained these grain seeds from the hands of Great Master Dao Shan of the Bronze Pillar Country's Seven Sons Temple. At that time, Great Master Dao Shan would rather starve himself than forget to give porridge to the beggars. Junior is untalented, but I am willing to fulfill Great Master Dao Shan's last wish and help the common people of the world escape from disaster. Speaking until here, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He took out the golden steel from the Seven Sons Temple and took out a dozen Chenghuan bags. Seeing the grain seeds flowing into the Chenghuan bags from the golden steel, Xiaohua's eyes looked all around. Naturally, he didn't dare to release his divine sense. When the dozen Chenghuan bags were filled with a lot of grain seeds, Xiaohua received the golden steel and respectfully sent the dozen Chenghuan bags into the air. He bowed and said, Junior is only a cultivator of the Tao school. My strength is weak and I am far inferior to all of you seniors. Now, Junior asks all of you seniors to gift these grain seeds to the common people of the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent. This is the blessing of the common people, and also the fortune of the Confucian cultivators. Haha, you little child really know how to order people around. Another voice was also faintly discernible. However, while they were talking, one of the Chenkuan bags mysteriously disappeared. However, for the common people, this old man is also willing to be schemed against by you. After one Chenkuan bag disappeared, the other dozen Chenkuan bags also disappeared. Finally, a thumb-sized jade buckle fell into Xiaohua's hand out of thin air. The voice from before sounded in Xiaohua's ear. This old man is the true Confucian, Sun Tian. This is my candidate for the true Confucian. Right now your cultivation is too shallow, so you don't need to know the origin and use of this token. Wait until your Confucian cultivation reaches the realm of the sage of literature, then you will understand. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. He didn't know what this true Confucian was. However, to have such a high cultivation Confucian senior give him some kind of token, it was enough for him to fart. He hastily received the jade buckle and bowed. After Xiaohua got up, the entire surroundings became silent again. Xiaohua released his divine sense, but still didn't find anything. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't dare to stay for long. He ordered Fujiwen to drive the heavenly horse flying carriage and hurriedly fly towards the North Sea. Disciple, have you heard of the true Confucian? After flying for several days, they were already far away from the blood pool of gods and devils. Xiaohua asked Fujiwen in a low voice. Fujiwen shook his head slightly. Disciple doesn't know. I've never heard of it. And? Xiaohua nodded. He knew that this was another secret of the Confucian cultivators. With Fujiwen's family background, there was no way for him to know. However, Fujiwen immediately smiled and said, Master is so amazing. There are so many sage of literature in the blood pool of gods and devils, but they didn't dare to make a move against Master. Instead they helped Master spread the seeds. In this way, Master doesn't need to rely on the Morong family. You can also be on good terms with the various Confucian families. The forces of the Immortal Palace won't dare to casually make a move against Master. Chapter 3904. Hee of course. Xiaohua also smiled mysteriously and said, Sometimes cultivation isn't omnipotent. But without cultivation, it's absolutely impossible. Fujiwen replied, If Master didn't come out of the blood pool of gods and devils alive, how could you have the chance to meet these literary saints? But then again, Master, what happened in the blood pool of gods and devils? It actually attracted the attention of so many literary saints here? These people? I'm afraid they're not just literary saints. Hearing Fujiwen mention literary saints, Xiaohua immediately thought of Duanmu Jianshi. However, he couldn't be sure of the cultivation of these scholarly cultivators. He was only puzzled for a moment, then told Fujiwen the truth of the blood pool of gods and devils that he knew. Finally he said, Under the blood pool of gods and devils, there are 12 godly devil chess pieces. But from what Master sees, they're just puppets of gods and devils. Now, those scholarly cultivator families, including the Chu family, have obtained them. As for which families, Master doesn't know. Without the godly devil chess pieces, the blood pool of gods and devils naturally doesn't exist anymore. In a few years, the Chu family comes to the blood pool of gods and devils again, and they see that this area is all fertile land. Master, what do you think the Chu family head's expression will be like? When the Chu family head or senior Morong Tsongyun knows that this is Master's work, what will they think? Fujiwen asked with interest. How others see Master, it has nothing to do with Master. Xiaohua replied meaningfully, What Master wants to do, is only what I want to do. Yes, Master, disciple understands. Fujiwen's heart tightened and he hurriedly replied, If disciple has Master's realm, disciple's heavenly book will be able to break out. Sooner or later. Xiaohua looked at the setting sun in the distance. With the seed of the blood pool, the land of fish and rice won't be far away. With faith in your heart, hope won't be far away. Under the evening sky, the heavenly horse's brilliance overflowed, dragging the flying carriage forward. In this boundless night sky, it was like a faint hope in people's hearts. Although it was rare, it was still common. Moreover, Xiaohua didn't expect that the sowing seeds that made all the literary stars look askance would attract hundreds of millions of townspeople not long after. With people there's a family, there's a country. Under the support of the people, a country. Under the country's country. Under the support of the people, a country's Tao empire faintly formed. Although the empire's empire, it didn't have an empire. The scorching sun was like a huge fireball hanging high in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky, and the whole world was filled with glaring sunlight. At this time Xiaohua was standing on the airship with his hands behind his back. His eyes were staring straight at the ground. His gaze was like the sun as he slowly looked through the town on the ground. Fujiwen still stood behind the Pegasus. He looked at the town below the flying carriage and then looked at Xiaohua's expression. He waited until Xiaohua slightly closed his eyes before he asked tentatively, "Master, this Lu town, is it the one Master is looking for?" Xiaohua shook his head slightly. "Oh. Yes, this is the 12th one." Hearing this, Fujiwen agilely urged the Pegasus and said, "From Jiaxing Lu's Jade Eyes, there are 177 Lu towns in Gun Province. On the way from the Godfiend Blood Pool to the North Sea, we can pass by at most 36 Lu towns. This is only the 12th one. Master, don't be anxious. As long as this Lu town is on the hidden immortal continent, we will find it sooner or later." Sigh. Hearing Fujiwen's comforting words, Xiaohua felt bitter in his heart. He naturally hoped that the Lu Zhen he was looking for was in the hidden immortal continent. He even hoped that this Lu Zhen was in the Gun Prefecture. Raising his eyes to look into the distance, Xiaohua said, "How far is the next Lu town from here?" "Master, there are 2 Lu towns closest to here. These 2 are not on our route. One is more than 3,000 li away and the other is more than 4,000 li away. If Master is in a hurry, I'm afraid you can only go to one of them." Fujiwen replied confidently. "Moreover, Master, disciple feels that you can actually use your divine sense to search. You don't have to fly close to carefully search." Xiaohua ignored Fujiwen's suggestion and waved his hand. "Then let's find the one closest to our route." "Yes, Master." Although Fujiwen did not dare to ask too much, but from Xiaohua's cautious attitude when looking for Lu Zhen, he knew that Lu Zhen was extremely important to Xiaohua. He only replied and urged the heaven horse to fly towards the closest Lu Zhen. After flying for a while, Fujiwen seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took out the Jade Eyes and looked at it carefully. Soon after, he took out another pink Jade Eyes and looked at it again. He then raised his head and smiled at Xiaohua. "Master, do you still remember the Broken Heart Mountain that Senior Zhai Xingzi and Senior Gusichodi went to?" Xiaohua was a little absent-minded and casually replied, "And of course I remember." "Then Master should also know that saying, right?" "What saying?" Xiaohua pulled his thoughts back from the Lu town and looked at Fujiwen curiously. "So Master doesn't know," Fujiwen said with a smile. "On the Cast Emotion Mountain one's heart is tied. On the Broken Heart Mountain, one's intestines are broken." This is a saying that has been widely spread among the scholarly cultivator aristocratic families. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart ached slightly. He naturally thought of the miserable expression on Fairy Jing's face that day. Xiaohua had always felt guilty about Shueishue's death. Not only did he have doubts about his relationship with Fairy Hongxia, but he also rejected Fairy Jing and Xian's faintly discernible good feelings. Perhaps Xiaohua didn't feel Fairy Jing's resolute indifference that day, but after the passage of time, Xiaohua could feel that kind of heavy love. "What? Is there some beautiful legend about Broken Heart Mountain and Cast Emotion Mountain?" Xiaohua smiled stiffly and said, "Is it as moving as the 10 great imperial equipment?" "Of course." Fujiwen smiled. Scholarly cultivators don't lack literary thought and writing skills. Even if something didn't happen, it would become an untainted story in the hands of scholarly cultivators. "Oh? Tell me about it," Xiaohua asked with interest. In the early years there was a cowherd at the foot of Dragon Jade Mountain. This cowherd didn't have a name, so he was called a cowherd. This cowherd had no parents since he was young. He grew up alone and relied on his family to feed him. After he grew up, he relied on herding cows for a living. One day when he came back from herding cows, he found that one of his cows was missing. Thus, he took advantage of the fact that the sky wasn't dark to look for it. But strangely he couldn't find his cow. Seeing that the sky was already dark and the moon had risen, he was really tired. He sat on a rock and cried. As he cried, he vaguely heard the sound of a cow in the distance. Thus he stopped crying and hurriedly followed the sound of the cow's cry. In the end he found his lost cow in a completely unfamiliar mountain. What surprised him was that the cow was holding a colorful piece of clothing in its mouth. This cowherd was an honest and considerate person. Of course he couldn't take someone else's clothing, so he followed the cow's footprints. In the end he found a group of women bathing in a hot spring in the mountain. Nonsense again. Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. Since the cow was holding a piece of clothing in its mouth, how could it make a sound? Master, can you listen to Disciple's story? Fujiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That year, Disciple? At this point, Fujiwen hurriedly shut his mouth and didn't continue. Haha. Xiaohua laughed. Say it, Master won't tell Wanwan. Okay, Fujiwen's face was embarrassed and continued to tell the story. After the women bathed, they all flew to the 9 heavens. Only one woman couldn't fly because she didn't have any clothes. The cowherd took the opportunity to come out from behind the tree and ask the woman to marry him. Then he would return the clothes to the woman. The woman had no choice but to obey the cowherd. Although the woman was unwilling at first, she later lived with the cowherd and fell deeply in love with him. After a long time, the cowherd found out that his wife was actually the younger sister of the Immortal Palace's immortal emperor, Mysterious Maiden. That year, because she sneaked out of the Immortal Palace to play, the cowherd bumped into her. Later, Mysterious Maiden missed her family in the Immortal Palace, so the cowherd returned the heavenly clothing to her. Mysterious Maiden wore the immortal clothing and promised the cowherd that she would come back after a year. However, the cowherd waited at home for 3 years and still didn't see the shadow of Mysterious Maiden. The cowherd missed his wife, but he couldn't fly. In the end, one day the missing cow said that as long as he peeled off the cow's skin, he could sit on the cow's skin and go to the Immortal Palace. Thus, the cowherd really peeled off the cow's skin and went to the Immortal Palace. When he arrived at the Immortal Palace, the cowherd found that it wasn't that Mysterious Maiden didn't want him, but that the ruthless Immortal Emperor hated his younger sister for finding a cowherd and imprisoned Mysterious Maiden in the Immortal Palace. Thus, the cowherd broke into the Immortal Palace and rescued Mysterious Maiden. However, when they were escaping, the Immortal Emperor got angry and turned the cowherd into a mountain. Mysterious Maiden would rather die than return to the Immortal Palace, so she also turned into a mountain and fell from the sky to accompany the cowherd. Thus, the 2 mountains became the Heartbreak Mountain and Mysterious Maiden's tears became the Water of Forgetfulness. Sitting on the cow's skin and ascending to the sky? Granny, isn't this the legendary boasting? Xiaohua smiled, his eyes narrowed into crescents and asked again, then what about the Cast Emotion Mountain? Is it the love story between the Immortal Emperor's other younger sister and a butcher? Ah? How did Master know? Didn't you never hear of it? Fujiwen pretended to be stunned and asked. Master naturally never heard of it. Xiaohua spat and scolded with a smile, but Master knows about the crooked intestines of those Confucian aristocratic families. Isn't this story used to make up stories about the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Palace? Confucian cultivators emphasize on the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. They emphasize on propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. That woman betrayed herself and slept with the cowherd just because she couldn't return to the Immortal Palace. How could she still have face? Moreover, after living together she actually followed the cowherd wholeheartedly. Who is this cowherd? He is the most despicable person in the secular world of the hidden immortal continent. The dignified Immortal Emperor's younger sister actually broke off relations with the Immortal Palace for this vulgar person. Isn't this scolding the Immortal Emperor for not having etiquette and education and not being worthy of being in charge of the Immortal Palace? If the Heartbreak Mountain has this kind of story, then the Cast Emotion Mountain is naturally more or less the same. Of course, it is the love story between the Immortal Emperor's other younger sister and another despicable person. Chapter 3905. Haha. Fujiwen claps his hands and laughs. Master really understands. However, the story of Casting Emotion Mountain is the story of Immortal Emperor's 10th princess and a Taoist cultivator. Oh? 10th princess? Xiaohua's heart moves as he laughs. It seems that not only does the Immortal Emperor of Immortal Palace have no sisters, he also only has 9 princesses. There is definitely no 10th princess. Fujiwen's eyes turn as he understands something. He nods and says, Master is right. Although disciple doesn't know how many princesses the immortal emperor has, if this story comes from a Confucian family, I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to use real people to mock them. It can only be fake. And the people of Immortal Palace and Confucian family are not fools. Xiao Hua says disdainfully, if it is really true, Immortal Palace can use the immortal law to punish them. Can they let this story spread in the world? Hehe, master, you really don't want to hear it? Fu Jiwen laughs. The jade eyes that by and gave disciple recorded the location of Casting Emotion Mountain. It is just 1,000 miles in front of us. This is the origin of the story of the Taoist cultivator and the 10th princess. Master, are you not interested? Is that Casting Emotion Mountain in front of us? Xiao Hua raises his head and looks into the distance. Is there anything special about this Casting Emotion Mountain? Master, won't you know after listening to the story? Fu Jiwen himself doesn't feel that he is very strange today. He has no reason to tell his master a story and one after another. Xiao Hua laughs. Then tell me. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen clears his throat and says, a long time ago, on a rainy dusk, Immortal Emperor's 10th princess couldn't bear the Immortal Palace's rules and regulations. She longed for the mundane world and secretly slipped away from the Immortal Palace to the hidden Immortal Continent. In a place called Linglong Mountain, she met a handsome Dao sect cultivator. This Dao sect cultivator was just tempted, but because he was impetuous and eager for quick success, he thought that he was the best in the world and flaunted his power around Linglong Mountain. When the 10th princess saw that the Dao sect cultivator was so ignorant, she warned him. Of course, the handsome young cultivator was no match for the 10th princess of the Immortal Palace. After he was defeated by the 10th princess, they agreed to fight again in 10 years. The 10th princess didn't care and agreed casually. As a result, the two fought again 10 years later, and the handsome young cultivator was defeated again. The Taoist cultivators were not convinced and said another 10 years. Just like that, the Taoist cultivators fought with the 10th princess 9 times in a row. The Taoist cultivators were defeated time and time again. After the 9th defeat, the Taoist cultivator put forward a condition during the battle. If he could defeat the 10th princess for the 10th time, the 10th princess would marry him. The 10th princess and the Taoist cultivator got to know each other after fighting. She actually secretly fell in love with this unyielding Taoist cultivator. Therefore, the 10th princess not only agreed to his condition, but also gave the Immortal Palace's secret heavenly book of 5 Chi's origin to the Taoist cultivator. What was the result? Xiao Hua frowned and asked. The result was that the 10th princess didn't appear during the 10th battle. Fu Jiwen was really good at telling stories. He slowly said, the Taoist cultivator waited for a year, but he still didn't see the 10th princess. According to the agreement, the Taoist cultivator won. However, not only was the Taoist cultivator not happy, but he was also extremely sad because he found that he had fallen in love with this unruly 10th princess. Although the 10th princess didn't say her background, the smart Taoist cultivator found clues from the heavenly book and used the magic he learned from the heavenly book to kill his way into the Immortal Palace. Not only did he break through the southern heavenly gate, he even broke into the Lingyun Palace and used the 5 Chi's origin sutra to force the Immortal Emperor to tell him the whereabouts of the 10th princess. It turned out that the 10th princess lost the Immortal Palace's treasure and couldn't explain it to the Immortal Emperor. She was also unwilling to say the whereabouts of the heavenly book, so she was suppressed by the Immortal Emperor under a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Moreover, when the Immortal Emperor suppressed the 10th princess, he said that unless someone could split the mountain in half with a sword, the 10th princess would never be able to escape from the cage. Therefore, the Taoist cultivator could only rely on his magic to save the 10th princess. When the Taoist cultivator reached the 10,000 zhang tall mountain, he found that this mountain wasn't an ordinary mountain. With his cultivation he couldn't split it at all. Therefore, the Taoist cultivator built a hut at the foot of the mountain and accompanied the 10th princess while cultivating the 5 Chi's origin. As the saying goes, sincerity can split open metal and stone. The Taoist cultivator cultivated bitterly under the mountain for 1,000 years and refined the casting emotion sword. With a slash of his sword, he really split the 10,000 zhang tall mountain in half. The 10th princess flew out from the bottom of the mountain and lived together with the Taoist cultivator from then on. They were very happy. The name of the Casting Emotion Mountain was spread from that time. As long as there were couples who went through the trials on both sides of the Casting Emotion Mountain, they would definitely be able to forge their feelings into solid gold and obtain a happy marriage. When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, although this story has a happy ending, but isn't this process too ridiculous? To think that a scholarly cultivator family could come up with something like this. Although Taoist cultivators are much stronger than cowherds, in the eyes of scholarly cultivators, they are also unbearable. Compared to Taoist cultivators, the southern heavenly gate was actually broken by Taoist cultivators, which is even more shameful. Although the story is slightly rough, men and women in the secular world like this kind of unyielding bones that don't fear power and also like to pursue happiness the most. Therefore this story is widely spread in the secular world. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, when Disciple found out that Bai and was a female official of the Immortal Palace, I couldn't help but think of this story. Bai and even told Disciple the location of the casting emotion mountain to express that her feelings for Disciple are stronger than gold. Xiaohua woke up and pointed at Fu Jiwen, Disciple, so you want to go to the casting emotion mountain? You should have said so earlier. Why do you have to beat around the bush with Master? Master. Fu Jiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shrugged his shoulders innocently and said, even if Disciple wants to go, Disciple will go with Bai, and Disciple is just telling Master. Then, where is the Linglong mountain in the story? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and asked again. Fu Jiwen waved his hand and said, Master has read a lot of scholarly cultivator books. Presumably you also know that there are countless mountains in the hidden immortal continent, but there isn't a mountain range called Linglong Mountain. Perhaps the person who made up the story did it on purpose, or perhaps Linglong Mountain was afraid of the Immortal Palace and changed its name long ago. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully, but suddenly he remembered, that's right, what are Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan like now? AI, don't mention this pair of quarrelsome lovers. Hearing Xiaohua mention Yu Zhongquan, Fu Jiwen said with a tone like mud that couldn't support a wall, this Yu Zhongquan is a stubborn donkey. The better Chang Yuan treats him, the more he avoids her. Except for sword cultivation as a last resort, he doesn't talk to Chang Yuan at all. However, Disciple has secretly asked little junior sister, this is already not bad. Compared to when we were in Yifeng country, they are much better. Do you think it will be useful to send them to the casting emotion mountain? Xiaohua suddenly asked. Fu Jiwen was stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, Master, you said that the story was made up by the scholarly cultivator family of the Immortal Palace. Why do you still believe in the use of the casting emotion mountain? Just treat a dead horse as a living horse. Xiaohua shrugged. After all, Master promised Chang Yuan. Fu Jiwen blinked his eyes, looked at Xiaohua and muttered, knowing that it's a dead horse, how can you treat it? Master, this is called grasping at straws. In Disciple's opinion, it's better to cook rice. Bah! How could Xiaohua not hear it? He scolded with a smile, of course you are willing to cook rice. How could your little junior sister do such a thing? If you don't do it, I will drug little junior brother. Master has countless spirit pills, this will definitely be a piece of cake. Fu Jiwen said without blushing or panting. Xiaohua looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, Disciple's idea is not bad, Master will reward you well. There is no need for any reward, Master can just teach Disciple some divine abilities. Fu Jiwen was overjoyed. And then Master will first seal your heavenly book, then seal your middle dantian. Xiaohua nodded and said. Master, please don't. Fu Jiwen was shocked and shouted, then Disciple will really become a male prostitute without any strength to truss a chicken? How can I bring you to the casting emotion mountain? Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, that's true. Fortunately, Bai and is just an unremarkable female official in the Immortal Palace. Otherwise the story between you and Bai and would also be used by the scholarly cultivator family to make a big fuss. Yes, Master, please take pity on Disciple. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, quickly help Disciple cultivate to the realm of literary sage, otherwise Disciple will be separated from Bai and won't even have the chance to drug her. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and pointed at Fu Jiwen again. That day you used these secret drugs to drug Bai, and right? Fu Jiwen's expression changed and he nodded and said, Master is right, there are many kinds of feelings in this world. Back then, Disciple also scoffed at the so-called love at first sight, thinking that the feelings between male prostitutes and mysterious women were bullshit, nothing more than carnal desires. But, to tell you the truth, Disciple also said before that Disciple had an indescribable feeling when Disciple saw Bai and knew that Bai would be Disciple's life, so sometimes, any subjective assumption can be wrong. When those seemingly absurd things happen to Disciple, disciple will know the truth. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Disciple, you are right, it seems that scholarly cultivators are indeed stronger than Taoists in some aspects, and Wu Tian may not have these experiences. Heavenly Master Wu. Junior brother's situation is different from disciples, we can't be lumped together. Fu Jiwen hurriedly replied, he is already at the gold core stage and will soon reach the nascent soul stage, disciple can't compare with him. But speaking of this, Fu Jiwen was a little embarrassed and he frowned and said, Master, Wu Tian is older than disciple and his cultivation is higher than disciples. Although he became disciple later, disciple always calls him junior brother, and I am not used to it. Moreover, Louis is still so young and he is called senior brother, he also feels uncomfortable. Although Master thinks that we are all disciples and it doesn't matter who is older or younger, disciple and others still feel. Chapter 3906. Haha, that's true. Xiao Hua laughed. Master didn't want to take Wu Tian as a disciple, or rather, I just wanted him to be an outer disciple. But his situation is a bit special, if he doesn't follow Master he might face a disaster, so I took him as an inner disciple. Master also wanted to arrange them according to cultivation, but I thought that our fortune gate shouldn't be based on cultivation, but on family ties, so I simply arranged them according to the time they entered the sect. This is just Master's temporary idea? But the problem is, Master's cultivation is getting higher, it's not impossible to take in nascent soul, out of body, or even great Confucian as disciples in the future. People care about face, it's not appropriate for them to call disciples with low cultivation as senior brother, even if they are outer disciples. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly, Master still needs to think twice about this situation. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then said thoughtfully, actually, among ordinary cultivators, the disciples who enter the sect first will receive more teachings, and their cultivation will definitely be higher than those who enter later. But it's different from Master. You have so many senior brothers and Master's teachings are all different. Not to mention Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, even within the Tao Gate, everyone's cultivation will be different in the future. For example, Wu Tian, although he's a golden core cultivator now, his future cultivation will definitely not be comparable to Yuanya, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei. Even if he becomes the eldest senior brother now, I'm afraid he will be even more humiliated in the future. This? Fu Jiwen nodded. Master's words are correct. Master is really a god, your knowledge is as vast as the sea. Although Master's cultivation is not high now, disciple knows that Master will definitely be the #1 person in the 3 continents. Master's divine ability is enough for disciple like me to cultivate for a lifetime. Stop flattering. Xiao Hua scolded with a smile, you don't know Master's most powerful divine ability. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment, then shook his head. Master is right, disciple thinks Master's lightning technique is the most powerful, but after thinking about it I feel Master's sword technique is the most powerful, but Master's refining and alchemy techniques are also close to the peak. Disciple really can't think of which divine ability Master has the most powerful. Escape. Xiao Hua answered with a smile. Escape? Fu Jiwen was stunned. He asked in disbelief, what's the most powerful flying technique? Xiao Hua looked at the mountain peak that had already appeared in the distance and said meaningfully, there are 3,000 great Daos and all of them lead to the heavens. Don't underestimate this escape technique. Who knows, I might even become an immortal with this escape technique. When he spoke up to hear, Xiao Hua's mind lit up, and he rubbed his palms together as he said with a smile, now that you've spoken up to hear, Master has a plan. How about this? All of you disciples don't have to be arranged in any order. When Master succeeds, the one with the highest cultivation will be the eldest senior brother. Good. Fu Jiwen clapped his hands and said, Master, what you said is right. This way we can cultivate diligently. Is that cast emotion mountain in front? Xiao Hua pointed at the mountain peak in front of the flying carriage and asked. Disciple has never been here before, but looking at the phenomenon on this mountain, it should be cast emotion mountain. Fu Jiwen squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and carefully looked at the famous cast emotion mountain. He saw that this mountain peak was different from Broken Heart Mountain. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also completely green. There were no plants or mountain paths, so it was impossible for ordinary people to reach this mountain peak. What surprised Xiaohua the most was that although Broken Heart Mountain's forgotten love water was very strange, he couldn't see anything strange about it. However, this Cast Emotion Mountain gave him a very oppressive feeling. Moreover, Cast Emotion Mountain was extremely tall, and there was a seemingly thin crack in the middle of the mountain that split the mountain into two. Even though the crack was empty, it went all the way to the foot of the mountain. An indescribable aura seeped out of the crack, and it was as if a proud and aloof person was facing the blue sky. Hiss. Xiaohua's pupils shrank when he saw this crack. A huge flying sword immediately appeared in his mind. This flying sword came from the heavens and earth. The peerless sword momentum that was rarely seen in this world appeared in a flash. Then a huge crack appeared in his mind. That sword intent was already engraved in Xiaohua's mind. Fellow immortal. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said with a slightly trembling voice, This is the true way of the sword. This crack is created by the gods, and it's definitely not something that any Taoist cultivator can split open. I even say that even sword immortals don't have this kind of divine ability. Using heaven and earth as a teacher is the way of heaven and earth. Fellow immortal, I have to go into seclusion for a while. With this sword intent of heaven and earth, I believe that my sword cultivation will reach great success. Okay. Xiaohua himself also cultivated flying swords, so he naturally knew that the sword intent contained in this sword scar was very powerful. He nodded and wanted to take out the mountain river seal, but at this moment, a dignified voice sounded again, Fellow Taoist, this old man sensed the aura of the 9 cauldrons. This is Gun Province, and if there's no accident, the Gun Province cauldrons should be within 100 miles. Ah. Happiness came too suddenly and Xiaohua was caught unprepared. After all, he had just obtained the Shuzhou cauldrons in Su province, and how long had it been? These 9 cauldrons were where the destiny of Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent was located, so how could he find them again and again? He thought for a moment and said, Fellow Taoist Long Mai, don't be anxious, let's do business first. That Gun Province cauldron won't run away by itself. Long Mai and Xiaohua agreed and didn't say anything else. Xiaohua took out the mountain river seal and let Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan out. Just as Fu Jiwen said, after Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan came out, they were first stunned, then they hurriedly saluted Xiaohua. However, after saluting, Yu Zhongquan deliberately moved to the side a bit, as if he was avoiding Chang Yuan. Looking at Chang Yuan again, she didn't care about Yu Zhongquan's small movements and asked, Master, why did you suddenly call this disciple out? Xiaohua went straight to the point and pointed at Casting Emotion Mountain, saying, Look at this mountain first. Yes. Chang Yuan didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly looked at Casting Emotion Mountain. Yu Zhongquan also looked up. After a moment, seeing the confusion in their eyes, Xiaohua sighed and reminded them, Look carefully at the gap between the mountain peaks. Do you feel that it's a sword mark? Was there a sharp flying sword that split it in half? Can you feel the sword force that pierces through heaven and earth? Yu Zhongquan hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, Master, if you say it now, this disciple can see it, but this disciple is slow-witted and can't see any sword force. Master, this disciple can't see it either. Chang Yuan was also a bit depressed. Xiaohua pinched his chin and turned to look at Fu Jiwen, asking, What about you? Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and replied, Master, this disciple doesn't know if the legend is true, but this disciple really can't see any clues. It can't be, right? You really can't see it? This time it was Xiaohua's turn to be depressed. I'm afraid this disciple hasn't cultivated to master's level yet. Chang Yuan said with a smile. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, Well, master understands. Master previously had a sword intent that he hadn't completely comprehended. Now that I saw this gap, I immediately felt it. It should be a sign that the sword intent is about to break through the bottleneck. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. Fu Jiwen and the other 2 were overjoyed and congratulated him, but they were all shocked in their hearts. They felt that it was incredible. After all, it was just a very ordinary scene that could make people break through their cultivation. They really couldn't understand it. Xiaohua was also happy in his heart. After all, he always felt that the 9 stars transit the sun swordsmanship was a bit weak, not as strong as the wishful staff. If he could comprehend such a sword intent that could split a mountain, it would really be a shocking blow. Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan. Xiaohua ordered, Each of you choose a mountain peak and go to comprehend it. See if you can get anything. Yes, master. Chang Yuan happily agreed and urged the weak sword light to fly up. Yu Zhongquan hesitated and said, Master, there seems to be something wrong with this mountain peak. What's the problem? Xiaohua asked. Disciple feels that this mountain peak is a bit ghostly. But if I look carefully, it's different from ordinary ghosts. Disciple can't tell why. Yu Zhongquan looked at the mountain peak in the distance and replied with some hesitation. Xiaohua glanced at Fujiwen. Fujiwen's eyes were the same as Xiaohua's, also carrying a kind of surprise. However, Xiaohua still said, Master understands. You go sit face to face with Chang Yuan and release your sword intent. Let's see what you can comprehend. When Yu Zhongquan heard that he had to do everything with Chang Yuan, his neck stiffened slightly as if he was unwilling. However, Xiaohua fiercely glared at him and he could only shrink his neck. Yu Zhongquan also knew that Xiaohua wasn't his father. If he angered Xiaohua, he would definitely have a bitter fruit to eat. Of course, if he knew that Fujiwen was going to drug him, he would probably rush over and strangle Fujiwen to death. Of course, the premise was that his swordsmanship was successful. While Yu Zhongquan was hesitating and slowly flying towards Cast-Emotion Mountain, Xiaohua patted his forehead and opened his Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye. However, what surprised Xiaohua was that the Cast-Emotion Mountain in front of him was just a Cast-Emotion Mountain. Not only was there nothing that he couldn't see, there was also nothing special about it. Interesting. Xiaohua knew that as long as the Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye could see something special, he couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. Yu Zhongquan landed on one side of the Cast-Emotion Mountain. Chang Yuan had already sat down cross-legged on the other side. She formed a sword art in her hand and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Yu Zhongquan's nose twitched for no reason. He turned his head to look at Xiaohua and Fujiwen who weren't flying over. He helplessly sat down cross-legged and formed a sword art. Chang Yuan smiled slightly and closed her eyes. A faint deer figure slowly flew out from the sword art. On the other side, a tiger figure that was much denser than the deer figure rushed out from Yu Zhongquan's sword art. Chapter 3907. Roar. The moment the tiger form appeared, it let out an angry roar and pounced towards the little deer. The little deer nimbly dodged, a little shy and a little scared as it dodged. Of course, Yu Zhongquan's tiger form sword intent wouldn't really destroy the little deer's sword intent. It was only frightened for a moment before it wagged its tail and circled around in the distance. The sword hairs on its body sparkled like tiger spots. The little deer was a little shy as it circled around the tiger form. The sword hairs weren't as bright as the tiger form, but the flickering sword hairs were like Chang Yuan's intention. What's the use of this? Xiaohua turned to look at Fujiwen. Fujiwen shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds began to form within 100 miles of Cast-Emotion Mountain. The clouds first spread out horizontally, and when they reached the top of their heads, they began to revolve around one another. Then, a thin layer of water vapor appeared on the green surface of Cast-Emotion Mountain. This water vapor was like the tears of Cast-Emotion Mountain that slowly dripped down. The sound of water was very soft, but it was also like the sobbing of ghosts. High up in the sky, the sound of wind whimpered from the dark clouds. It was also like a mournful moan. The sound of water and wind was like the whispers of lovers between heaven and earth. Master. Fujiwen's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly raised his hand and said, Quick, look inside the cloud vortex. Sure. Since Fujiwen could see it, how could Xiaohua not see it? Xiaohua hurriedly placed his index finger on his lips and said, Just look, don't speak. Wherever Xiaohua's gaze landed, the cloud vortex gradually deepened. Pieces of green light fell from the vortex like green snowflakes floating onto Cast-Emotion Mountain. Every time a snowflake fell, Cast-Emotion Mountain would fluctuate. Moreover, the fluctuations on both sides of the thin crack were different. However, the fluctuations landed on Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan, who were circulating their energy with their eyes closed. Pieces of light and shadow appeared between their eyebrows. After the light and shadow appeared, they landed on the crack and fused together to form a complete picture. In this picture, there were mountains, rivers, villages, farmlands, and of course, a man and a woman. As the light and shadow appeared, a faint and desolate singing voice came from the deepest part of the gap. I asked Buddha, why don't you give all women a face that shames flowers and obstructs the moon? The Buddha said, that's just the appearance of the epiphyllum, used to blind the eyes of the world. There is no beauty that can surpass a pure and kind heart. I give it to every woman, but someone covered it with dust. I asked Buddha, why are there so many regrets in this world? Buddha said, this is a whirling world. Whirling means regret. Without regret, no matter how much happiness you are given, you will not experience happiness. I asked Buddha, how can I make people's hearts not feel lonely anymore? Buddha said, every heart is born lonely and incomplete. Most people live their whole lives with this defect because when they meet the other half who can make it complete, they either miss it by negligence or have lost the qualification to own it. I asked Buddha, what if you meet someone you can love, but you are afraid that you can't grasp it? Buddha said, how much love do you leave in the human world? Welcome the thousands of changes in the world and do happy things with lovers. Don't ask if it's a disaster, it's fate. Along with the question of Buddha that was engraved into the divine soul, pieces of light and shadow emerged from the space between Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan's eyebrows. Pictures of stones, grass, trees, scholars, mandarin ducks, butterflies, women, jade hairpins, all kinds of pictures emerged one after another. Their eyeballs spun rapidly, and the sword chi on their bodies gradually disappeared. The sword will in the shape of a tiger also disappeared completely. Gradually it transformed into a small deer. Another small deer came over vivaciously, and the two small deers snuggled together. When they got closer, the two little deers slowly merged together and became one. The moment the sword chi merged, a wisp of sword chi spread out from Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan's bodies. This sword chi fell on the deer and the deer was very happy. Then the sword chi rushed into each other's bodies through the deer. The sword chi became more and more abundant, and the sword chi of the deer became more and more condensed and clear. Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan were not the only ones who had changed. In the distant sky, Xiaohua and Fujiwen were also standing there in a daze. Fujiwen's mind was filled with Tao Wu's smiling face, while Xiaohua's face carried traces of pain. When Xiaohua heard the song, the emotional strings in his heart were slightly plucked. As the song flowed through his heart, each and every word of the song flowed through his mind. One by one lively faces, whether angry or happy, sad, frowning or crying, floated through Xiaohua's mind. Fairy Jing, Xin, Shui Shui, Fairy Hongxia, Huang Mingxiang. In the end, there were even some faces that Xiaohua was both unfamiliar and familiar with. Peacock, Qin Qin, Zhang Pinger, Xiao Juzi, Nye Qinyu. Although these faces were clear, they were just faces. Xiaohua naturally felt that there should be one more face among them, but he just couldn't find it. In the end, the faces of Fairy Hongxia, Shui Shui, and the others appeared again. Everything in the past floated in his mind. Slowly, 2 drops of tears flowed out from the corners of Xiaohua's eyes. The faint resentment towards Xiaohua and Fairy Hongxia finally turned into smoke. Even Buddha said, how much love is left in the human world, to welcome the myriad of changes in the world and to do happy things with lovers. Don't ask if this is a tribulation, it is fate. For love, for Xiaohua's life, Shui Shui resolutely gave up her own life. This is a tribulation. Because of this tribulation, in the inside of the space in the netherworld lotus she was reborn. The thousands of years of companionship of the statue of Zhang Xiaohua was also fate. And because of love, Fairy Hongxia decided to be together with the unknown Xiaohua. This is fate. But because of this fate, Fairy Hongxia developed a gap in her heart towards Xiaohua. The result was that although they were born, the 2 continents could not meet. This is another tribulation. The dead are gone, there is no need to chase. And the living are still here, there is no need to complain. If one only remembers the dead and complains about the living, it is truly unwise. Xiaohua's thoughts became clear along with the song. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears on his face. When he raised his eyes to look at Cast Emotion Mountain, 2 cocoon-like sword lights wrapped around Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan. All the light from before fell into the sword lights. The light and darkness overflowed between the 2 sword lights. At first glance, it looked somewhat similar to the soul execution primary light that was refined earlier. Seeing that Fujiwen was somewhat immersed in his thoughts, Xiaohua's mind fell into the inside of the space. He accompanied the netherworld lotus for a long time before flying out. At this moment, the The gloomy clouds on Cast Emotion Mountain had already dissipated, and the boundless sunlight shone down. The green light and the sceneries were turned into light dust by the sword radiance. Fujiwen was also looking at the vision in front of his eyes. He sighed and said, "Hearts are united on Cast Emotion Mountain, hearts are broken on Broken Heart Mountain. Although the story inside is vulgar and can't stand up to scrutiny, there are feelings in this world that can endure until the end of time. Cast Emotion Mountain's fruit is indeed Cast Emotion Mountain." "How is this Cast Emotion Mountain?" Xiao Hua said faintly. "This is the Stone of Three Lives." "Stone of Three Lives?" Fujiwen was stunned. He looked at the huge mountain in disbelief and said, "Is this the legendary stone that can see the past life, present life, and future life, as long as you step on it? But the Stone of Three Lives, is it this big?" "Who told you that the Stone of Three Lives is a small stone?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I'm afraid that no one knows that this Cast Emotion Mountain is the Stone of Three Lives, right?" "But," Fujiwen said curiously, "there are more than one or two cultivators who came to Cast Emotion Mountain. How come no one noticed it? Or what about the other couples?" "Others didn't notice it because they didn't have Master's divine ability," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "As for what happened to others, it has nothing to do with us. Master only needs to know that Yu Zhongquan and Huang Changyuan are finally married." That's right. Master, you're really a good matchmaker," Fujiwen said with a smile. "Disciple admires you very much." Xiao Hua released his divine sense to scan the surroundings before instructing Fujiwen. "Disciple, I'm afraid that Yu Zhongquan and Changyuan will be stuck together like glue for a while. You stay here to protect them. Master will be back soon." "Yes, Master." Fujiwen nodded respectfully. Xiao Hua urged his body, and with a flash of earth chi, he disappeared in midair. Earth escape technique? Fujiwen naturally had the insight of a Taoist cultivator. He was really surprised by the exquisiteness of Xiao Hua's earth escape technique. He looked at the disappearing earth chi and his eyes flashed with a strange light as he pondered. With Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's Dragon Chi sensing, Xiao Hua quickly found the location of the Gunzhou Cauldron underground. At this time, the Gunzhou Cauldron was still invisible. However, Xiao Hua could sense that netherworld chi was overflowing in the area. It was obvious that the 9 cauldrons shaking the 9 states had been broken and the Gunzhou Cauldron's ability to suppress fate had disappeared. Xiao Hua hesitated for a long time. When he saw that the Gunzhou Cauldron did not increase in netherworld chi after taking it out, he felt at ease and sent the Gunzhou Cauldron into his middle dantian. As soon as the Gunzhou Cauldron entered his middle dantian, it immediately merged with the other 7 cauldrons. The 4-colored true chi in the 8 cauldrons became more lively and vigorous. Looking at the faint aura of the netherworld, Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. It seems like there must be a reason for this abnormality that others don't know about. This 3-live stone isn't just standing here for no reason. This place must be connected to the netherworld. After observing for a long time, Xiao Hua flew out from underground. The overflowing netherworld chi was quickly washed away by yang chi and did not cause any harm to the people in the surroundings. In fact, he understood that there must be a reason why the Gunzhou Cauldron was placed here. Although the netherworld chi would not cause harm temporarily, it did not mean that it would not in the future. What Xiao Hua needed to do now was to quickly find the remaining Yuzhou cauldrons and then place the 9 cauldrons back in the 9 states. Only then could they truly suppress the fate of the 9 states. When Xiao Hua flew back to Casted Emotion Mountain, the strange phenomenon had completely disappeared. Yu Zhongquan was standing on Casted Emotion Mountain with Chang Yuan. At this time, Yu Zhongquan had a steady expression on his face. He was still holding Chang Yuan's hand. Their fingers were interlocked as if they were unwilling to let go. Chapter 3908. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure appear in midair, Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan hurriedly bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is really incompetent. Previously, this disciple failed to live up to Master's expectations. Master cherishes this disciple so much that this disciple specially brought this disciple to Casting Emotion Mountain. This disciple will never be able to repay Master's kindness." Hearing this, Xiao Hua knew that Fujiwen was talking nonsense when he was not around, but he did not point it out. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is not Master's kindness but Chang Yuan's love for you. At the same time, it is the heaven and earth's pity for your love. Think about it, among the millions of couples in this world, which one has it as difficult as you two? Now the two of you can finally hold hands and connect your hearts. Don't do anything that will hurt each other." Yes, this disciple was naughty and mischievous in the past, truly unbearable. Yu Zhongquan nodded and said, "Now this disciple really feels Yuan'er's heart and knows that I love her. In the future, this disciple will not let her down. I will grow old with her." "Grow old with her?" Xiaohua laughed. "How can you grow old after entering my fortune gate? Rest assured, cultivate as much as you want, Master will guarantee that you will remain young forever." "Yes, many thanks for Master's help." Chang Yuan smiled sweetly. Although the phrase, "lovers will eventually find their way together," was very cliché, it was very appropriate to describe Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan. Heart connection and flying sword formation. "I presume you two have already deeply experienced the essence of sword Dao." Xiaohua smiled and said, "You two should take advantage of this time to cultivate. When you reach major completion in sword Dao, you will be able to move unhindered in the world." "Yes, this disciple understands." Yu Zhongquan and Chang Yuan lowered their heads and agreed. Then they were sent into Xiaohua's space. AI Master. Watching the two of them disappear, Yu Zhongquan stomped his feet and looked at the green casting emotion mountain below him. Why can't this disciple have such good luck? Not to mention this disciple can't see the 3 lives, just this disciple's cultivation. Looks like junior brother and junior sister are about to catch up. Who asked you to be so impatient? Who can you blame? Xiaohua smiled and said, "The heavenly book can't be opened for you right now, but don't worry, when it is opened your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds." Although Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan had such a fortuitous encounter, and their sword Dao combined yin and yang, they are still inferior to your heavenly book. "All right, Master, this disciple understands," Fuji Wen said with a smile. This disciple will accompany Master to the next Lu town. Another half a day passed. After Xiaohua scanned the area with his divine sense, he decided to personally make a trip down. When he saw that Lu Zhen wasn't the Lu Zhen he was looking for, he hurriedly left with Fuji Wen. To Estuza's heavenly palace, Tianziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziziz Hua had captured a landlord before, he did not obtain any useful information from the landlord. Now that he was discovered by the landlord again, he did not notice it at all. After a few more days, nothing strange happened. After Xiao Hua was disappointed more than 10 times, he gradually became indifferent. Although he didn't have the time to look for it in detail, he could just leave it behind the Dragon Island. After helping the little white dragon complete its body formation, he could be considered to be free. At that time, not only could he look for Lu Zhen in the hidden immortal continent, he could even go to the Elysium world to look for him. He could also take advantage of this trip to see Jianghu's situation. Seeing that the weather was gradually getting colder, the number of rivers on the ground was gradually increasing. Many rivers were converging here. Xiao Hua knew that he wasn't far from the North Sea. I really don't know what Ao Zhantian will look like when he doesn't see me. Xiao Hua thought to himself and felt helpless in his heart. Suddenly, from the direction of the North Sea, 2 rays of Clear Eyes technique swept over like sharp swords. When the rays of Clear Eyes technique swept over Xiao Hua, they immediately stopped. Then, without any scruples, they looked up and down and then quietly withdrew. Oh! Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and released his soul sense. When he saw the people in front of him clearly, he sneered and said, "How troublesome! Why are these Shenhuang token people endless?" Shenhuang token? Fujiwen was shocked. That day in the Misty Mountain Maze formation, Fujiwen was captured by the 3 Shenhuang token people. Of course he remembered it clearly. Before Fujiwen could speak, another pair of clear eyes swept over from behind Xiao Hua. They also cast a glance at Xiao Hua before slowly withdrawing their gazes. "Disciple, you should return to the Kunlun immortal realm. These Shenhuang token cultivators are vicious and merciless. They don't have the face to be a senior." Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. He was too lazy to release his soul sense and said indifferently. Fujiwen smiled and said, "Master, this disciple still wants to see how you will display your invincible might and kill these Shenhuang token cultivators. TSK. You just want to see where your master is ranked in the Shenhuang board." Xiaohua said as he put away the Pegasus and flying chariot. He glanced at Fu Jiwen and asked disdainfully. Hehe, master is wise. Fu Jiwen grinned. Master can be ranked in the Xinhuang board. This disciple is actually very proud. Go in. Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and covered Fu Jiwen. He said, your master was the last on the Xinhuang board. Now after the battle in the Black Wind Ridge I must have improved. When your master kills these Xinhuang board cultivators I will tell you. Still Xinhuang board cultivators? The Xinhuang token seems to be just SOSO. Fu Jiwen smiled. When his figure disappeared, he still mocked. It seems that they are really tired of living. Yes, they are indeed tired of living. Xiaohua stood in the air coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and released the green-robed Xiaohua. The green-robed Xiaohua controlled the invisible nascent soul and took the Kunlun mirror. He smiled and said, fellow cultivator, they are just 8 5th-grade elemental energy children. To you they're just a piece of cake. Why do you need me to take action? One-on-one, not to mention mid-6th grade elemental energy, even if they were high 6th grade elemental energy I would not be afraid. Xiaohua said indifferently, but these are 8 mid-5th grade elemental energy Xinhuang token cultivators. Who knows if they have any secret techniques? Do they have any special imperial tools? If 1 or 2 of them escape, Ai's whereabouts will be exposed. Before we reach the North Sea, we will be hunted down by the Xinhuang board cultivators. Wouldn't our trip to the North Sea be ruined? So that's how it is. The green-robed Xiaohua controlled the invisible nascent soul and took the Kunlun mirror. He said while flying, fellow cultivator has learned how to be ruthless. You know how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. People will always change. As Xiaohua said this, he raised his head and looked at the 4 yellow-robed cultivators flying in front of him as if he was looking at a dead person. These 4 cultivators were about the same height and had ordinary appearances. If they were thrown into a crowd after taking off their yellow clothes, Xiaohua would definitely not give them a second glance. However, Xiaohua's divine sense swept over them and he sneered in his heart. These 4 unremarkable cultivators were actually mid-5th grade elemental energy, much higher than Huang Shou and the others from before. It must be because he defeated true monarch Qingyuan at Black Wind Mountain Range, causing the Xinhuang token to re-evaluate his strength. The 4 yellow-robed cultivators flew over in an encirclement. They saw that Xiaohua not only did not escape, but also did not have any obvious defenses. He just stood there quietly like a quiet handsome man. The 4 yellow-robed cultivators' eyes were slightly astonished and they glanced at each other. However, when another 4 yellow-robed cultivators flew over from behind Xiaohua, the 4 people's expressions gradually calmed down. After all, 8 mid-5th grade elemental energy Confucian cultivators were dealing with a person on the yellow board. This was an extremely rare occurrence in the Xinhuang token. The 8 yellow-robed cultivators surrounded Xiaohua. The cultivator opposite Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Are you Xiaohua? Since you all came to find this old man, how could you not know who this old man is?" Xiaohua sneered and said, "I heard that the Xinhuang token is an organization of the hidden immortal continent. How could you not know this?" Hehe, Xiaohua, this old man originally thought that you would deny it, but I didn't expect you to be so frank. The yellow-robed cultivator laughed and said, "Seems like you've already met Huang Shou, Huang Zhen and Huang Ji." Xiaohua naturally did not intend to hide and nodded and said, "Indeed, I just don't know which descendants of the Huang clan you are. What's the use of a glib tongue when you're about to die?" The yellow-robed cultivator said coldly, "There's no need for you to use any provocation. Our Xinhuang token naturally has basic etiquette. We will also treat the dead with respect. This old man is Huang Jiao. This old man is Huang Yu. This old man is Huang Tu. This old man is Huang Fun. This old man is Huang Xie. This old man is Huang Mo. This old man is Huang Zhen. This old man is Huang Gue." The other 7 yellow-robed cultivators seemed to cherish their words like gold. They only reported their names and did not say anything else. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "This Xiao understands. Making friends, Mo Zhen, your status in the Xinhuang token is much higher than Shou Jinji. However, this Xiao is a bit strange. I don't know if I should ask?" "Sure." Huang Yu nodded slightly. Xiaohua asked, This Xiao heard that the first time he was listed on the Xinhuang token was because of the Copper Pillar State's matter. I'm afraid that the Copper Pillar State's king wanted this Xiao's life, so there was a bounty. However, this Xiao has already let go of the Copper Pillar State. Presumably, the Copper Pillar State's king himself knows that he has no reason to find trouble with this Xiao, right? How you got on the Shenhuang token is not something this old man and the others can know. Huang Yu refused to answer without hesitation. Alright. Xiao Hua scratched his chin with his hand and said with a smile, I wonder where this Xiao is now on the Shenhuang token? Speaking of which, this Xiao is also curious. Where can I see the complete Shenhuang token? Congratulations, Your Excellency. As far as this old man knows, Your Excellency has now jumped from the last place to the top of the Shenhuang token. Huang Yu replied with a fake smile. This Xiao's progress is actually so great? I really have to thank the Shenhuang token for its help. Xiao Hua was very surprised and could not help but cup his hands. Chapter 3909. Yes, you killed Kong Hongwu of Yaotai Mountain, Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji, and recently defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan. In the hidden immortal continent where the number of Taoist cultivators is declining, you will naturally be ranked first on the yellow board. In the future, I know that you will be ranked on the Shen board. This yellow board is really small and can't accommodate a great god like you. Huang Yu mocked. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. Huang Shou, Huang Zhen, and Huang Ji wanted to kill me, so I had to fight. Perfected Lord Qingyuan wanted to destroy my Black Wind Ridge's descendants, so I had to fight. However, the Kong Hongwu you speak of has nothing to do with this Xiao. You know it clearly in your heart. This has nothing to do with us. Huang Yu said faintly. As for where to see the Shen Huang board, if someone else asked, I might answer. However, it's meaningless for you to ask this. If you want, you can go to hell and ask the judge in charge of life and death. How can that guy know? Xiao Hua waved his hand. He can't even kill a living person. Haha. Huang Yu laughed. Xiao Hua, this old man has killed so many people from the Huang board, but I have never seen someone who can be so calm and eloquent in front of this old man. Do you really have enough confidence to escape from this old man's hands? What? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. Do you think you can kill the people on the yellow board as soon as you make a move? Where do you get the confidence? Huang Yu looked at the others around him. Everyone was on guard and didn't speak, so he didn't rush to make a move. He smiled and said, Of course. We can deal with the people on the yellow board as long as we make a move. If it's the people on the Shen board, we don't need to make a move. Xiao Hua touched his chin and answered hesitantly, This is troublesome. If I kill you, won't I be hunted down by the Shen board again? But what if I don't kill you? You won't be able to report back to your superiors. This world is truly a dilemma. How about this? Can you turn around now and pretend that you've never seen this Xiao? Huang Yu felt a chill in his heart and sensed that something was wrong. As he gave the order, he raised his hand and clapped. Three-colored genuine qi gushed out. Before the subbody condensed by the inscriptions was complete, a pair of big hands had already attacked Xiao Hua. The noble qi surging between the inscriptions blocked the area in front of Xiao Hua for hundreds of feet. As soon as Huang Yu moved, the other cultivators moved as well. They clearly had a tacit understanding of each other. Although some of them activated their sword qi, while others activated their imperial equipment, each of them was only responsible for the area in front of them, displaying their divine abilities to the fullest in that area. And these 8 people simultaneously sealed off all of Xiao Hua's escape routes. Xiao Hua had no other choice but to fight. A bunch of kids. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. As he waved his hands, layers of heavenly thunder crazily rolled down. Taking advantage of the heavenly thunder hitting the subbodies of the 8 people, the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand shook, and a light beam of more than 100 feet struck between Huang Yu and Huang Tu. When the light beam fell, it immediately pierced through the clouds surging around the two, and thousands of inscriptions turned into fireflies and collapsed. The two were shocked and slightly leaned to the side. However, their subbodies risked being bombarded by the heavenly thunder and were also prepared to deal with Xiao Hua's forceful breakthrough. But what puzzled the two was that Xiao Hua stood there without moving at all. Just when the two of them were puzzled, 10 rays of light flashed strangely in front of Xiao Hua. 10 Yuanying suddenly appeared. As soon as these 10 Yuanying appeared, they immediately began to teleport and escape from the gap in the Kunlun mirror. Huang Yu was even more confused. He didn't know why Xiaohua didn't use these 10 excellent helpers and instead let them escape. However, in just a short moment, Huang Yu understood Xiaohua's plan. Immediately, panic appeared on the faces of Huang Yu and the other 8 people. However, they understood it too late. The heavenly might of 10 nascent soul initial tribulations was far from what 8 cultivators of the 5th level of essence energy could withstand. Seeing the 10 nascent souls sitting cross-legged behind the 8 people, the entire tribulation cloud covered an area of 100 li. Whether it was nascent souls, Confucian cultivators or Xiaohua, they were all imprisoned. And in that tribulation cloud, although layers of lightning were not as fierce as Xiaohua's heavenly thunder, the power contained in each lightning was several times stronger. Huang Yu opened his mouth and found that he couldn't even say a word. Admittedly, the true energy in his body was stagnant, and the inscriptions of the sub-bodies were also revealed word by word. He moved his eyes with difficulty and looked at Xiaohua. His brain wasn't enough. Xiaohua was also standing there, unable to move. However, Xiaohua's face was indifferent. It was obvious that he was used to the lightning tribulation that was about to arrive. What's going on? Huang Yu's doubts rose again. Even if he's at the upper 5th level of essence energy, no, even if he's at the 6th level of essence energy, it's impossible for him to not be afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation of nascent souls is so strange. There's no corresponding record in the ancient records of the mysterious Yellow Order. Could it be that he wanted to die with me from the very beginning? Rumble? Huang Yu's thoughts came to an abrupt end. A thumb-sized heavenly tribulation lightning suddenly fell. Although the heavenly tribulation lightning mainly fell on the 10 nascent souls and Huang Yu, the 8 people, and Xiaohua were just fish in the moat, this scattered heavenly tribulation lightning flashed and one of the 8 sub-bodies was destroyed. At the same time, Huang Zhen, who was closest to the heavenly tribulation lightning, had lightning appear on his body. The heavenly tribulation lightning was like a centipede that instantly climbed up Huang Zhen's body. In the blink of an eye, a small part of his body disappeared. Buzz. Seeing that Huang Zhen's body was about to collapse, a strange cloud appeared around Huang Zhen's body. A yellow jade slip appeared under Huang Zhen's feet. With a trembling sound, Huang Zhen's body actually flashed extremely fast and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Huang Zhen moved and Huang Yu and the others also went all out. The same jade slip floated out of the chests of the 7 people, producing strange fluctuations that wrapped around their bodies and the sub-bodies that hadn't completely collapsed. They actually broke free of the heavenly tribulation lightning's imprisonment and flashed into the void. Damn it, it's really like this. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed as he cursed inwardly. With Xiaohua's current cultivation, he could easily ambush and kill Confucian cultivators at the middle of the 5th grade of origin energy. However, when facing 8 profound yellow token experts, Xiaohua didn't have any confidence that he wouldn't let one of them escape. After all, every cultivator had their own ultimate escape technique. Therefore, Xiaohua gave up on doing it himself and used the heavenly tribulation lightning of the 10 nascent souls to kill them. However, today's heavenly tribulation lightning couldn't be compared to the heavenly tribulation lightning of the 6th level Confucian cultivator. At that time, dozens of nascent souls arranged a simple capital heavenly star formation, which sealed off all the escape routes of the Confucian cultivator. That Confucian cultivator also wanted to kill Xiaohua, unlike the 8 people in front of him who were ready to escape as soon as they saw something was wrong. Moreover, just as Xiaohua thought, these 8 people all had a secret technique, and this secret technique might be the mysterious Yellow Order's mysterious Yellow Order. As Xiaohua thought, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. Rumble? In the void, layers of 3 corpses in lightning rushed out. The 8 Confucian cultivators' figures had just disappeared, but they immediately reappeared. The teleportation that was forcibly triggered by the Huang Order was forcibly destroyed by Xiaohua's lightning flash and thunder roll technique. In just this critical moment, the 10 nascent souls surrounding the 8 people raised their heads at the same time and rubbed their hands together. The heavenly tribulation lightning that surrounded their spiritual bodies followed their hand seals and fell on Huang Yu and the others who had just revealed themselves. Huang Yu and the others were shocked. The yellow brilliance around their bodies collapsed like juice in the roaring heavenly tribulation lightning. Huang Zhen's body disappeared immediately, and even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. His soul was destroyed. As for the other 7 people, Their bodies also melted under the heavenly tribulation lightning. Several streams of true qi rushed out from all parts of their bodies, like ignited fireworks, extremely gorgeous and cruel. The heavenly tribulation lightning naturally didn't let Xiaohua go. Xiaohua's body also turned into flowing liquid under the heavenly tribulation lightning. However, the heavenly tribulation lightning of these 10 nascent souls still couldn't compare to the previous dozens of nascent souls. After a while, Xiaohua appeared from the heavenly tribulation lightning. His body was in tatters. Among the 7 Confucian cultivators with the mysterious yellow order, there were Huang Yu and the other 2. Although their bodies were riddled with holes like rags, their primordial spirits hadn't disappeared. Seeing that the heavenly tribulation lightning had loosened, the 3 cultivators fled in 3 directions. Troublesome, Xiaohua frowned. The divine will hammer smashed towards Huang Yu. At the same time he waved his hand and a powerful magic power was born, imprisoning Huang Fun who had already escaped several kilometers away. As for the other cultivator who escaped the fastest, Xiaohua didn't even look at him. Just as the divine will hammer smashed Huang Yu into a meat paste, a loud bang sounded. The Kunlun mirror's beam of light appeared and split that cultivator in 2. Finally Xiaohua clasped his hands together, and Huang Fun who was imprisoned, struggled with all his might and was crushed into pieces. Huang Fun's primordial spirit was the same as Huang Yu and the others. It was already weak from the heavenly tribulation lightning. Now that it was killed by Xiaohua, it didn't take much magic power to destroy his primordial spirit. Tsk tisk. Green-robed Xiaohua flew back. He smacked his lips and sighed, "It's really killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It's just 8 middle-stage 5th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivators, and you actually wasted 10 scattered soul cultivators' initial tribulation. These 10 scattered soul cultivators might be able to kill a middle-stage 6th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator. Hehe, they will have to face the heavenly tribulation sooner or later." If you don't use it now, they won't be able to hide their cultivation in the future. Wouldn't that be even more wasteful? Xiaohua said with a grin. He collected the Qingquan bags left behind by the 8 Confucian cultivators. The heavenly tribulation lightning this time wasn't as abnormal as last time, so the Qingquan bags weren't completely destroyed. Green-robed Xiaohua shook his head. "I can't bear to see fellow Taoist's stingy appearance." "If you can't bear to see, then don't look. Who wants you to see?" Xiaohua said. He released his mind and sent green-robed Xiaohua and the Kunlun mirror into the space. "You should hurry up and teach your own disciples. When they succeed in their cultivation, I won't have to waste the scattered soul cultivator's initial tribulation." Chapter 39:10. Master, you're done so quickly? When Fujiwen was released by Xiaohua to drive the flying car, he was very surprised and shouted. "Nonsense, it's just a few 5th-grade elemental energy kids. Do you need to be so serious?" Xiaohua replied disdainfully. "Hehe, master, what's your ranking now?" Fujiwen asked while driving the flying car with a mischievous smile. "Guess. Do you still need to guess?" Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua's complacent face and immediately understood. He said, "Since it's the Yellow Order cultivators who attacked, and Master is on the yellow list, and Master was able to defeat the heavenly soldiers of the Immortal Palace, you should have the cultivation of the 5th-grade elemental energy. Although I'm not sure about the mysterious Yellow Order, but now you must be first on the yellow list." Yes, if these 8 mysterious Yellow Order cultivators can't return to the mysterious Yellow Order, then Master can squeeze into the mysterious list. Xiaohua nodded. He knew in his heart that if the mysterious Yellow Order sent people again, it wouldn't be so simple. Maybe the next one would be a middle or upper 6th-grade elemental energy Confucian cultivator. Thinking of this, Xiaohua asked curiously, "Disciple, who do you think would put out such a big reward for the experts of the mysterious Yellow Order to kill Master?" "Master, Disciple doesn't know much about the mysterious Yellow Order, let alone the mysterious Yellow Order. Disciple can't answer your question." After all, Fujiwen's experience was not as good as Jing Xinzi and the others, so he really didn't know these things. "Forget it." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves. Maybe after this, the mysterious Yellow Order will give up the idea of killing Master. Alright, these are the Qingquan bags of those cultivators. Take them and see what's suitable for you. Saying this, Xiaohua generously gave a few Qingquan bags to Fujiwen, who knew that Fujiwen hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, you should take them yourself. Disciple is now focused on cultivating the true qi in my chest, hoping to unlock the seal of the heavenly book as soon as possible. Disciple is not like Master who can dabble in Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, so disciple shouldn't be distracted. Xiaohua knew that what Fujiwen said was reasonable, so he casually threw the Qingquan bag into his space. If it was in the past, the green-robed Xiaohua would have caught them and checked what was inside. But now, the green-robed Xiaohua was busy teaching his disciples and did not pay attention to these Qingquan bags. Fujiwen urged the flying carriage to fly for another few hundred kilometers. Immediately after, another divine sense chased after the flying carriage. After sweeping past Xiaohua, a slightly anxious voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned and ordered Fujiwen to stop the flying chariot. He stood on the flying chariot and looked at the origin of the divine sense with displeasure. A short while later, a familiar figure flew over from afar. It was none other than the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, Taoist Qing Su. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Taoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua's appearance from afar and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He called out, Where are you going? If there's nothing urgent, please follow I back. What? Xiaohua's heart moved as he asked. I received news that the mysterious Yellow Order wants to send disciples to kill fellow Taoist. The mysterious Yellow Order has eyes and ears all over the world. Fellow Taoist is in danger now, so follow I to pay a visit to the Grand Mist Ancestor and ask for his protection. Taoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua and said seriously. Xiaohua smiled faintly and said, If I didn't swallow 100,000 immortal soldiers at the Black Wind Ridge, I'm afraid I wouldn't have attracted the mysterious Yellow Order's attention, right? I don't have to rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor, right? Hee. Taoist Master Qing Su also smiled faintly and said, Even if fellow Taoist didn't swallow 100,000 immortal soldiers, since fellow Taoist was able to escape from the Black Wind Ridge, no matter what method you used, Kong Wukong was killed by you. In that case, Kong Hongwu on Yaotai Mountain was also killed by fellow Taoist Xiao. Since that is the case, why is fellow Taoist Xiao still trying to hide it? Why not make a big deal out of it? It's better to turn the world upside down. Damn it. Xiaohua almost jumped up as he said, Right now there are already 8 Yellow Order cultivators with mid-tier 5th grade essence energy chasing after this Xiao. How do you expect this Xiao to continue hiding? Huh? Taoist Master Qing Su was shocked. 8 Confucian cultivators at the 5th level of essence energy. Taoist Master Qing Su looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. He straightened his clothes and bowed, saying, Junior Qing Su greets Senior Xiao. Junior congratulates Senior Xiao for entering the profound ranking. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before the Immortal Palace comes to find Senior and invites Senior to the Peng Lai Immortal Realm. What? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Do I have to rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor to avoid this disaster? Yes, that's what Junior meant. Taoist Master Qing Su nodded and said, The Immortal Palace's Immortal Emperor Go Chen has the Supreme Heavenly Mirror and can search the entire 9 prefectures. No matter where Senior hides, he won't be able to find out. Even if you don't use the clear sky mirror, the Immortal Palace's eyes and ears are all over the hidden Immortal Continent. Senior won't be able to hide anywhere. And it's said that the mysterious Yellow Order was able to find Senior this time because the Earth sensed it. If Senior doesn't rely on the Grand Mist Ancestor, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape the Immortal Palace's pursuit. AI, these Earths are really everywhere. Xiaohua naturally knew how powerful the Earths were and sighed in his heart. Since Senior has such strength now, you should do your best for the revival of our Tao sect. Taoist Master Qing Su persuaded again, Senior, you've seen a few Tao sect seniors who escaped from the Peng Lai Immortal Realm. They heard that the Ancestor had escaped, so they specially came to rely on the Ancestor and do their best for our Tao sect. Taoist Master Qing Su, Everyone has their own aspirations. Don't force it. Xiaohua shook his head and said, although Xiaohua has the heart to do his best for the revival of our Dao sect, Xiaohua's wings are not fully grown yet. When Xiaohua feels that it's necessary, I'll definitely pay a visit to the ancestor. All right. Taoist Master Qing Su's persuasion was fruitless. He nodded and said, Senior's strength is far greater than Junior's. Presumably, Senior's vision is also far greater than Junior's. Junior doesn't dare to say anything. Everything will be up to Senior. Moreover, Senior has killed countless Confucian cultivators. The ancestor appreciates Senior's actions. Junior doesn't worry that Senior will harm our Dao sect. However, Junior is worried that Senior's sharpness will be too exposed. Previously, the Immortal Palace subjugated the Immortal Palace in the Black Wind Ridge didn't pursue the matter. However, if Senior's reputation is too great, not to mention the Immortal Palace, even the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families won't let Senior off. An old man knows this. Xiaohua nodded. Old man has no choice but to kill the mysterious Yellow Order's people. I can't let them escape, right? Oh, right, Taoist Master Qing Su. Do you know why the mysterious Yellow Order's people are chasing after Xiaohua? Who put up the bounty? Junior doesn't know. Taoist Master Qing Su shook his head and said, actually, sometimes when you reach the top of the Shen ranking or the Yellow ranking, it's not necessarily because someone put up a bounty. Perhaps the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families or the Immortal Palace can push the ranking of the people on the mysterious Yellow ranking to the top. Alright, Xiaohua understands. Xiaohua nodded again. If fellow Taoist doesn't have anything else to say, Xiaohua will take his leave. Senior, don't worry. Taoist Master Qing Su hurriedly took out a few Chengkuan bags and handed them over, saying with a smile, Senior, do you still remember the agreement you made with Junior in front of the Yaotai Mountain? And I remember. Xiaohua looked at the Chengkuan bags and nodded, saying, is this the material for refining weapons? Yes, Senior. Taoist Master Qing Su replied, there's also a method to refine a communication jade shadow inside. When the ancestor found out that Senior can refine weapons, he was very happy and even gave Senior several methods to refine magic weapons. In addition, the ancestor also said that if Senior is willing, Senior can directly communicate with him through a communication jade shadow. Of course, unless there's an important matter, the ancestor is afraid that the immortal emperor or other people will know. And Xiaohua understands. If there's nothing special, I won't reveal the ancestor's whereabouts. Xiaohua took a look at the Chengkuan bags and said, so many materials, I wonder what kind of magic weapon the ancestor wants to refine. The ancestor originally wanted to give Senior a list of items. Taoist Master Qing Su hurriedly replied, however, there are too many Taoist cultivators seeking refuge with the ancestor now, and there's also a need for a lot of magic weapons. Therefore, the ancestor said that there's no need for any magic weapons as long as Senior can refine them. Of course, if Senior has already refined them, that's the best. Junior can take some back first. That last sentence wasn't said by the ancestor, right? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. That's right. Taoist Master Qing Su didn't hide it and said with a smile, just now Junior suddenly remembered that Senior also traded some things on the Yaotai Mountain. Presumably there's also materials for refining weapons. Xiaohua looked at Taoist Master Qing Su and said with a cold tone, Qing Su, Xiaohua has always regarded Taoist cultivators as my brothers, and I also regard you and the ancestor in a new light. However, if you try to spy on Xiaohua's whereabouts, don't blame Xiaohua for, Taoist Master Qing Su hurriedly said with a smile, Senior, you're thinking too much. That's what Junior did when he didn't know Senior well. Now, even if Junior has more courage, Junior wouldn't dare to do it. And that's good. Xiaohua took the Chengkuan bags and threw them into the space. Then he took out another Chengkuan bag and filled it with some magic weapons refined by the green-robed Xiaohua. He handed it to Taoist Master Qing Su and said, this was refined by Xiaohua in the past. Give it to the ancestor. Good. Taoist Master Qing Su took the Chengkuan bag and stole a glance. He couldn't stop smiling and hurriedly kept it. He bowed and said, Junior thanks Senior on behalf of the ancestor. Junior didn't take enough materials, Junior will definitely make up for it next time. Oh, there's no hurry. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, coincidentally, Xiao has something to discuss with you. Senior, please speak. Taoist Master Qing Su carefully kept the Chengkuan bag and said with a smile, Taoist Master Qing Su, since you can find out about the Shenhuang token, Ancestor must have a lot of spies on the hidden immortal continent, right? I wonder if Xiaohua can inquire about some things, or if there's any news on the hidden immortal continent that you can inform Xiaohua in time. This. Taoist Master Qing Su was very hesitant and said with a smile, "This matter is of great importance, it's not something that Junior can decide. When this Junior returns this time, I will definitely report this matter to the Ancestor and ask him to make a decision." Chapter 39:11. Xiaohua was not surprised by this answer. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll wait for your news. Also, I'll have to trouble you to ask the Ancestor where there are metal and wood elemental magnetism, metal and earth elemental magnetism, or extreme magnetic light in the hidden immortal continent, Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and Pure Land. I'm willing to use this information as the price for refining." Yes. Taoist Master Qing Su readily agreed. Junior will definitely pass on Senior's message. Junior can also clearly tell Senior that if the Ancestor knows, he will definitely tell Senior. Even if he doesn't know, he will definitely send someone else to look for it. After all, we're all Taoist disciples, it's natural for us to exchange information. Good. If that's the case, I'll definitely thank you. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Junior will take his leave. Taoist Master Qing Su knew that Xiaohua wanted to send him off and hurriedly bowed. If Senior has any news, even if Junior doesn't come, I will send someone else to inform Senior. And? Xiaohua nodded and watched Taoist Master Qing Su leave. Master. Fu Jiwen, who had been watching from the side, said, "A mountain can't have two tigers. As Master's cultivation increases, sooner or later, you will become a threat to the Grand Mist Ancestor. Who knows what kind of person the Grand Mist Ancestor is? If you rely on him, who knows what will happen in the future?" Master naturally knows this. Xiaohua nodded. That's why Master never agreed to it. It's because Master doesn't know what kind of person the Grand Mist Ancestor is. In particular, Master isn't interested in any power or influence. I don't even have any great ambitions. I don't like to get involved in these lively matters. Fu Jiwen smiled. Master's attitude is exactly what a Taoist cultivator should have. However, this attitude is despised by Confucian cultivators. A real man should be indomitable, establish a great cause for all ages, and leave a name for all eternity. Haha. Xiaohua shakes his head. There are 100 kinds of rice in this world, and 100 kinds of people are raised in this world. Everyone has their own life and aspirations. Not everyone can become nobles, generals, or ministers, and not everyone is suitable for cultivation. This kind of world is a colorful world. Moreover, a person's personality decides everything. If you want me to be a monarch or an immortal emperor, my butt will be pricked with thorns. Ah, well said, Master. Fu Jiwen gave a thumbs up and praised. Actually, looking at Senior Brother Xiong Yi, Senior Brother Lan and Senior Brother Li Xiang, this disciple knows that Master is different from them. Even these three Yuanying Senior Brothers are different from each other. Therefore, we should let those who want to be the sect master be the sect master, and let those who want to cultivate. This kind of fortune gate is the true seed for the revival of the righteous Tao gate. Xiaohua said, moreover, as I said before, the Immortal Palace allowed the Tao sect cultivators to cultivate by establishing a country. This was originally changing the Tao sect's cultivation method. If we don't solve this problem from the root, the Tao sect won't be able to revive in the hidden immortal continent. This. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and said, Master's ambition sounds even grander than the Grand Mist Ancestors. I really don't know when it can be realized. Master, you should work hard in your cultivation. This disciple thinks highly of you. AI, after following me for so long, you've actually become so glib-tongued. Xiaohua patted Fu Jiwen's head and said with a smile, I really don't know if by and can control you in the future. That. When Fu Jiwen heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He probed, Master, this disciple still has Bayan. Master and Senior Morong? Oh, actually that Senior Gongshu is also quite good. Xiaohua's face darkened. He glared at Fu Jiwen and said, Is there a disciple who talks to his master like this? I'm innocent, Master. Fu Jiwen said with grievance. This disciple is concerned about master. Can't you feel the strong feelings between master and disciple? AI people's relationships are really complicated. If we don't stay together for life, how can we know if there's any unforeseen event? Master has lived for a long time and has experienced a lot. The experience of relationships is much more difficult than ordinary experience. Xiaohua naturally thought of the feelings he had on the cast emotion mountain and said with some regret. Fu Jiwen somewhat understood and said in a low voice, Master has been looking for Lu Town. Could it be that there's a childhood sweetheart in Lu Town? No. Xiaohua shook his head. Lu Town is where Master was born. Ah? Master. Fu Jiwen seemed to suddenly understand and said with some surprise, You mean? Yes, Master is looking for Master's hometown. When Xiaohua said hometown, endless homesickness and homesickness rushed into his heart. The loneliness of a cultivator naturally arose spontaneously. If Xiaohua was like this, how could Fu Jiwen not be like this? After a long while, Fu Jiwen said with disappointment and frustration, Master, this disciple suddenly wants to go home. That's normal? Xiaohua nodded. Confucian cultivators often say that if one's parents are present, one won't travel far. Although the Fu family is unfair to you, the Fu family still has your parents. This blood relationship can be felt even from thousands of miles away. Master, this disciple has a suggestion? Fu Jiwen suddenly said, I don't know if I should say it. Just say it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Master's Kunlun Wonderland seems to be huge. Fu Jiwen said half a sentence and felt that it was inappropriate. He smiled and said, Is this disciple being too greedy? Of course. Xiaohua said with a smile. The Kunlun mirror is a famous magic treasure of our Dao sect. The universe inside is limitless. There's no harm in cultivating inside, not to mention letting your family live inside. However, you have to think carefully. Although your idea is good, your parents might not be willing. Yes, this is also Junior's dilemma. Fu Jiwen was a bit sad. Disciple feels that the Kunlun Wonderland is full of spiritual energy. Ordinary people living inside will definitely live a long life. Although my parents are Confucian cultivators, their aptitude is ordinary. Their lifespan might not be very long. Disciple was expelled from the Fu family because of my parents' love for me? No need to be long-winded. Xiaohua said with a smile. After Master finishes this matter, I will go to the Fu family with you. With a wave of my sleeve, I will move your Fu family to the Kunlun Wonderland. How about that? Master, you want to rob? Fu Jiwen was in a good mood. He said with a smile, however, disciple likes it. Disciple will accompany Master to rob. And Wang Bianfei's mother. Xiaohua suddenly thought. She is Wang Bianfei's only family in this world. That day, Master only wanted to leave the soaring Dragon Mountain range and let Wang Bianfei follow me to gain experience, but I forgot about this. If this little guy remembers it in the future, I'm afraid he will blame Master. That's right. Wang Bianfei's mother is a secular person. She has never cultivated before. These several decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Now Wang Bianfei is still young, so he might not know. But in the future it is really hard to say. Fu Jiwen nodded. Xiaohua looked at Fu Jiwen and said, I will leave this matter to you. After finishing this matter in the North Sea, we will go to Su province first, then return to Yu province. Remember to remind Master. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen was really grateful. He had never heard of a cultivator who was so generous. Not only did he teach his disciple to cultivate, but he also helped his disciple's parents. Of course, Fu Jiwen didn't know that Xiaohua's space was incomparably huge. It was millions of miles wide. Although this space couldn't be compared to the hidden immortal continent, it was more than enough to accommodate the small Fu family. Xiaohua even had some new ideas in his mind. With such a large space, it would be idle. If there were some ordinary people living in it, it would be another kind of peaceful life and work and also another kind of experience, right? The special thing was that cultivators came from ordinary people. If the space was full of cultivators, it might not be called heaven and earth. There must be some happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy in order to be a real world. Xiaohua actually had a feeling that this kind of experience, if it was formed, it would be more important than his ordinary cultivation. Disciple, life is cultivation. If you don't have experience, how can you have experience? You should go back and think about it. Xiaohua looked into the distance and said, Master originally wanted to find a few more Luzhens, but now it seems that the people from the mysterious Yellow Order have already caught up. We should speed up. You go back and cultivate first. Master will speed up and go to the North Sea. Master, you take this disciple. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, your speed is fast. If you don't fly right, it will be even harder to fly back. Alright. Xiao Hua knew that Fu Jiwen was right. He put away the Pegasus and flying chariot and covered Fu Jiwen with his big sleeve. His whole body flickered with light and he instantly disappeared in the air. The North Sea was misty and boundless. Countless beautiful stories and legends were born from the depths of the serene blue sea. Some people said that there was an immortal island that was hard to see by ordinary people in the North Sea. On the immortal island there were immortal immortals. Some people said that there were reefs in the depths of the North Sea. On the reefs there were valuable sea pearls. There were also people who said that there were fish nests in the North Sea. Not only were there all kinds of fish in the fish nests, there were also mermaids with human heads and fish bodies. Therefore, some people traveled on boats to the immortal mountain to find immortals. Some people traveled on water to the reefs to find sea pearls. Some people went out to sea and some people returned. Some people went out and didn't come back. Some people went out and came back with a full load. There were many stories in the North Sea. No one knew whether these stories were true or false. However, everyone knew that there was a North Sea Dragon Palace in the North Sea. The North Sea Dragon Palace was more real than those legends and stories. However, no one knew where the North Sea Dragon Palace was. Some people said it was on an immortal island. Some people said it was beside the reefs. In the end, they simply said that the North Sea Dragon Palace was in the North Sea. There were many treasures in the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, no one was greedy because they knew that there was a dragon race in the North Sea Dragon Palace. That was a race that the human race couldn't hope to reach. Therefore, people put their hope in the legends. Many people went out to sea to search for these beautiful legends. These people were there in the past, there are now, and there will be more in the future. These people were not so much looking for these beautiful legends. It was better to say that they were looking for their own dreams. These dreams gave birth to ships that carried the dreams, and these ships also gave birth to bays that faced the sea. Chapter 39:12. There are many bays on the hidden immortal continent near the North Sea. There are so many that you can't even count them. These bays are big and small. Among them, Yuling Bay can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Yuling Bay covers an area of several hundred kilometers. The huge mountain range is like a foot that extends into the North Sea. Between these mountains, there are thousands of huge ships anchored in the calm bays ready to set off. Similarly, outside the bay, there are many ships slowly sailing back every day. The reason why Yuling Bay is big, aside from the several bays deep in the North Sea, is because of the towns between the mountain ranges on the continent. Yuling Bay originally didn't have any towns, but with many people coming here, it has a town. This town doesn't have a name and is different from other towns on the hidden immortal continent. No Confucian cultivator established a country here, and no government was stationed here. This is because in addition to humans who are looking for their dreams, there are also many demons, dragons and other species that come to Yuling Bay. Many times there are even more fish demons than humans in Yuling Bay. At this time it is already dusk, the time when birds return to their nests. Around Yuling Bay, there are many cultivators controlling clouds or flying ships to quickly descend. Because night hasn't fallen yet, the entire Yuling Bay is already brightly lit. It is like a gorgeous homecoming of people waiting to return home. Caw. A cry that was not much louder than a bird's cry rang out in the dusk sky. A ferocious bird that was over 100 feet in size was flapping its wings and descending towards Yuling Bay. Suddenly, a flying serpent that was several tens of feet in size swooped down from the sky like a bolt of lightning. The wings below the flying serpent's abdomen were flapping, and wisps of black flame could be faintly seen. The flying serpent descended and bit the neck of the ferocious bird. The bird was shocked and hastily dodged. At the same time, it opened its mouth and a flying sword like brilliance pierced out. The flying snake didn't dodge and bit down on the raptor's neck. Clang. With a light sound, the beam of light from the raptor hit the flying snake. Sparks flew out from the scales of the flying snake. The ferocious bird felt the pain and flapped its wings rapidly. The strong wind caused its entire body to tumble in the air. Furthermore, it took advantage of the moment when the flying snake's body rolled over to grab the flying snake's tail with its sharp claws. Hiss hiss. A black mist came out of the flying serpent's mouth. Bang bang. The flying serpent and the bird's body violently collided. However, in just a moment the bird's body crazily trembled. Then, its wings became stiff and its entire body fell straight down from the sky. Looking at the flying snake again, its entire body was slowly shrinking. The wings under its abdomen slashed across the ferocious bird's abdomen, and the snow-white feathers were immediately stained with blood. Within the blood, a faint brilliance shot out. The flying snake's eyes were filled with greed. The snake's head let go of the bird's neck and plunged into the blood. After a moment, the snake's head retracted. In the snake's mouth was a demon core the size of a thumb. The demonic core was azure in color, and there were some spots on the inside. It didn't look very pure, but the flying snake immediately let go of the beast's body and swallowed the demonic core in one gulp. Huff huff. The bird's body, which was dozens of feet long, fell down in the wind. The flying snake's body flashed with black mist and stopped in the air. After a moment, a pang sound came from the ground in the distance. The black flame on the flying snake's body was uncontrollably ignited. Boom. Under the black flame, the flying snake's body gradually shrunk. Hiss hiss. The flying snake's tongue flicked in and out in the air as if it was in extreme pain. However, in the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, the flying snake's body had shrunk to the size of a human. Moreover, within the black flame, a dark-skinned woman covered in scales slowly appeared. The woman transformed from the flying snake had no sense of shame. The moment she revealed herself, she immediately retracted the black flames around her body. She turned her head to look at a spot in the sky. Her pitch-black eyes, which were almost emotionless, revealed a fierce look. Between her nearly black lips, her scarlet tongue was still sticking out like a snake's forked tongue. Mph. A cold snort resounded from midair. Soon after, a ball of water vapor exploded like a water droplet. Xiaohua's figure was revealed. Fujiwen's face was somewhat pale as he stood at the side. Hiss hiss. When the woman saw Xiaohua, she first opened her mouth to reveal two fangs. However, immediately after, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The woman's body that had just appeared trembled as if she wanted to return to her original form. Xiaohua raised his hand and a Taoist robe appeared out of thin air. It fell on the woman's body. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Taoist robe wrapped around the woman and flew her several miles away. The woman stood in the air very inexplicably. She looked at Xiaohua in the distance and then looked at the Taoist robe on her body. Her body twisted and turned as she landed on Yuling Bay. Under the Taoist robe, her waist looked very graceful. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to imagine that under the Taoist robe was a snake's tail. Hehe, Master is becoming more and more compassionate. Fujiwen said with a smile. If it was an ordinary Confucian cultivator, they would have already drawn their swords. After all, this snake demon devouring the demon core of a bird demon isn't a big deal. However, if it transformed into a human form, especially a woman's appearance, it would be a danger to ordinary men of the human race. Xiaohua was slightly embarrassed. He touched his nose and said, Master didn't think that much. It's just that this woman is very inappropriate. Moreover, after transforming into a human form, Master would be embarrassed to attack. Hehe. Fujiwen chuckled. Isn't this the legendary tenderness for the fairer sex? As he spoke, Fujiwen looked down at Yuling Bay. Seeing such a large bay, Fujiwen couldn't help but exclaim, Master, this is Yuling Bay? Which country's territory is this? How can there be such a large city? If you don't know, then Master knows even less. Xiaohua glanced at Fujiwen and said helplessly, Master only obtained Ao Zhantian's jade eyes. There is a record of this location and the name of this bay. The bits and pieces of information about these bays in the North Sea were only found in the ancient records of Confucian cultivators. The ancient records of Confucian cultivators don't have much information about these remote places. It also doesn't seem to say which country's territory this is. And disciple understands. The paleness on Fujiwen's face gradually faded. He smiled and said, I'm afraid this is what we Confucian cultivators often call an uncivilized land. It's a place that our teachings can't cover. The teachings of Confucian cultivators are good, but they have always been inflexible. Sometimes they even think too highly of themselves. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed and said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how could I have known that the uncivilized land described in the books was so prosperous and beautiful? Master's wrong. Fujiwen defended himself. The uncivilized land is a place that Confucian cultivators can't reach. It doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't prosperous. From the outside, this Yuling Bay is incomparably beautiful, but who knows how dirty it is inside. Master, didn't you see that snake demon? Did it turn into a beauty and fall into Yuling Bay? Who knows what it's doing inside? However, as he spoke, Fujiwen looked at the North Sea again and sighed, this disciple has never been to the seaside. The North Sea is so majestic, so magnificent, and so boundless that even the thousands of poems in the scroll can't describe it. This is true beauty. The true landscape of heaven and earth. What you see is only the surface. This is the calm beauty of the sea. Xiaohua smiled. When you see the tsunamis and storms, you'll understand the terror of the sea and the wrath of heaven and earth. It's not something that can be seen with your imagination. Disciple is very much looking forward to it. Fujiwen looked at the horizon in the west. The setting sun had already dyed the seawater in the horizon a dark red. He said meaningfully, the ancients say that one can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. If one can't travel 1,000 miles, one can't leave the sea of books. It really is so. Xiaohua looked at the lights in the distance and the fish demons swimming and flying on the surface of the Yuling Bay. He said in a low voice, disciple, don't drop your book yet. Let's go look for the dragon general stationed at Yuling Bay and see if Ao Zhantian and the others are still waiting for us here. We'll make plans after that. Yes, master. Fujiwen retracted his longing from falling into the sea and followed Xiaohua to Yuling Bay. Yuling Bay was very big. Xiaohua knew that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers inside, so he didn't dare to release his divine sense. He only took a glance and flew towards the nearest mountain range. This mountain range was the tallest among the many that extended into the North Sea. The ridge left on the land stretched for more than a few hundred miles. There were some pavilions and caves on the ridge and in the valleys. Some had lanterns and some had pearls embedded in them. In front of these pavilions and caves, there were either cultivators flying by or demons riding on demonic clouds. Of course, there were also some groups of burly men walking by. At the same time, there were countless noises coming from the top and bottom of the mountain ridge. Some were the sounds of music and some were noisy. There were the languages of the hidden immortal continent and also the languages of the thousand-demon sacred realm. Occasionally, one could even hear the chant of Amit Ba Buddha. Xiaohua and Fujiwen descended from midair and stood at the bottom of the mountain ridge. The place where the two people landed was a reddish-brown mountain rock. It was very hard and occasionally, there would be some fine sand floating on top of it. At the bottom of the mountain ridge was a valley with a radius of dozens of miles. There were strangely shaped buildings in the valley. Xiaohua stood on a slightly higher ground and there weren't any humans or demons nearby. Master. Fujiwen glanced to the left and said in a low voice, the buildings in this valley seem to be built by imperial equipment or demon equipment. If there are more patrolling soldiers and more villagers in this valley, it will be very similar to a country's capital. That's right. Xiaohua nodded. If there are some Dao sect restrictions, it will be similar to the big cities where Dao sect cultivators live. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Kdred, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Kdred's official account on WeChat now. Chapter 39-13. Big City? Fujiwen was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Xiaohua meant. Of course, he didn't know that in Xiaohua's eyes, Yuling Bay was extremely similar to the 10 big cities of the country of Xi in the Xiaoyu continent. However, It seemed that Yuling Bay was much bigger than the 10 big cities of the country of Xi. The North Sea Dragon Palace is the overlord of the North Sea. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the buildings and the cave on the stone wall in the distance. He said in a low voice, even if they don't control Yuling Bay on the surface, I won't believe that Yuling Bay isn't in their hands. If the North Sea Dragon Palace has such ambitions, it's naturally easy for them to control Yuling Bay. Fu Jiwen nodded and said, however, if they really do control it, there won't be too many demons and cultivators coming from Yuling Bay. Especially the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. They like to do as they please. Presumably they can do whatever they want in Yuling Bay. Only then can they really attract them. Let's ask this person. Xiaohua looked at some cultivators coming out of some buildings and said. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, Master, please wait a moment. Disciple will ask about the North Sea Dragon Palace's encampment here. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to take a few steps, a demon with scales all over its body and a single horn on its head walked out from a tent-like building less than 100 zhang away from Xiaohua. This demon was only a few feet tall and somewhat similar to an ordinary human. The demon saw Xiaohua standing and Fu Jiwen hurriedly walking over with a glance. The demon's eyes turned and its body floated up and flew directly towards Fu Jiwen. Fellow immortal. The fish demon's voice was somewhat hoarse and the human language in its mouth was even more difficult to pronounce. However, the fish demon's hands were very respectfully bowing towards Fu Jiwen. Oh, fellow immortal, please? Fu Jiwen was slightly stunned. He stopped and cupped his hands in return and said, May I know what fellow immortal needs? May I ask if fellow immortal has just arrived at Yuling Bay? Are you looking for someone? The fish demon straightened up in a serious manner. The black mist on the lower half of its body, which resembled a fish tail, surged slightly, and a pair of human-like legs appeared. Fu Jiwen nodded. You're right. I came to Yuling Bay with my master to look for someone. The fish demon coughed twice and seemed a little embarrassed as he said, Ahem, my name is Yu. I have lived in Yuling Bay for more than 400 years. There is no one in Yuling Bay that I don't know. If fellow immortal wants someone, I can help. This. Fu Jiwen was a little hesitant. He naturally knew that this fish demon would not help for free. He did not know what his master was thinking. Seeing Fu Jiwen hesitate, the fish demon quickly said, Don't worry, fellow immortal, my fee is very fair. With my guidance, the King Sea Whale won't ask fellow immortal for more fees. Sea Whale King? Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and immediately understood what the fish demon meant. Just as he was about to turn his head, Xiaohua's voice came from behind him. Hey, who is this Sea Whale King? How much do you charge? Oh, this must be Senior. He was very tactful. He quickly cupped his hands and said, Junior greets Senior. And get up. Xiaohua waved his hand. You answer my question first. If the price is fair, there is nothing wrong with it. Yes. The fish demon quickly replied, There are 3 forces in Yuling Bay. One is the North Sea Dragon Palace, another is the King Sea Whale, and the last one is the human race's Sea Spirit Scholar. This place is under the King Sea Whale's control. Any human or demon race that comes to Yuling Bay must give the King Sea Whale some sea crystals as tribute in exchange for the King Sea Whale's protection. Otherwise, even if they are killed by other demons on the spot, no one will care. The amount of sea crystals given to the King Sea Whale is not fixed. If Senior is not familiar with the King Sea Whale's subordinates, you may give a lot of sea crystals. I am a native of this place. Senior can be considered as my old friend. You only need to give me 10 middle-grade sea crystals. Since you are here, you must follow the customs. Xiaohua smiled and said, This old man can give you some benefits. However, this old man does not have any sea crystals. I only have primeval stones that are commonly used in hidden immortal continent. I wonder if it is possible? Of course. The fish demon's eyes flashed with joy. It seems like his goal is precisely these primeval stones. Senior only needs to give Junior 5 upper-grade primeval stones. You don't need to worry about anything else. All right. Xiaohua nodded and ordered, Disciple, give him 5 upper-grade primeval stones. Yes, master. Fu Jiwen took out the primeval stones from his bosom and placed them in front of the fish demon. He smiled and said, You better hold them well. Don't lose them. Otherwise, this old man will not forgive you. Rest assured, immortal friend. The fish demon took the primeval stones and patted his chest. He said, I am different from other demons. I am a demon that keeps my word. After saying that, the fish demon pointed at a small palace in the distance and said, Immortal friend and senior, please wait a moment. This old man will help you to get the King Sea Whale certificate. With this, the two of you can walk around Yuling Bay as you wish. Seeing the fish demon turn around and fly away excitedly, Fujiwen smiled bitterly. Since the North Sea Dragon Palace is one of the three major powers in Yuling Bay, he came here with his master to find the North Sea Dragon Palace. Naturally, there is no need to pay any tribute to the so-called King Sea Whale. Fortunately, not long after, the fish demon came back as promised. He was holding 2 jade pendants in his hands. He said with a smile, This is the King Sea Whale's certificate. Senior and immortal friend, please take it. Although this place is not under the jurisdiction of the King Sea Whale, this certificate is still useful. Both the North Sea Dragon Palace and the Sea Spirit Scholar's Power have recognized it. Xiaohua took the jade pendant and looked at the vivid and lifelike sea whale on it. He casually held it in his hand and said, Hey, this old man wants to find the North Sea Dragon Palace's forces in Yuling Bay. Bring this old man there. The fish demon was shocked. He looked up and down at Xiaohua and said, Senior, are you really looking for the North Sea Dragon Palace? Yes, what's so strange about it? Xiaohua asked curiously, Could it be that you don't know where it is? How could I not know the North Sea Dragon Palace is Yuling Palace? The fish demon's scaly face didn't show any expression, but his eyelids were full of embarrassment. This little one can take the 2 seniors there. But, this little one can't take back the sea crystals that have already been offered to the King Sea Whale. Hearing that Xiaohua wanted to go to the North Sea Dragon Palace's Yuling Palace, the fish demon immediately changed the way he addressed the 2 of them. It doesn't matter. Xiaohua sympathized with this kind of low-level demon the most. He waved his hand and said, You don't need to think too much about this. Just take me to the Yuling Palace. Moreover, this old man only wanted to ask about one thing. I still need your help later. Okay, 2 seniors, please follow this little one. Hearing this, the fish demon was very happy. While speaking, he took Xiaohua and Fujiwen to another mountain ridge. Yuling Bay was naturally not a good place. Sure enough, there were some fiendish demons and even some big and burly villains blocking them. However, the fish demon didn't show the token of the King Sea Whale. Instead, he proudly pointed at Xiaohua and Fujiwen, saying that they were guests of the Yuling Palace. Those people and demons obediently retreated. No one dared to say a word. Xiaohua followed the fish demon and flew over 3 mountain ridges. When they arrived at the innermost mountain ridge, they saw a palace that covered the entire mountain ridge. Xiaohua naturally understood that this was the Yuling Palace that the fish demon spoke of. This palace was so dazzling. Not only were there countless treasures and artifacts flashing in front of these palaces, but the palaces themselves also emitted 7 colored rays of light. As long as a cultivator wasn't blind, as long as they approached this mountain ridge, they would definitely be able to see it. However, Xiaohua didn't fly to this mountain ridge. Instead, he chose another mountain ridge. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He slightly turned his head to look at Fujiwen. Fujiwen's expression was also strange. Although he didn't show it, his thoughts were actually the same as Xiaohua's. To be able to find people to this extent, it was really difficult for Xiaohua. After flying over the mountain ridge, the fish demon immediately landed on the ground. The demon aura on his body dissipated a lot. At the same time, his hands turned into fins. The fish demon said in a low voice, Senior, the Yuling Palace previously didn't allow us low-level fish demons to appear. Moreover, all people and demons can't fly within 10 miles of the Yuling Palace. If Senior has any matters, you can ask before going to the palace. This little one doesn't dare to go there. Xiaohua nodded. You wait here. This old man will be back soon. Xiaohua walked towards the Yuling Palace. Before he could enter, a sharp gaze swept over from the front of the palace door. Then a tall and sturdy shrimp general holding a 3-pronged fork arrogantly walked in front of Xiaohua. He raised the fork in his hand and blocked Xiaohua's path. He said coldly, Human, this is the Yuling Palace of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Those who aren't of the North Sea clan are not welcome. You'd better step back. Humph. Xiaohua coldly snorts, releasing the pressure from his body. Crack. The trident in Prawn General's hand falls to the ground. Although Prawn General's whole body is trembling, he still cries out, "You? What are you doing? Could it be? You want to attack my North Sea Dragon Palace?" "Damn it." Xiaohua withdrew his spiritual pressure and said coldly, "This old man just came to find someone and ask something." The Shrimp General bent down to pick up the three-pronged fork with lingering fear. He gathered his courage and shouted, "Who are you looking for? What do you want to ask?" Xiaohua was too lazy to talk to him. He raised his hand and took out Ao Zhantian's token and handed it to the Shrimp General. "This is..." The Shrimp General clearly didn't recognize Ao Zhantian's token. He didn't understand and asked in a low voice. Xiaohua said indifferently, "This old man has a good friend who is a descendant of the North Sea Dragon tribe. This is his token. This year should be the day of the Dragon Island selection. This old man wants to meet him." "Senior, please wait a moment." When the Shrimp General heard that Xiaohua was a good friend of a descendant of the North Sea Dragon tribe, his body trembled. He hurriedly smiled and said, "This matter has already happened for several months. This little one doesn't know the details. This little one will ask the deacon of the palace to come out." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.